Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 526. How can I forget? Everyone in Medicine King Valley stopped walking because their saint stopped and stood there motionless. Many people turned their heads to look at the saint, and then they were shocked. One of them even looked at the two people beside him and said, "What happened to the saint?" She couldn't imagine that her beautiful face was covered with tears. What happened? I don't know. The two people beside him seemed a little panicked, but from what the saint said, she seems to be remembering something. The eyes of the woman in Medicine King Valley flashed with sharpness. The power of the Medicine King was so great. Although he once said that the saint was severely injured and her life was turned into pills, her life was hanging by a thread, he still saved her and gave her a rebirth. The Medicine King also said that the saint's memory might be a little fuzzy for a while, but once it was strongly impacted, it would recover sooner or later. Could it be that the saint wanted to remember her past memories? But when did she suffer a strong impact? They had been following the saint, and nothing had happened. The only surprise was that the young man had rushed to the saint. They would not care about such a small matter, and naturally would not think that this would be a so-called strong shock. Their saint was still standing there, distraught, tears kept flowing down, and she even covered her heart with her hands. At this moment, no one dared to disturb her. Yukongfen and others were also stunned by this scene. What happened to this stunning woman? No one knew what happened to Mo Qingcheng. It seemed that there were flashes of lightning in her mind, and that face was constantly projected in her mind. The first time they met in the dark forest, she saved a young man, but left silently without recognizing him. The second time they met was in the imperial city of Chu. At that time, the Emperor Star Academy and the martial arts schools of various academies were recruiting students. She sat in the sedan chair and gave him a quick glance. She smiled at him. Later, in the Dark Forest Academy martial arts school trial, she misunderstood him, and the girl felt a strong sense of guilt in her heart. Scene after scene flashed in her mind until the king's banquet. The boy had grown up. His unruly figure gradually imprinted in her heart. Gradually, she felt in love. That feeling was really beautiful and sweet. She thought about him all the time. Until later, she came to the Dangwon Palace. The love was even more heartbreaking, but he finally found her. For her, he crossed the endless territory and killed Hua Xiaoyan of the Hua family. For her, he was extremely arrogant on the battlefield of the destiny list. He held her hand and told the world that she was his woman. At that moment, she seemed to own the whole world. She would never forget his persistent eyes when countless eyes looked at her, as if announcing to the world that even if he was the enemy of the world, he would hold her hand tightly. Tears wet her clothes. No one knew what the saint had experienced, what she remembered, and what kind of memory made her so heartbroken. Mo Qingcheng covered her heart with both hands. It was really painful. She remembered the last scene, the Dangwon Palace, where Qin Wentian sacrificed his blood to the demon sword, transformed into big rock, split the Dangwon Palace apart, and also saved her. She remembered the scene where he was besieged by countless strong men and was seriously injured and dying by the strong men of the sky. How could she forget it? How could she forget all this? Suddenly, everyone saw Mo Qingcheng turn around and run wildly towards the return path. Her snow-white clothes were flying in the air, and her tears continued to slide down, as if crystal tears fell to the ground. Saint girl. Everyone in Yaohuang Valley and the Purple Thunder sect was shocked and raised their feet to chase after Mo Qingcheng. What happened and why did it happen? Mo Qingcheng experienced her life again and was heartbroken. But Qin Wentian also felt heartbroken the moment Mo Qingcheng walked by. How could this happen? Qingcheng didn't even remember him. But thinking of Qingcheng's transformation into a pill, with her life hanging by a thread, he felt relieved again. He didn't blame her. Qingcheng's survival was already a gift from God, wasn't it? He had been so afraid that she would leave forever, but now, he saw the figure that he had been thinking about again. This was already a beautiful ending. Even if she didn't remember him, he believed in Mo Qingcheng so much. He believed that she was not doing this on purpose. She must have forgotten something because of the serious injury, but he also firmly believed that Qingcheng would remember it. She would. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian's face showed a smile again, very bright and beautiful. Looking up at the void, the sunlight from the sky fell and reflected on his face, making people feel very comfortable. Being alive is the best, isn't it? Junior brother, you really opened my eyes. Although the saint girl is stunningly beautiful, you can't just go up to her like this. It's too fierce. Liu Yan patted Qin Wentian's shoulder and looked at Qin Wentian with some admiration. Junior brother, you are impulsive. The saint of Yaohurong Valley is of extraordinary status. As disciples of the sword sect, we should pay attention to the impact. Qiao Yu advised. Qin Wentian's behavior was indeed a bit impulsive. Qin Wentian nodded gently. He did not explain anything, and there was always a faint smile on his face. Yiling Shuang looked at Qin Wentian, a little speechless. This guy was lustful, but why did he do this at this time? The saint came to save her father. If she bumped into the people of Yaohurong Valley, what would her father do? Junior brother Qin, in the future, even if it is to help me, can you control your emotions? Yiling Shuang couldn't blame Qin Wentian. After all, he was with the people of the sword sect to protect her back to your country, so she could only persuade him. Senior sister, it's my fault. Qin Wentian could understand Yiling Shuang. Her father was in danger at any time and his life was hanging by a thread. The people of Yaohurong Valley were her hope. If she caused the disgust of the people of Yaohurong Valley because of her impulse, that was of course what Yiling Shuang didn't want to see. Thank you, Junior brother Qin, for understanding me. Yiling Shuang said softly. Qin Wentian shook his head. There were many powerful people from the Yi kingdom beside him. Some of them were from the lineage of the human emperor. They looked at him with unfriendly eyes. As for the people from the lineage of King Qi, they all sneered with sarcasm, probably mocking him for not knowing what was good for him. King Chen. With a sigh in his heart, Qin Wentian turned around and said, didn't the people from the Purple Thunder sect say that they were going to the battlefield? Let's go. Yes. Everyone turned around and headed towards the battlefield. Yiling Shuang also accompanied them. As for the human emperor, the concubines were taking care of him. But at this moment, their eyes were stunned and did not move. In front of them, a beautiful figure came towards them. On her beautiful face, there were crystal tears. Just a glance at her seemed to make people feel heartbroken. The saint of Medicine Emperor Valley. Everyone was stunned. What happened? The saint, crying so sadly, ran towards this side. Qin Wentian was also stunned, but soon, he smiled. He saw King Chang looking at him. Mo King Chang stopped and stood opposite the crowd, lowered her head slightly, and tried to wipe away her tears with her hands, but she couldn't. When she raised her head, tears were still falling, but under the tears, there was a pure and flawless smile. This kind of beauty not only stunned the men of the sword sect, but even Yiling Shuang was deeply shocked. Qin Wentian took a step forward and walked to Mo King Chang's side. He stretched out his hand, put it on Mo King Chang's face, wiped away her tears, and smiled lightly. Don't cry, you've become a big cat. His voice was gentle. Although Mo King Chang smiled after hearing it, she couldn't stop crying. Then she stepped forward again and flew to Qin Wentian, hugging him tightly with both hands, as if she was afraid of losing him again. The people of the Sword Clan were completely stunned. They wiped their eyes, feeling that it was unreal. Liu Yan's mouth opened into a round shape, as if he had seen a ghost. He swallowed his saliva and cursed in a low voice, which bastard is using an illusion. Yiling Shuang's heart also trembled fiercely, and her heart kept beating. She couldn't believe her eyes. The saint of Medicine Emperor Valley actually flew to Qin Wentian like a little girl. What happened to this world? Saint. When the people of Medicine Emperor Valley arrived, they were also stunned by the scene in front of them. One by one, they seemed to be struck by lightning, stunned, and stared at their saint of Medicine Emperor Valley throwing into the arms of the young man. Those tears on her face, were they because of him? That heartache was caused by him? The strong shock in Medicine Emperor's mouth was just because of a glance at him in the vast sea of people? Their heads were a little confused. They couldn't imagine what kind of feelings this was. Did their saint and the young man in front of them have a deep and unforgettable experience? So, the young man's impulse just now was not because of the beauty of the saint, but because this was his lover. When the people of the Purple Thunder sect arrived, their faces were livid. They had some thoughts about Mo Qingcheng, but they didn't expect it to be like this. Especially Ye Kongfen, as the pride of the Purple Thunder sect, the prince of Ye state, and the future crown prince. He wanted to take this opportunity to gain the favor of the Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley and take Mo Qingcheng down, But the scene at this moment directly shattered his idea. Even a fool can see that these two people not only know each other, but must be a pair of lovers. But how could the saint fall in love with him? How could he be worthy of the saint of Medicine Emperor Valley? Thinking of this, Kongfan's eyes flashed with coldness. I'm sorry, sorry, sorry. Mo Qingchang kept saying these three words. She hated herself. She actually forgot him. How could she forget him? Even at this moment, she couldn't forgive herself. She hated herself. Qingcheng, don't be like this. Qin Wentian felt Mo Qingcheng's guilt, and his heart trembled slightly. He also felt that he owed Qingcheng. Yes. Mo Qingcheng nodded, but still hugged Qin Wentian tightly, as if there were only the two of them in the world, and the others were as if they didn't exist. P.S. On Monday, I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 527 Scheming. The two hugged each other tightly, and the others were shocked and speechless. Gradually, they understood that there must be a deep love between the Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley and Qin Wentian. It was rumored that the Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley was sent to Medicine Emperor Valley when she was dying. What happened at that time, I am afraid that this young man from the Sword Sect knows. It turns out that the Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley is named Qingcheng. There is a beauty in this turbid world, and she is both beautiful and beautiful. It's a pity, it's a pity. Liu Yan sighed sadly. What are you sad about? Qiao Yu stared at this guy. It's a pity that she didn't meet me first. Liu Yan seemed extremely annoyed, and everyone around him rolled their eyes. This bastard is really at top-notch. Yiling Shuang had another idea at this moment. The Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley turned out to be Qin Wentian's lover. If Qin Wentian was willing to help her, the saint would do her best to treat her father's poison injury, and even ask for more powerful people from Medicine Emperor Valley. At that time, maybe her father really had hope. Yaohuang Valley is aloof from the world, and there are some hidden masters. Even the Yi Kingdom cannot invite them, and they can't be found at all, but the saint of Yaohuang Valley must know. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng separated. Mo Qingcheng looked at Qin Wentian's face, and gently stroked Qin Wentian's cheek with her soft and smooth palm, stroking it little by little, looking at Qin Wentian's body, as if she was afraid that Qin Wentian would lose a piece of flesh. Thinking of everything Qin Wentian had endured in Dangwon Palace, she cried again. She had 1,000 words to say, but she didn't know where to start. She once again rested her head in Qin Wentian's arms. I don't know what the people in Yaohuang Valley felt in their hearts. Their saint had completely become a little woman at this moment. She was so delicate and gentle. Her eyes were probably able to melt the hearts of all men in the world. What kind of deep affection was that? They all wanted to know what kind of story there was between the saint and the young man from the Zhanjian sect. Danwang Palace, I thought we would all die. Mo Qingcheng sobbed softly. She had never dreamed that they were still alive and that they would meet again one day. Mo Qingcheng's tear-stained face was full of smiles. She was really happy. She had never been so happy before. She felt that every breath of air was so fresh and every ray of sunshine was so beautiful. It's all over. I will get back what Danwang Palace did to you sooner or later, for sure. Qin Wentian was very obsessed. Danwang Palace was like a thorn in his heart. Sooner or later, he would pull out this root thorn and let Danwang Palace disappear from the world. Every time he thought of Danwang Palace using Mo Qingcheng's life to raise corpses, he would feel a pang of heartache. He almost thought he had lost his lover. Today's meeting made him feel even better. They separated again. Qin Wentian looked into Mo Qingcheng's eyes, as if he couldn't see enough. Mo Qingcheng burst into tears and laughed. This smile intoxicated Qin Wentian's heart. Saintess! Someone from Medicine Emperor Valley called out from behind. Mo Qingcheng turned around and when she faced everyone, she regained her aloof side, making people feel distant. She was so dazzling and stunning that people felt she was out of reach, but at this moment, there was a faint smile of happiness in the eyes of the saintess. It was the first time that the people from Medicine Emperor Valley saw the saintess have such a side, and they sighed in their hearts. It seemed that no one could stop the saintess' love for the young man from the Sword Sect. With the love that Medicine Emperor had for her, he would certainly accommodate her. But they were not so happy in their hearts. Although Qin Wentian was a disciple of the Sword Sect, he was just an ordinary disciple after all. Although his temperament was extraordinary, his cultivation was not strong. The people who came this time were not the leading figures, and Mo Qingcheng was the saintess of their Medicine Emperor Valley, the most dazzling woman. They thought that even if the saint found her lover, he would be a world-famous hero, a peerless genius with a most dazzling brilliance. Therefore, when they saw Qin Wentian, they felt a little sorry. Although they would not say anything, they always felt uncomfortable. Since entering Yi country, they also saw Yi Kongfan's attitude towards the saint, and it was obvious that he wanted to pursue the saint. Yi Kongfan was the pride of the Purple Thunder sect and had a very high status. He had the blood of the Tribulation Thunder and was born with a thunder body. At a young age, he had already achieved the 7th level of Xiangang cultivation. Even such a person was not suitable for the saint, and they felt that only those brilliant and well-known figures in the Royal Holy Land were qualified to fall in love with their saint. However, Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang obviously did not know what they were thinking. Even if they knew, how could they care? Junior brother Qin, I really admire you. Liu Yan stepped forward and said, since the saint is your girlfriend, it's easy to talk. Do you want to introduce a few fairies to me? You are really thick-skinned. Qiao Yu said speechlessly, which made Qin Wentian smile and said, isn't senior sister Ling Shuang beautiful? Why do you have to go far away? Junior sister doesn't like me. Liu Yan said painfully, which made some people in the royal family stunned, thinking that the princess's senior brother was really a weirdo. By the way, since the saint is your girlfriend, then junior sister Kinger should have nothing to do with you, right? Liu Yan finally revealed his purpose, which was to target Kinger. He was thinking at this moment that Qin Wentian, this bastard, already had a saint who was so beautiful that he could overwhelm the whole country. Could he also take that iceberg snow lotus for himself? That would be too beastly. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Kinger has reached the peak of the 6th level of Xiangang realm and has achieved the great perfection of space martial arts will. Senior brother, you can go and try to pursue her. Qin Wentian said with a smile. He was thinking about what a miserable ending it would be if Liu Yan dared to take advantage of Kinger. Oh. Liu Yan shuddered, and the other people in the sword sect also stared at him. That iceberg woman who didn't like to talk was so strong. Everyone, the battlefield is ready. How about going to see it together? At this time, Yi Kongfan's voice sounded. Although he was very unhappy, he still had a smile on his face, hiding his thoughts very well. Mo Qingchang still held Qin Wentian's hand. She looked at Qin Wentian with a questioning look. Let's go and have a look. Qin Wentian said with a smile, and Mo Qingchang nodded. Everyone walked towards the direction of the ancient country's battlefield. The competition in the Royal Holy Land was cruel, so all the major forces were fond of martial arts. The same was true for the Yi Kingdom, and the martial arts trend was extremely strong. The Yi Kingdom battlefield is one of the most important places in the Yi Kingdom. The vast battlefield is crowded with people, and there is no end in sight. There are 12 battle platforms in the battlefield. The 12 battle platforms never stop fighting. Every day, countless people compete on the battle platforms, striving for consecutive victories, winning the Yi Kingdom's rewards, and even being recruited by the Yi Kingdom. Not only the Yi Kingdom, but also many powerful people in the Yi Kingdom will gather here. They will also extend olive branches to those who perform outstandingly in the battlefield and recruit them into their own sects. Of course, occasionally these powerful disciples will compete on the battlefield. In the middle of the vast battlefield, there is a royal corridor that can reach the best position of the battlefield stands. There are armored soldiers guarding the left and right, and only people from the royal family can sit. At this moment, a line of figures appeared on the royal corridor. In an instant, many figures in the battlefield looked up, and even countless people stood up. The huge battlefield became quiet at this moment. They have heard that the son of the king of Qi, Yi Kongfan, the arrogance of the Purple Thunder sect, will invite the Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley to come here today. This group of people all have extraordinary temperaments, especially the beautiful woman who is the center of attention. She must be the Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley. As rumored, she has a stunning face. In front of the people of Medicine Emperor Valley, there is a group of young men leading the way. The one in the middle is the most noble, wearing a royal robe. He must be Yi Kongfan, the Prince of Qi. The armored men on both sides knelt on one knee and shouted respectfully, "Greetings, Prince, welcome to the Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley." This voice shook the world, like thunder, making countless people look at Yi Kongfan and Saint Mo Qingcheng, and vaguely regarded the two together. These two people are really peerless duos. If they can get together, it may become a good story. Stand up. Today I invite the saint to come and watch the grand scene of the battlefield of my Yi country. I hope that all the heroes of my Yi country can show their talents and show the prosperity of my Yi country's martial arts. Kongfan's voice spread throughout the vast martial arts arena. At this moment, the people of the human emperor's lineage beside Yi Lingshuang all had cold eyes. Yi Lingshuang's brows were also furrowed, and she seemed very unhappy. She knelt down to worship the prince, but not the princess. Qin Wentian stood beside Mo Qingcheng. He glanced at the seats in front. There were two most honorable main seats, which were naturally reserved by Yi Kongfan for himself and Mo Qingcheng, followed by the auxiliary seats next to them. Qin Wentian frowned, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Yi Kongfan took great pains to create momentum and steal the show. One of the purposes was to highlight his status. Where would Yi Lingshuang, the real princess of Yi country, be placed? The second purpose was to create momentum for him and Mo Qingcheng, making people feel that the two of them were two prides, faintly creating an illusion, making people misunderstand and have ulterior motives. The vast crowd in the battlefield obviously noticed Qin Wentian beside Mo Qingcheng. Although the saint was protected, there was a young man beside her. How could people not be suspicious and secretly guess his identity? A very subtle scene appeared in the battlefield. Everyone was looking at this side, and Yi Kongfan and others also stopped. Everyone was waiting to see how Yi Kongfan would arrange the seats. "Saint, please." Sure enough, Yi Kongfan stretched out his hand and gestured to Mo Qingcheng to sit in one of the two most precious main seats. If Mo Qingcheng sat down, he would probably sit next to Mo Qingcheng. Mo Qingcheng frowned slightly. Although she didn't have any scheming, she naturally understood Yi Kongfan's thoughts. If she sat down and Yi Kongfan sat next to her, then where would Qin Wentian be placed? This was obviously unacceptable to her. Chapter 528, Holy War Arena. Seeing Yi Kongfan take the initiative to invite, Qin Wentian's eyes became colder, and he just heard him say, "Princess Lingshuang is the host, so you should take a seat first." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Today, Yi Kongfan was the main guest, deliberately insulting Yi Lingshuang. However, at this time, Qin Wentian asked Yi Lingshuang to sit, which meant that he would be next to Yi Lingshuang. A barely perceptible cold light flashed in his eyes. Yi Kongfan looked up at Qin Wentian, but heard Mo Qingcheng say, "Princess, please go first." The armored soldiers on both sides exuded a compelling aura, and there was a faint sense of killing. The strength of these armored soldiers was very strong, and it was obvious that Yi Kongfan had already arranged it. But at this time, Mo Qingcheng also asked Yi Lingshuang to sit, which made Yi Kongfan a little embarrassed. "Since the saint is so polite, Princess, please take a seat first, so that the saint won't have to wait there." The people beside Yi Lingshuang naturally urged Yi Lingshuang to take a seat. How could they weaken the majesty of the imperial power? Now that Qin Wentian and the saint of Yaohurong Valley are helping, it will be better. Otherwise, if Yi Kongfan really takes the main seat, Yi Lingshuang will definitely not be able to stay here. Yi Lingshuang stared at Yi Kongfan, then she raised her feet and walked towards one of the main seats step by step. At this time, she clearly felt a wave of power falling on her, but as the princess of Yi Kingdom, she had to bear the pressure. No matter what, she couldn't let the king of Qi succeed. The cold wind blew, and the atmosphere here was a little weird. Anyone could feel it. Yi Lingshuang walked down step by step. Yi Kongfan's eyes turned. Finally, he smiled and said lightly, "Princess, please." When Yi Kongfan's voice fell, all the pressure dissipated in an instant, as if everything was normal. This made Yi Lingshuang even more frightened. This person's control of the situation has far exceeded her expectations. Sitting on the main seat, Yi Lingshuang turned around and smiled at Mo Qingcheng. "Saintess, please take a seat. You sit next to me." Mo Qingcheng smiled at Qin Wentian beside her, and then took the main seat. Qin Wentian sat next to her, and Yi Kongfan sat a seat below Yi Lingshuang. Others also sat down one after another, and the atmosphere here was relaxed. "Saintess, there are 12 fighting platforms in my Yi country's fighting battlefield. Fights are endless all day long. You can challenge each other or challenge my Yi country's royal warriors. These 12 fighting platforms have strong people from all major realms. Anyone has the opportunity to show their strength and become a prominent figure. There are countless people who became famous in one battle in the history of Yi country, and some even became the pillars of Yi country later." Yi Kongfan introduced to Mo Qingcheng with a smile. Mo Qingcheng looked indifferent and looked down. The fighting on the fighting platform was fierce. There were indeed many outstanding people. Even the strong man in the middle of the fighting battlefield seemed to be particularly powerful. The 3 battle arenas in the middle are the 10 victory arena, the 50 victory arena, and the 100 victory arena. Only those who have won 10, 50, and 100 battles in a row are eligible to step onto those 3 arenas for a fight. Those 3 arenas attract the most attention. Yu Kongfen noticed Mo Qingchang's gaze and explained. Although Yiling Shuang sat in the main seat, he still seemed to be the master here. The people on the 100 victory arena are very powerful, but sometimes there will be some evil characters. They not only go to the 100 victory arena, but also dare to challenge other powerful people with 100 victories. Such people will be directly recruited by a royal family. Yiling Shuang also opened his mouth to introduce to Mo Qingcheng. The Yi Kingdom has been immortal for thousands of years, and its martial arts style is admirable. Mo Qingcheng responded, causing a flash of surprise in Yiling Shuang's eyes. She had heard that the Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley was arrogant and indifferent, and taciturn. Whether it was the prince or the princess who spoke to her, she didn't pay much attention, but no one dared to have any objections. After all, she had a special identity and a charming appearance, like a fairy. But at this moment, Mo Qingcheng was willing to chat with her. Yiling Shuang knew that she, a princess, did not have such a big face. The only possibility was because of her junior brother Qin Wentian. It seemed that the Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley had a very deep feeling for junior brother Qin, otherwise she would not think about him so much. This made her feel that the life and death of her father might depend on Qin Wentian. Junior brother Qin, some time ago you suddenly followed senior brother Lin Shui into the sword sect, and there were also seniors from the sect accompanying you. I am curious, where did you come from? Senior brother Lin Shui obviously thinks highly of you. Yiling Shuang looked at Qin Wentian, and Mo Qingcheng also looked at him. She had a lot of questions to ask Qin Wentian, but it was not very convenient with too many people at the moment. Qin Wentian naturally understood what Yiling Shuang and Mo Qingcheng were thinking. He smiled and said, "You know I was seriously injured in the battle at Dangwon Palace. It was King Er who helped me return to my human body. Later, when Daxia was in turmoil, I also formed my own forces and destroyed the Chen family, but I was also seriously injured. Unfortunately, I did not destroy Dangwon Palace. Then I went out to venture to Zhuanwang city of the Great Shang Dynasty. By chance, I encountered the 9 major sects recruiting disciples. It was at that time that I was taken to Jiutian sect by senior brother Lin Shui and others. Others did not quite understand what Qin Wentian said about returning to human body, but how could Mo Qingcheng not know? Although Qin Wentian said it calmly, he must have experienced countless storms, but she was not by his side. The one who showed off his power in Zhuanwang city is you." A person from the Purple Thunder sect shouted coldly, looking at Qin Wentian, making everyone look at him. Some time ago, the Sword sect went to Zhuanwang city and caused quite a stir. People from all 9 sects went there. My Purple Thunder sect was led by one of my uncles. During the battle at Zhuanwang Mansion, one person was particularly rampant and even killed several people from my Purple Thunder sect. He was then taken away by the Sword sect. The man didn't know the details. He heard his fellow disciples talking about this matter. At that time, they all hated themselves for not being in Zhuanwang city. They didn't expect to meet him here. The people from the Purple Thunder sect were already very unhappy with Qin Wentian. When they heard about this, they flashed a cold light and a faint pressure rushed towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and seeing the murderous intent in the other party's eyes, he said coldly, "On the martial arts arena, life and death are determined by fate. The Purple Thunder sect wanted to kill Qin, but died in my hands. They are incompetent." As soon as these words fell, everyone's eyes flashed with cold light and they were eager to fight. Qin Wentian actually said that the Purple Thunder sect was incompetent and deserved to die. It was a slap in their faces. How shameless. Beside the 100 victories arena, there are people who have won hundreds of victories in various realms. If you have the strength, do you want to challenge them? The Purple Thunder sect's strong man stared at Qin Wentian, his pupils glowing with lightning. "Who do you think you are? Do I, a disciple of the Sword sect, need to prove myself on the battlefield of your state? Don't forget who was the champion of the 9 major sects on the holy battle arena of the Imperial Holy Domain. You, the Purple Thunder sect, are like a dog that has lost its home." A young man from the Sword sect sarcastically said. The martial arts spirit of the Imperial Holy Domain is not only in the land of your state, but also in the entire Holy Domain. In the Imperial Holy Domain, the highest level arena is of course the Holy Battle Arena. On the Holy Battle Arena, the major superpowers of the Imperial Holy Domain often compete with each other, and even the disciples of the 9 major sects often fight on the holy battle arena. Once, when the disciples of the 9 major sects competed on the holy battle arena, the sword sect was the strongest, so the single soldier combat capability of the sword sect has always been considered the strongest. Many of those peerless geniuses who were famous in the imperial Holy Land and radiant with light also became famous on the holy war arena. They were invincible in the same realm in the holy war arena, and even in cross-border battles. They were truly peerless geniuses who swept away all enemies. When this person mentioned the holy war arena, many people in the Medicine Emperor Valley thought of those peerless geniuses again. Yikongfen of the Purple Thunder sect and Shang Tong of the Great Shang dynasty were not peerless geniuses, but second to them. In the eyes of these people in the Medicine Emperor Valley, only such people could be worthy of their saints. This was undoubtedly a provocation to the Purple Thunder sect. All the strong men of the Purple Thunder sect released their strong fighting spirit, looking at Qin Wentian and the person who spoke, and said coldly, "If you have the guts, you can go up and have a fight." Qin Wentian glanced around. The people of the Purple Thunder sect had repeatedly provoked him, and Yikongfen coveted Mo Qingcheng. Even clay people have tempers, let alone him. He looked at the person who spoke, who was at the 5th level of the Xiangang realm, and couldn't help but flash a look of contempt, and said, "You are not worthy of fighting with Qin. You." The man was furious and pointed his finger at Qin Wentian. After all, he was a genius in the Purple Thunder sect of the 9 major sects and was so proud. It was simply unbearable for Qin Wentian to show such a contemptuous attitude. However, his state of mind was also extraordinary. He suppressed his anger in an instant and said sarcastically, "I didn't expect that this Hanjian sect is actually a group of cowards. They are great at talking. Does my Hanjian sect need to prove something to your Purple Thunder sect?" Li Yuan took a sip of wine and also showed contempt. The people of the sword sect are guests, so they should not be rude. Yikongfen said lightly, and the man sneered, "That's right, don't let the guests lose face, especially in front of the saint. However, the saint of Yaohurong Valley is so charming, I thought the saint's lover should be a young genius, but I didn't expect." The man shook his head slightly and sighed, "What a pity." Qin Wentian heard this and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, but he saw Mo Qingcheng gently holding his hand. Turning back, Qin Wentian saw Mo Qingcheng showing him a gentle smile. Obviously, Mo Qingcheng didn't care about anyone's words and eyes. In her heart, Qin Wentian was once unmatched in Daxia, and today in the Royal Holy Land, he would stand out sooner or later. Moreover, even if Qin Wentian was really a mediocre person, so what? This was the person she loved the most. Turning her eyes, Mo Qingcheng looked at the people from the Purple Thunder sect, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. These people wanted to alienate her from Qin Wentian, and insulted Qin Wentian with the words, but they didn't know that they had violated a taboo and really annoyed her. "Princess, I will stay here until the injury of the human emperor gets better. In addition, I will ask people to ask for help from the seniors of the Medicine Emperor Valley. I can only disturb the princess more." Mo Qingcheng looked at Yi Lingshuang beside her and said lightly. After these words fell, Yi Lingshuang was overjoyed, and her heart was throbbing. She said, "Why did the saint say this? If so, Lingshuang is very grateful. Everyone in the Yi Kingdom will thank the saint for her kindness." At this time, Yi Lingshuang was shocked. It seemed that she still underestimated the status of Qin Wentian in Mo Qingcheng's heart. Yikongfen looked ugly, and glanced at the person who had just spoken, cold and piercing. His provocation to Qin Wentian caused Mo Qingcheng to make up her mind to help the human emperor. How could Yikongfen not understand that there was no hope for him to pursue the saint? Chapter 529, Meeting an Old Friend on the Battlefield. Mo Qingcheng's words made the atmosphere more tense. The people of the Purple Thunder sect were full of resentment, and they wished they could have a big fight with the people of the Sword sect on the spot. These disciples of the Sword sect were arrogant and looked down upon the others. Although the 9 sects all had conflicts and grudges, they were most upset with the people of the Sword sect. This person is really powerful. He has reached the 5th level of Xiangang, and his combat power is so terrible. At this time, Yi Lingshuang broke the silence and looked at the 100 Victories battle arena. There was a strong man who seemed to be covered with the golden light. Of course he is powerful. This person has cultivated the power of the indestructible golden body, and his defense is super strong. When he attacks, the runes are all over the sky, and the killing is terrible. Yikongfen smiled lightly. This person still can't find an opponent in today's battle on the 100 Victories battle arena. Everyone showed a strange look when they heard Jiutian's words, as if Jiutian was quite familiar with this person. This person has entered the Prince Qi's mansion. Sure enough, a person beside Jiutian said lightly, "Does anyone from the sword sect want to give it a try?" "No need to try, he will definitely lose in the next battle," Qin Wentian said calmly, and Jiutian flashed a contemptuous smile. He knew the strength of the golden-bodied young man very well, so how could he lose? Looking at the fighting stage, he saw a young man in a black robe and a slightly thin figure. This person gave people an extremely cold feeling all over his body. Just one look at him made people feel chilly, even though the aura permeating him was only the 4th level of the Xiangang realm. This person is probably quite dangerous, but he will definitely lose at the 4th level of the Xiangang realm. A strong man from the Purple Thunder sect said, and everyone looked over there. In the fighting battlefield, the sound of mountains and seas actually came to mind, causing Qin Wentian to flash a sharp edge. Since these two people have both entered the 100 Victories fighting stage, they are obviously celebrities in this fighting battlefield and have achieved a brilliant record of 100 victories. "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed," Qin Wentian responded coldly. Soon, the two of them started fighting. The golden-bodied young man was covered in golden light, and even a terrifying indestructible golden shadow appeared behind him. When he attacked, his palm power was so fierce that it seemed to smash the heaven and earth into pieces. It was extremely powerful. The black-robed young man did not confront him head-on, but just kept dodging, wandering between reality and illusion, with exquisite steps, and wisps of blood flashing and appearing, filling the battlefield. The golden-bodied young man's attack became more and more violent, as if he wanted to destroy the opponent. When his palm slapped out, the golden rune light turned into a huge palm print, crushing and annihilating everything in front of him. The violent storm attack made the black-robed young man retreat and dodge continuously, and he was even hit by the strong wind occasionally, spitting blood. "It seems that your vision is not very good. This is not a fight of the same level." The strong man of the Purple Thunder sect glanced at Qin Wentian and said sarcastically, "This duel is indeed not on the same level, and it's almost over." Qin Wentian's voice was as calm as ever, which made the man sneer again and again, "You are so stubborn. You still want to argue in such an obvious battle situation. I wonder if you will slap yourself after the battle is over." Qin Wentian looked at the other party and then spat out 2 words, "Idiot. You." No matter how strong the patience of the strong men of the Purple Thunder sect is, they can't stand Qin Wentian's provocations again and again. Moreover, the young man in black robes is already in a situation where he is bound to lose, but he still insists on confusing right and wrong. This makes them really want to beat Qin Wentian up on the spot. If it weren't for the saint girl here, people like you would have died countless times. The man's murderous intent flashed when he spoke. "I heard that the Purple Thunder sect is also one of the 9 major sects. After seeing you today, I didn't expect there are so many idiots. I am ashamed to be with you." Qin Wentian still had no temper and said calmly, but his words could drive people crazy. Even the people of Yaohuang Valley and Zhanjian sect didn't understand where Qin Wentian got the confidence from. It was obvious that the black-robed young man was at a disadvantage, but he was so sure that this man would win. "I hope the lover of the saint is not a person who can only show off his eloquence." The people of Yaohuang Valley sighed in their hearts. This Qin Wentian's eloquence is indeed powerful. He can anger people with just a few words, but if he doesn't have real strength, it will be really disappointing. "After this battle, I must slap you in the face." Seeing Qin Wentian insulting the Purple Thunder sect without any hesitation, a strong man of the Purple Thunder sect couldn't help but speak in public, and made a provocative voice bluntly, wanting to slap Qin Wentian in the face. Who asked this person to humiliate the Purple Thunder sect so much? Qin Wentian just glanced at the other party coldly, and then looked at the battle stage again. The golden-bodied young man's attack became more and more violent. Seeing that the battle was about to end, the people of the Purple Thunder sect had smiles on their faces, the strong men of the Sword sect frowned slightly, and the people of the Medicine Emperor Valley felt even more disappointed. Only Mo Qingchang believed Qin Wentian's judgment, not only because of her relationship with Qin Wentian, but also because she recognized a black-robed figure. Boom! The violent attack sound shook the battle stage. The golden-bodied young man was about to take the black-robed young man's life, but at this moment, no one noticed that the black-robed young man's eyes flashed with a dark and cold light. The next moment, The golden-bodied young man's attack stopped in the void, and then his face was ashen. Boom! The black-robed young man stepped on his feet and his palm was printed on his body. In an instant, the golden-bodied strong man's body seemed to dry up. He opened his eyes tightly and then fell on the battle stage, perishing on the spot. The strong man who had won hundreds of victories was killed by someone who surpassed his level. This is. Everyone in the crowd was shocked. The people of the sword sect showed their sharpness and looked at Qin Wentian in surprise. How could you be so confident and predict the situation of the battle? The people of the Medicine Emperor Valley also showed their sharpness. It seemed that Qin Wentian seemed to have some vision, not as they imagined. As for the people of the Purple Thunder sect, their faces were livid. The ending of this battle made them feel uncomfortable all over, and their faces felt hot. Thinking about the verbal confrontation just now, it was so ironic. Haha, it feels so good to be slapped in the face. You can shout, but why are you silent? Liu Yan laughed loudly. The strong men of the Purple Thunder sect felt uncomfortable. It was a great shame. Brother, why bother with a group of idiots? Isn't it a loss of status? Qin Wentian didn't even look at the people of the Purple Thunder sect at this time, but advised Liu Yan, but his words fell into the ears of the strong men of the Purple Thunder sect, which was even more harsh. Kong Fan, although they are guests today, they are so aggressive and humiliating us with words. This is intolerable. If my Purple Thunder sect does not show any reaction, it will make people laugh. A young man from the Purple Thunder sect, who was at the 5th level of the Xiangang realm, said coldly. It's really funny. It's obviously you who are self-righteous. You even said that you would slap my junior brother in the face after this battle. In the end, you were slapped in the face, but you bit back. Today, I have learned the power of the Purple Thunder sect. Liu Yan snorted coldly. It seems that what my junior brother said is right. We are all from the 9 major sects, but we are ashamed to be with these people. There is no point in arguing. Although you are guests today, since you have insulted our sect, then let's see who is right. Ye Kongfen was extraordinary. He was going to put aside everything and fight with the strong men of the sword sect. But before that, go and ask that person to come over. This person is very extraordinary. Ye Kongfen ordered his men. Yes, Prince. A man went to the direction of the fighting arena to invite the black-robed man. Although no one knew what means the black-robed man used, everyone saw that he killed a golden-bodied young man. Ye Kongfen naturally wanted to recruit him to replace the golden-bodied young man. The guards took the order and left. Not long after, they really invited the black-robed young man here. Seeing the black-robed young man up close, he found that his dark eyes were deep and unruly, and there was a terrible and dangerous chill, as if there was no life in his eyes, extremely cold. If someone with a weaker cultivation than him, I'm afraid his eyes would be enough to make people shudder. Your strength is very good. Are you interested in joining the royal family of my country? I can recommend you to my Purple Thunder sect. With your strength, you should be able to pass the assessment. Ye Kongfen said to the black-robed youth, but Ye Kongfen found that the other party did not look at him. His deep eyes looked at a position above him. Ye Kongfen frowned and looked in the direction of the black-robed youth's gaze. He saw that the person he was looking at was Qin Wentian. Why are you in your country? The black-robed youth asked Qin Wentian, and glanced at Mo Qingchang again, a little surprised. I am now in the sword sect. I came to your country this time because one of my senior sisters is the princess of your country. As for you, I didn't expect to meet you here. Qin Wentian said with some surprise. Daxia can't accommodate me anymore. The black-robed youth said calmly, but Qin Wentian didn't know how much trouble the black-robed youth had caused in Daxia during his absence. It was terrifying and he didn't know how many powerful people were chasing him. What are your plans for the future? Qin Wentian didn't ask much, and asked calmly. In the future. The black-robed man thought for a moment. After Lu Min died, I no longer have any concerns in my heart. In the future, I will follow you. Qin Wentian showed a strange color, and sympathy surged in his heart. Thinking of the crying girl outside the great Xia ancient dynasty that day, he sighed secretly. He didn't expect that Mu Feng's only relative would also encounter such an ending. This god is really too cruel to Mu Feng. This black-robed young man is the evil genius Mu Feng on the great Xia fate list, the disciple of the Poison King. In the past, Emperor Feng incarnated Qin Wentian and killed her family. Mu Feng almost poisoned Qin Wentian to revenge. Later, after the matter was made clear, Qin Wentian did not kill Mu Feng, but found the real murderer Di Feng to avenge him. At that time, Mu Feng said that his life was given by Qin Wentian. Later, he followed Emperor Yan's body and Yun Mengai and others into the Great Xia Ancient Imperial Mausoleum. Mu Feng, he led the way to the inheritance of the Blood Emperor, but now he has come to Yi country. Chapter 530 in Acts. The reason why Qin Wentian was confident in Mu Feng was naturally because of his ability to poison. He had witnessed Mu Feng killing people without knowing it, and he himself had been poisoned by Mu Feng. On the battle stage of the Destiny ranking that year, Si Qiang was so powerful that his fighting power was obviously stronger than Mu Feng. However, although he won, he paid a heavy price and was almost poisoned by Mu Feng. This was a man who could scare people. Even people who were obviously much stronger than him could easily die in his hands, especially when they didn't know what kind of power he was good at. Moreover, Mu Feng's temperament became colder and colder after his great change. He also successfully walked out of the inheritance of the Blood Emperor, which would only make him stronger. Therefore, Qin Wentian saw that although Mu Feng was at the bottom and was suppressed everywhere, he still thought that the other party was afraid that he would die in Mu Feng's hands. In fact, it was true. In the end, Mu Feng killed the other party and escaped unscathed. Hearing Mu Feng say that the girl who dragged him back then was also dead, Qin Wentian could only sigh in his heart, nodded gently and said, "Okay, then you will follow me in the future." Mu Feng did not say much, and quietly walked behind Qin Wentian, like a shadow. If you don't pay attention, he seems to be non-existent. Yi Kongfen never thought that such a situation would occur. He originally planned to recruit Mu Feng, but the other party didn't even bother to pay attention to him, but wanted to follow Qin Wentian, who had just made a grudge with him. There is no doubt that this made Yi Kongfen hate Qin Wentian even more. The people of his Hanjian sect and Yaohurong Valley were also slightly shocked. They didn't expect that the handsome young man next to Mo Qingcheng had such a side. His cultivation seemed to be only at the peak of the 4th level of Xiangang realm. A person like Mu Feng didn't even consider Yi Kongfen's invitation, but planned to follow him. This forced them to re-examine Qin Wentian. The saint of Yaohurong Valley, Mo Qingcheng, loved him deeply, and the people of his Hanjian sect also knew that there was an equally beautiful kinger beside Qin Wentian. Yiling Shuang thought of Qin Wentian's 14 swords in 5 days, and connected all these. She thought to herself that perhaps none of them, the brothers and sisters, really understood Qin Wentian. What kind of deeds did he have in that wild daksha? This made Qin Wentian gradually seem a little mysterious in their hearts. After all, a woman like Mo Qingcheng, with her beauty, would definitely be the center of attention without the status of the Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley, and a terrible person like Mu Feng, no matter what relationship he had with Qin Wentian, he was willing to follow Qin Wentian, and the sword sect sent so many strong men to Zhuanwang City, including senior brother Lin Shui and an important elder under the seat of Lingshan's sword master, but they only took 2 people back, one was Kinger and the other was Qin Wentian. Is there a hidden story behind this? How was Mo Qingcheng seriously injured at the beginning, and who sent her to Medicine Emperor Valley, so that Medicine Emperor paid so much attention to her and treated her injuries personally? It is said that Medicine Emperor spent a lot of vitality. Who has such a big face? After all, Mo Qingcheng, who was seriously injured and dying, could not see any talent. It can only be said that the person who sent her to Yaohurong Valley was extraordinary. Yiling Shuang was not a stupid person. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she felt. She took a deep look at Qin Wentian beside her. Many people in the sword sect were extraordinary people, so they naturally thought that their junior brother seemed to be a little different. But the people of the Purple Thunder sect would not think so much. At this time, they only felt ashamed, especially in the situation where they had the advantage today, but they were so embarrassed. This was something they could not accept. Yi Kongfen's pupils were cold, and a figure stood up beside him. Qin Wentian and others immediately stared at him. Everyone. With a loud shout, this person's voice was like thunder, shaking the vast battlefield, and countless eyes gathered and stared at the young man. Lei Yan, the 5th level of Xiangang, has a balanced attack and defense, and is very strong. If he challenges you, you must not fight. Yiling Shuang sent a voice message to Qin Wentian, which made Qin Wentian's expression slightly moved. It seems that his senior sister is now trying to distance herself from him. Although he understands that Yiling Shuang has something to ask for, he will not mind. After all, no matter who is facing the situation of his father being seriously injured, it is impossible to remain indifferent. I am Lei Yan from the Purple Thunder sect. Seeing that there are many heroes in the battlefield of Yi country, Although I am from the Purple Thunder sect, I also want to help you. I am going to invite a strong man from the Sword sect to compete with you. What do you think? Lei Yan said loudly. In an instant, the entire battlefield was boiling, and the sound of mountains and tsunamis came overwhelmingly, completely drowning the battlefield. The 9 major sects have always been fiercely competitive, but the battles between them are not so easy to witness. Only the holy battle arena in the Royal Holy Land can often be seen, otherwise it depends on luck. At this moment, Lei Yan opened his mouth to invite a strong man from the Sword sect to fight, which is of course exciting. It has always been rumored in the Royal Sacred Domain that the people of the Sword sect have the strongest individual combat ability among the 9 sects. Today, the people of the Purple Thunder sect took the initiative to invite them to fight. You have to watch carefully. The people of the Sword sect frowned, and cold light shot out from their pupils. The people of the Purple Thunder sect directly announced the challenge in public, forcing them to fight. If they don't fight, they will be ridiculed. They, the Sword sect, dare not fight the provocation of the Purple Thunder sect. Brother Qin, I, Lei Yan, have already experienced your mouth skills. It is really amazing. But is the strength of your hands as powerful as your mouth? Lei Yan looked back at Qin Wentian beside Mo Qingchen. Sure enough, he wanted to challenge him, because the culprit who embarrassed the people of the Purple Thunder sect today was Qin Wentian, the young man next to the saint. The crowd became more and more excited when they saw Qin Wentian. This person seemed to have a special relationship with the saint of Yaohuang Valley. He was also a disciple of the Sword sect. How could he not be expected? My junior brother has reached the 4th level of Xiangang, and you have reached the 5th level of Xiangang. You are not ashamed to challenge him. Why don't you challenge me? Liu Yan looked at Lei Yan with a smile and said sarcastically. Haha, Lei knows that I am a little bit wrong, but Brother Qin's mouth is too poisonous. Lei has to ask for advice. As for you, don't worry. Someone from my Purple Thunder sect will challenge you. Lei Yan's words made everyone more excited. It seems that there will be more than one battle today. Qin Wentian looked up at Lei Yan, smiled contemptuously, and said, the loser dies. How about that? As soon as these words came out, many people took a breath of cold air. It was really arrogant. The loser dies. Lei Yan provoked him, and he responded with the simplest 4 words. This kind of courage is amazing. He is worthy of being a member of the Sword sect, which is known as the sect with the strongest single soldier combat ability. Lei Yan's heart trembled because of Qin Wentian's words. He stared at those eyes and saw that Qin Wentian's eyes were deep and clear. There was a strong confidence in that contemptuous smile, as if he could kill him as long as he dared to nod. Boom! A monstrous thunder and lightning power filled the air. Lei Yan's figure flashed and he walked forward. He hovered above the base Hundao battle arena and pointed at Qin Wentian. If you don't lend me the magic weapons and treasures, the loser will die. The reason why he said he would not lend me the magic weapons and treasures was that he was worried that Qin Wentian would cheat and possess the killing magic weapons that could kill him in an instant. Without the magic weapons, he didn't believe that Qin Wentian could defeat him. Lei Yan, if you really have the courage to fight, get out. Lei Yan said violently, with an arrogant look. A lightning dragon was hovering over his body, which was extremely terrifying. Junior brother, his attack power is very strong. Liu Yan saw Qin Wentian stand up and reminded him. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded gently. A light flashed, and a large axe appeared in his hand. He said calmly, this axe is an ordinary weapon. Should it be usable? The people of the Purple Thunder sect sensed that this axe was indeed an ordinary weapon, so they did not speak. Qin Wentian walked out with a flashing figure, holding a large axe. With every step he took, Lei Yan could feel a faint pressure. Gravity. Lei Yan's heart moved, and in an instant, the gravity martial arts will descended on Qin Wentian. However, Qin Wentian had already gotten used to the supergravity during the trial of Gravity Mountain, and the opponent's gravity martial arts will could no longer affect him. At this moment, countless eyes stared at the 2 people in the void. The people of the Medicine Emperor Valley also attached great importance to this battle. They wanted to see how strong the confidence of the man who captured the heart of the saint was. Qin Wentian stepped out step by step, and there seemed to be an invisible pressure spreading out. Lei Yan's body was covered with a layer of rock armor, and the lightning was shining and crystal clear. This kind of defense, even if the opponent hid him, it would probably be difficult to break for a while. The Sword sect claims to have the strongest combat power, which is ridiculous. They are so arrogant after just one battle. Today, I will show you how ridiculous the so-called strongest individual combat power is. Lei Yan rushed out and shouted angrily. In an instant, a thunder dragon appeared in the void and turned into a crystal-clear and sharp long-iron sword. It penetrated the void and went towards Qin Wentian to kill. What a strong attack! Everyone's eyes flashed, and the people of the Purple Thunder sect sneered. This was Lei Yan's long-iron swordsmanship, which had extremely terrible destructive power. Each sword was indestructible and extremely difficult to destroy. Qin Wentian raised his hand, and the power of martial arts bloomed. A cold light shot out from his brows and rushed into the opponent's mind, and then he chopped out with a big axe. The axe seemed ordinary, just like a random swing to chop down a tree, but the moment the axe fell, everything in the way was destroyed. The indestructible long-iron sword was split in half like a tree, splitting to the side, while the axe continued to chop forward, and a flash of axe light flashed past. A crisp sound of click was heard, and Qin Wentian put away the axe after chopping it. The crowd looked at Lei Yan again, only to see his body tremble twice, a bloodline appeared, and his body fell to the ground. With one axe, just like chopping down a tree, Lei Yan's life was directly cut off. Chapter 531, Purple Thunder Sect Genius. Lei Yan's body fell to the ground, without a single breath of life. His blood dyed the fighting arena red. One axe, just one axe, an ordinary axe, but a terrifying axe. This axe didn't just chop down a tree, but took the life of a young warrior from the Purple Thunder sect. Qin Wentian's power was too strong now. After being tempered by the gravity mountain, his body was getting closer to perfection. Every time he swung his axe, he could mobilize the strength of his whole body. In addition, his star force was superior to others, and his martial arts had achieved strength. Although it looked like just one axe, the power contained in it would only be known if he confronted him head-on. The hearts of the Purple Thunder sect members trembled. Looking at the corpse on the fighting battlefield, their faces could no longer be described as livid. There was no trace of blood at all. Not long ago, Lei Yan declared war in public, arrogantly and unruly, and made bold statements, saying that he wanted to let people see that Qin Wentian was only good at talking, and that he wanted people to see clearly that the single soldier ability of the sword sect was the strongest was just a ridiculous statement. These bold statements seemed to be still fresh in their ears, but this axe was more than just a slap in the face. If this was a slap in the face, then the people of the Purple Thunder sect felt that their faces were swollen. The strong men of the sword sect were also stunned, but then they were relieved. The person who was personally greeted by senior brother Lin Shui and the elders was naturally extraordinary. Thinking of everything about Qin Wentian not long ago, they already knew that this junior brother was not an ordinary person, but this axe still gave them a big shock. Although they believed that Qin Wentian would win, they did not expect that he would win so arrogantly and unscrupulously. With one axe, he killed Lei Yan. The people in Medicine Emperor Valley could not help but be slightly surprised. Their eyes were sharp. It seemed that the young man that the saint liked was indeed extraordinary, but it was a pity that his realm was a little low. Their saint had refined a 5th-level elixir and was deeply favored by the Medicine Emperor. As for the people of Yi country around the battlefield, they had only one thought in their minds. The sword sect was known to have the strongest single-soldier combat ability, and it was not a lie. It was really that abnormal. No wonder there have been rumors that entering the sword sect almost gave you a chance to enter the Imperial Saint sect. After a few years of training in the sword sect, you can definitely enter the Imperial Saint sect. But for Qin Wentian, killing Lei Yan was just an ordinary thing. He had been despised so many times over the years, and how many people who died in his hands were called monsters, he himself couldn't remember. Qin Wentian didn't take Lei Yan seriously. If the other party hadn't provoked him by name, he wouldn't even take action. But now he was a disciple of the sword sect after all, and it was impossible for him to damage the reputation of the sword sect in his hands. Turning his eyes, Qin Wentian looked towards the crowd of people from the Purple Thunder sect and said calmly, "The Purple Thunder sect's people are much better at talking than they are at being strong." These words were like rubbing salt into the Purple Thunder sect's wounds. If you think about it carefully, Lei Yan made bold statements before the battle, but Qin Wentian didn't say much. He just said lightly, "The loser dies." Now, when you think back to Qin Wentian's casual words, you can see how confident and arrogant he was. Qin is at the 4th level of the Xiangang realm. The people of the Purple Thunder sect like to challenge me so much? Anyone below the 6th level of the Xiangang realm can come and learn from me, including those at the 6th level of the Xiangang realm. Qin Wentian said lightly. This time, the words once again stirred up a storm, causing countless people to tremble. Junior brother Qin is crazy. Yiling Shuang's expression changed slightly. Although Qin Wentian's fighting ability was indeed very strong, and she had also witnessed the power of that axe, the Purple Thunder sect was one of the 9 major sects after all. Among Yi Kongfan's group, there were several very talented people whose cultivation was exactly the 6th level of the Xiangang realm. They were the best in that realm, and their fighting power was terrible. Qin Wentian actually dared to fight across 2 realms. In Yiling Shuang's opinion, Qin Wentian's decision was too bold. How presumptuous. The people of the Purple Thunder sect were livid, and they all burst into anger at Qin Wentian's provocation. A flash of cold light flashed in Yi Kongfan's eyes, and then he said indifferently, I respect Brother Qin's extraordinary fighting ability, but as people from the same 9 major sects, my junior brother Lei Yan and your brothers from the Zhanjian sect are all guests. Even though you are stronger than him in fighting ability, you killed him directly without mercy. It's a bit too cruel. If I, Yi Kongfan, don't give an explanation to my master, I'm afraid I will not escape punishment. How ridiculous. Your people from the Purple Thunder sect are rude, arrogant, and murderous. Lei Yan's arrogance is still vivid in my mind. Yi Kongfan, you are really insidious. Li Yuan would not give Yi Kongfan face and directly expose his words. Let me say the following words for you. Although my Purple Thunder sect disciples are already at the 6th level of the Xiangang realm and bully you, it's unbearable, but in order to avenge junior brother Lei Yan, my Purple Thunder sect will also accept this unbearable name. Yi Kongfan's face changed slightly. This was indeed what he wanted to express next. Unexpectedly, Li Yuan from the Zhanjian sect spoke first. Just now, Qin Wentian killed Lei Yan with 1 axe. Yi Kongfan knew that it would be unlikely for someone at the 5th level of Xiangang to defeat or kill Qin Wentian. They didn't even see how strong Qin Wentian really was, so it would take a 6th level Xiangang expert to take action. But it was only a moment. Yi Kongfan's expression returned to normal, and he smiled lightly and said, that's right, even if I lost some face, it doesn't matter. I have to get it back in this battle. If you want revenge next time, you can continue to challenge my Purple Thunder sect's strong men. After Yi Kongfan finished speaking, he looked at the person next to him and said softly, Junior brother Tan, I'm afraid you need to fight for the sect. Yi Kongfan, what you did is a bit despicable. Yiling Shuang's expression changed slightly, looking at Yi Kongfan and said, Tan Feng of the Purple Thunder sect has cultivated to the 6th level of Xiangang and also has Yang Su, which is attached to lightning and has amazing destructive power. Coupled with his lightning martial arts will, flame martial arts will, blood martial arts will, and gold martial arts will, the attack power is unbearable for people of the 7th level of Xiangang. Don't you think it's shameful for you to let him deal with my junior brother who has just entered the 4th level of Xiangang? Qin Wentian understood that Yiling Shuang's words were indeed angry, but they were also a reminder to Qin Wentian. Sensing Tan Feng's strength and his martial arts will, if Qin Wentian felt pressured, no one would say anything even if he refused to fight. After all, the two were not at the same level. If he hadn't said that, I wouldn't have done that. Yi Kongfan said lightly, the Sword sect and the Purple Thunder sect belong to the same 9 sects. My Purple Thunder sect's junior brother Lei Yan died on the stage, and we have no complaints. But you, the Sword sect, want to take back what you said easily. So can I take back Lei Yan's words that the loser dies, so as to hold him accountable for killing my junior brother? Of course, since he is a guest, if he is willing to kneel down and apologize in front of my junior brother Lei Yan's body, I, Yi Kongfan, am willing to take responsibility for this matter. Yi Kongfan's voice still seemed calm. His words were obviously specious, but they were irrefutable. After all, Qin Wentian himself had said that first. Now, I'm afraid he is in a dilemma, everyone thought secretly. Hypocrisy. Qin Wentian looked at Yi Kongfan. This man used his junior brother to kill Lei Yan, but he didn't feel sad. Otherwise, how could he be so calm? I'm afraid that in Yi Kongfan's eyes, Lei Yan was just a chess piece. Now his chess piece has been replaced by Tan Feng, who is used to kill him. How could Qin Wentian not understand Yi Kongfan's thoughts on Mo Qingcheng? Before, the two sides did not tear each other apart. Yi Kongfan tried his best to pretend. Now, he can't wait to get rid of himself. He knows that he will never kneel down to Lei Yan, so he must go through this battle. According to Yiling Shuang, Tan Feng is obviously very powerful and has Yang Su, which must be the power of blood. If you want to fight, come out. Qin Wentian's blood was boiling. The Purple Thunder sect was one of the 9 major sects. The genius of the Purple Thunder sect was naturally very powerful. Although he was confident in himself, he did not dare to be blindly arrogant. Therefore, he was ready to use the power of his blood. If Tan Feng was really strong enough, he would fully unleash the ancient demon blood to kill him. He actually accepted the challenge. The crowd was a little shocked. That was a strong man of the 6th level of Xiangang in the Purple Thunder sect, and it was Tan Feng. The people of the Sword sect had heard of Tan Feng's name. Tan Feng stood up, his eyes were particularly cold, and when he stared into his eyes, he could smell a trace of danger. With a flash of his figure, Tan Feng approached Qin Wentian like a ghost, at an extremely fast speed. He did not say a word, but a violent and dangerous blood power emanated from his body. The air around him seemed to make a hissing sound. His eyes were dark and red, as if there was a black flame, burning people's eyes. They are all martial arts wills of the realm of transformation. Qin Wentian felt the strength of the other party's martial arts will from his pupils, which was definitely not inferior to his own. Tan Feng continued to move forward silently, raised his palm, and the space around him was full of terrible danger. He slapped his palm out, and without any sound, a palm force hit Qin Wentian, branded with a black palm print with the color of magma. Qin Wentian still chopped out with an axe, and hit the palm print. In an instant, a loud bang was heard, and the airflow of destruction danced wildly. The palm print suddenly expanded and became larger, filled with bright blood red, surrounded by lightning, and crushed away. Qin Wentian raised his axe again, his blood boiling, and great power was hidden in his arms. He suddenly chopped it out, and there was a sound of puffing. The palm print was split by him, but the destructive power was not reduced at all, and it still rushed towards Qin Wentian. Bang! The shadows changed, and Qin Wentian's figure disappeared directly, and appeared in the sky. The palm print went forward and blasted into the distance. Tan Feng was only surprised by Qin Wentian's instant movement for a moment, and his figure immediately rushed up to the sky. With a palm, a huge light curtain appeared above the sky. It was clearly pitch black, but it was like blood light, covering the sky. The Great Destruction palm print, Senior Brother Tan Feng is getting stronger and stronger. The strong men of the Purple Thunder sect showed their edge. They knew Tan Feng's strength. Ordinary people of the 7th level of Xiangang would die in his hands, let alone Qin Wentian of the 4th level of Xiangang. Qin Wentian shouted coldly, and a Wuming Xiangang appeared. It was the Star Soul Sky Hammer. It shone terribly in an instant. He held the Sky Hammer in his hand and stepped towards the Great Destruction palm. He waved the Wuming Xiangang hammer and struck violently, as if all the power was contained in it. Bang! The destructive airflow became wild. The Wuming Xiangang fell down, and the Great Destruction palm seal was still there, which showed how powerful this method was. Seeing that the destructive airflow was about to submerge him, Qin Wentian used Dao's Huanxingyi again and broke away at the moment when the palm seal was annihilated. Qin Wentian's body stood at a higher place. Sure enough, we can't underestimate the geniuses of the major sects. The magical powers of the Purple Thunder sect must be amazingly powerful. The destructive power of this palm seal is extremely terrifying. Qin Wentian sighed in his heart. Tan Feng must be a very powerful figure in the Purple Thunder sect. Ye Kongfen sneered repeatedly in his eyes. He was very clear about Tan Feng's strength. If they were suppressed at the same level, he would not be much stronger than Tan Feng. Tan Feng's use of the will of martial arts was very terrifying, and it could exert superpower when integrated into the magical powers. Chapter 532 Losing Face. Tan Feng looked up and stared at Qin Wentian in the sky. This kind of instant teleportation ability was really powerful. At that moment, Qin Wentian's speed was so fast that he couldn't catch up with him. Can you only run away? Tan Feng said coldly, his blood surging, the hot airflow dancing around him, and the red and black light made people feel extremely dangerous. Tan Feng was also depressed at this time. He was good at attacking, and Qin Wentian's super dodging ability would be better restricted by a controlling star soul, and then killed, but a martial arts cultivator could not be perfect, unless he cultivated to the realm of omniscience. He could have 6 or even 7 or 8 star souls, and his ability would become more and more perfect. Escape. Qin Wentian looked at Tan Feng. You are not the only one who possesses the power of blood. As soon as Qin Wentian finished speaking, his body was filled with a monstrous blood light. A terrifying demonic aura swept between heaven and earth, forming a terrifying demonic torrent around Qin Wentian's body. A terrifying light appeared between his eyebrows, and the whole person became extremely demonic. The deep and strange eyes made people feel deeply in awe, which was the temperament of a king. Let me see how strong the genius of the 6th level of the Xiangang realm of the Purple Thunder sect is. Qin Wentian's hand appeared with a spear, and the terrifying light flowed on the spear. Tanfeng stared at the figure in the void, and he felt a strong sense of threat. He stretched out his palms, and in an instant, Tanfeng's palms and body turned golden. The golden light attached to his body, making his defense strong and revealing a terrifying sharp breath. The whole person was covered with a layer of golden armor. Then, the blood-colored light of his outstretched palms, which was intertwined with red and black, reappeared, revealing a stream of blood evil spirit. Buzz! Qin Wentian rushed out into the air with a terrifying pressure. The light flowing on his body made people deeply awed. The long spear broke through the air silently, exceeding the speed of sound, and killed Tanfeng. This shot was so steady, but it made people feel terrified, as if it was a fatal shot. Great destruction palm print. Tanfeng raised his left palm and blasted it out directly. A huge palm print directly blocked the way forward for the long spear. A crisp sound of puffing was heard. The long spear fell, and the great destruction palm print had cracks, and then it suddenly collapsed. An extremely dangerous airflow flowed in the void. Tanfeng's palm did not stop at all. He knew that the great destruction palm print might not be able to stop the opponent's spearmanship. A trace of blood-colored mark appeared on his palm, and terrible bloodlines appeared. A puffing sound was heard. The blood-colored palm print actually resisted the attack of the long spear. Tanfeng only felt that the blood-colored mark was constantly being peeled off and destroyed, and his arm had a terrible shattering force. But he didn't care. He swung his right palm and grabbed Qin Wentian. A raging sword energy raged out. Qin Wentian's left hand suddenly swung out, like a terrible sword swinging, colliding with the opponent's palm. The two separated in an instant. Qin Wentian felt a destructive black blood force rushing into his arm and corroding his arm. It was the power of Yangtze integrated into the will of blood martial arts. It was extremely corrosive and destructive, but Tanfeng was the same. His arm trembled slightly, obviously very uncomfortable. Tanfeng's strength was obviously stronger than the Xiangang 6th layer people Qin Wentian had met before, especially in terms of attack. Erosion. Tanfeng's eyes were cold. As soon as he finished speaking, a black blood seemed to break out of his body and enveloped Qin Wentian. Not good. The people of the sword sect changed their expressions slightly. They could all feel the destructive power contained in this power. This kind of power might corrode and destroy people directly. But Qin Wentian's body did not retreat. It seemed that a third eye opened between his eyebrows, and the terrifying martial arts will rushed into the opponent's mind. Enter the dream. Qin Wentian shouted coldly. Tanfeng closed his eyes at this moment, biting his lips tightly to keep himself awake. At the same time, he waved his fingers forward, and a black blood python coiled out and pounced on Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's whole body was shrouded by the dangerous power, as if there was nowhere to escape. Roar. A terrifying roar was heard, and a terrifying monster appeared. It was huge and was an emperor demon. He appeared directly behind Qin Wentian, hugged Qin Wentian directly, and rushed forward. The corrosive attack power fell on the emperor demon. However, this was Qin Wentian's Wuming Xiangang. Without life, how could he be afraid of this destructive and corrosive power? At the same moment, Tanfeng also opened his Wuming Xiangang. 4 Wuming Xiangang burst out at the same time, a flame demon, a blood python, a thunder giant and a golden sword. Kill. Tanfeng closed his eyes, raised his hand again, and grabbed the emperor demon. The brilliant thunder and fire airflow became wild, trying to blow up the void and prevent Qin Wentian from getting close to him. Qin Wentian slapped his palms, and the Xiangang King's sword broke through everything. An unparalleled sword power swept out and stabbed into the air below. The buzzing sword sound surrounded the sky and earth, tearing everything apart. Qin Wentian stepped out and stepped directly on the king's sword, and the sword energy swept out. Tanfeng dodged his body and blasted out with his palms wildly. The violent airflow flooded the void, but Qin Wentian stepped down step by step, with a fierce killing intention. The wild storm seemed to tear everything apart. The golden sword collided with a black king's sword, but Qin Wentian took another step down, and a crisp sound of click was heard. The golden sword actually cracked. Tanfeng groaned and his face turned pale. Qin Wentian's Wuming Xiangang was actually stronger than his. You know, his realm is higher than Qin Wentian, and the Wuming Xiangang he tempered should be more perfect. Qin Wentian stepped down again, and the crack expanded. The supreme sword energy rushed directly into Tan Feng's body. His blood burst out crazily, and the star soul bloomed. Under this sword intent, he would be destroyed sooner or later. Buzz! The golden sword Wuming Xiangang was retracted, and the thunder giant and the flame demon rushed out crazily. The blood python fought against the emperor demon. Tan Feng rushed towards Qin Wentian at all costs. His palm slapped out crazily. The palm print born from the fusion only had the intention of destruction, destroying everything. Kill! The 7 killing sword technique completely erupted. Tan Feng groaned, and blood appeared at the corners of his mouth. All the power and means he had blasted out were annihilated and destroyed in an instant. The destructive sword energy raged in his body, causing a deep fear to emerge in his eyes. Get out of the way! The sharp sword blasted towards the opponent's Wuming Xiangang. Qin Wentian held a spear and shot out again like a ray of light. At this moment, Tan Feng's mind was completely destroyed. Then there was a slight sound, and the spear was unstoppable and pierced directly into his forehead. The destructive power raging in the void gradually dissipated, and Wuming Xiangang returned to its position. The crowd looked at the sky above the battlefield. Qin Wentian stood proudly in the void, and the spear broke into Tan Feng's eyebrows, which was shocking. He was at the 4th level of Xiangang, and he killed Tan Feng, a genius of the 6th level of Xiangang of the Purple Thunder sect. This record was terrifying. Puff! Qin Wentian pulled out his spear, and Tan Feng's body fell to the ground. A genius fell on the battlefield of Yegao. All the people of Zili sect stood up, their faces were livid. They never thought that the final battle would be like this. Qin Wentian was so powerful that he could kill Tan Feng. This kind of fighting power is really amazing. The people of the sword sect were also somewhat shocked and somewhat relieved. These 2 battles undoubtedly announced the strength of their sword sect and proved themselves by stepping on the faces of the people of the Purple Thunder sect. What other reasons do you have? Qin Wentian pointed his spear at Yikongfen. He killed 2 people in succession, including Tan Feng, who was at the 6th level of Xiangang. Could Yikongfen still be so high-sounding? Yikongfen's face was ashen. He was afraid that he would have to explain to his master about Tan Feng's death. What made him even more angry was that in front of so many people, Tan Feng died at the hands of the disciples of the sword sect, and they were the ones who provoked first. This disciple of the sword sect was also someone that Mo Qingchang liked. There was a deep murderous intent in his eyes. If possible, he even wanted to kill Qin Wentian himself. However, he knew that the people of the sword sect would obviously not let such a thing happen. He could only hide the murderous intention in his heart. Qin Wentian could naturally sense the murderous intent in the hearts of the people from the Purple Thunder sect. He sneered and said, "Don't continue to challenge the people from my sword sect. You are really unworthy." After that, Qin Wentian put away his spear, his figure flashed, and he headed towards the stands. When he arrived at the stands, several people from the Purple Thunder sect stepped out with murderous aura, but the people from the sword sect all showed cold light and stood up. Duan Han said coldly, "Are you going to tear your faces apart if you can't win the challenge? The Purple Thunder sect is really eye-opening. How could it be? It's just that the death of our fellow disciples made us angry." Yikongfen said coldly, waved his hand, and everyone immediately retreated. Qin Wentian continued to stroll, as if no one was around. He walked to Mo Qingchang and whispered, "Qingchang, although the battlefield is quite exciting, some people here are too disappointing. Let's go." "Okay." Mo Qingchang naturally listened to Qin Wentian. She stood up and walked side by side with Qin Wentian, which shocked countless people in the battlefield. It seemed that the relationship between the saint of Yaohuang Valley and this disciple of his Hanjian sect was unusual. The disciples of his Hanjian sect sneered, glanced at the people of Zili sect, and then went back. The strong men of Yaohuang Valley followed Mo Qingchang, and soon, only Yikongfen and his group were left here. Today, he wanted to show himself, but the ending was just the opposite. He lost face and was extremely embarrassed in front of so many people. "Kongfen, I swear not to be a human if I don't take revenge." A young strong man of Zili sect was cold and murderous. Yikongfen clenched his fist slightly, his eyes were cold and sharp, and there was a monstrous killing thought in his heart. The most embarrassing person today was his master. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533 Human Emperor. In the palace of the Emperor, in the luxurious bedroom, the Emperor lay flat on the dragon bed. The Emperor of Yi country, even though he was lying there quietly at this moment, had a sense of majesty. There were a few strands of silver in his black hair, which was particularly conspicuous. His eyes were open, revealing a sense of fatigue, but on that majestic face, there was a faint smile at this moment, looking at the beautiful woman standing beside him. He knew that this person was the saint of Yaohuang Valley. If your country had not had some friendship with Yaohuang Valley in the past, this hidden sect would probably not have sent the saint to come in person. Few people in the outside world knew the power of Yaohuang Valley. They did not ask about external affairs, but because they were good at refining pills and medicines, people from major sects did not want to offend Yaohuang Valley. However, what surprised the Emperor was that the person standing next to the saintess was a young man. This young man was handsome and extraordinary. As the Emperor of Yi country, he had seen countless people in his life. He could vaguely feel that this boy was probably not an ordinary person. Standing in the majestic ancient palace, the Emperor's bedroom, he could be calm and even look directly at him, as if he was just treating him as an ordinary injured person. Even though he was seriously injured now, he was still majestic. His eyes could make the younger generation tremble with fear. "Father, this is Qin Wentian, a junior brother of mine who just joined the sect. On his first day in this Hanjian sect, he unleashed 14 swords in front of this Hanjian sect's thatched cottage, breaking the 7 and 14 swords records. Many elders rushed to accept him as a disciple, and even the Maishan sword master personally invited him, but was rejected by junior brother Qin." Yi Lingshuang sat on the bed and said to his father with a smile. The Emperor nodded slightly. Of course he knew about the legend of this Hanjian sect's thatched cottage unleashing swords. The old witch of Maishan sword master is very proud. Brother Qin refused her invitation to be his disciple in public. The young are really formidable, Yi Wang said with a smile, which shocked the people of the sword sect. Only the emperors of ancient countries or the patriarchs of large clans dared to call the Maishan sword master an old witch. Junior brother Qin and the saint girl are a perfect match. Yi Lingshuang held the hand of the emperor and smiled. Although she was sad, she always smiled brightly in front of the emperor. The emperor was not surprised. In fact, the saint girl came in for a second diagnosis for him. Seeing the intimacy between the two, Yi Lingshuang's first sentence made him guess their relationship. It must be because the saint girl considered that Qin Wentian was the junior brother of his daughter, Yi Lingshuang, that she was willing to come for another diagnosis. It is indeed a match made in heaven, the emperor said with a smile. He was not flattering. What kind of person was he? The emperor of Yi country, who is omnipotent in the world, would not flatter others even if he really faced a life and death decision. It was just that looking at the perfect couple in front of him, he thought of how frivolous he was when he was young. "Biao, do you still remember the colorful phoenix feather dress?" The human emperor looked at a beautiful woman beside him, who was his first wife, the Queen of Yi. "Remember, the two of us went to the Taiao Mountains, killed a sub-phoenix, took its wings, and refined it into a magic weapon," the Queen of Yi said with a smile. "Give it to the saint, as a gift for their future marriage, how about it?" The human emperor said to the queen. "Senior human emperor." Qin Wentian was a little frightened, and just wanted to refuse, but heard the human emperor say, "Although I am on the verge of despair, I have obtained so many treasures. This magic weapon is not for you, but for your future wife. How can you refuse it?" Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and then nodded. "In that case, thank you, senior human emperor." He was not a hypocritical person. Since the human emperor said so, he had to accept it frankly. Mo Qingchang's beautiful eyes flickered, and seeing Qin Wentian agreed, she didn't say anything. A moment later, the queen came with a brocade box in her hands. Inside was a dazzling 7-color magic weapon garment, shining with starlight, yet as thin as nothing, and faintly transparent. This magic weapon was made by the people of the divine craftsman that the human emperor asked to give to the queen as a token of love. After that, the human emperor and the queen got married and became a couple. This gift is of great significance. A concubine of the human emperor next to her said with a smile. The human emperor obviously hoped that the young couple in front of him would become a couple in the future. Mo Qingchang glanced at Qin Wentian beside her, with a hint of sweetness in her beautiful eyes. She took the treasure and said gratefully, "Thank you, human emperor and queen. Haha, you have come all the way here to treat a dying man like me, and you are Ling Shuang's junior brother. With such a fate, a mere small gift means nothing." The human emperor smiled indifferently, but his voice was faintly weak, as if he was lacking in energy. He was poisoned by blood poison. At this time, a voice came. Qin Wentian's expression was slightly condensed. He turned his head and looked at Mu Feng behind him. He said, "Mu Feng, do you know this poison? Blood poison has the strongest latent ability, but once it is triggered, its toxicity is also the most terrible. It hides in the blood. Once it is triggered, the blood will flow through the whole body. Every part of the body will be contaminated with this poison. There is no cure. It is extremely difficult to cure it with pills or herbs, unless it is a super pill that can transform the blood and make the blood contain healing ability. Every drop of blood is a medicine. After being triggered, it will flow through the whole body and remove the toxins in the body." Mu Feng said, and Mo Qingchang's heart moved slightly. She also knew that the poison of the human emperor had spread to all parts of the body, but she was not good at poison and didn't know that it was caused by blood poison. Everyone in the ancient palace stared at Mu Feng. They didn't expect that this person was good at poison. "He is my friend Mu Feng. His master is known as the Poison King, so he must be very proficient in poison." Qin Wentian introduced, "Qingcheng, do you have such a pill? There is a pill that can remove toxins from the blood, but since this poison can harm the human emperor, it must be extremely overbearing. It must be removed by a 5th-level pill. However, it also requires the blood to contain healing power. This kind of pill is too rare. I have never heard of it. I wonder if Master knows it." Mo Qingchang whispered, and the human emperor laughed. "What a cruel method. Since they have given me this poison, how can they let me heal easily?" At this time, Mu Feng's eyes looked at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's eyebrows flashed, and a bright light flashed in his mind. Suddenly, he understood what Mu Feng meant by looking at him. He was poisoned by Mu Feng that year, but he healed himself. It seems that Mu Feng still remembers this scene. Since Qin Wentian can heal himself, then there must be something extraordinary in his body. Qin Wentian closed his eyes and quietly felt a candlelight in his body that was similar to the second blood power. It was this power that drove away all the toxins for him, as if he was immune to all poisons. "Saintess, can't you really find this kind of elixir?" Ling Shuang looked at Mo Qingchang with a ray of hope. However, Mo Qingchang shook her head. "I really don't know. It is unheard of to make blood have healing power. I am afraid that even some elders in Yaohuang Valley find it difficult to do it. The human emperor has experienced a great war, and the toxins have spread to all parts of the body. It seems that there is no way to solve it except this method. No wonder they forced me to fight at all costs. It seems that this is fate. Now, the only thing I worry about is you. After I die, they will never let you go." The human emperor looked at his wife and children beside him. This is the concern that he was reluctant to leave. "Father." Ling Shuang's eyes were slightly moist, and it was difficult to hold back the sadness. A generation of human emperor, at the end of his road, who can read the eyes of the human emperor? He only hopes that his family is safe. There is still hope. Qin Wentian opened his eyes, causing everyone to look at him. "Senior Renhuang, you can rest assured and recuperate. We will discuss the matter of healing when we return." Qin Wentian did not say much. The injury of Renhuang was serious. If people knew that it was possible to cure it, they might take risks, which would be disadvantageous to them. Therefore, even if they could really cure Renhuang, they had to be extremely cautious. A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the human emperor. He looked deeply at Qin Wentian and said, "Okay, as long as I am alive, they will not dare to act rashly. Even if I die, I will let them wait slowly. I want to see who dares to turn the tables in the Yi Kingdom Palace without my eyes closed." Qin Wentian showed admiration. When the human emperor was dying, he was still so domineering. As long as he was alive, no one would dare to launch the final coup. This tyrant and overlord, even if he was dying, had such a terrible deterrent power. It is conceivable how powerful he was in the past. Qin Wentian and others said goodbye and left, returning to the palace prepared by the royal family for the people of Medicine Emperor Valley. The people of Medicine Emperor Valley looked at Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang walking side by side, heading towards Mo Qingchang's bedroom. Several people frowned slightly. As the saint of Medicine Emperor Valley, Mo Qingchang had an extraordinary status. Her every move represented Medicine Emperor Valley. Saint. Thinking of this, someone called Mo Qingchang and Qin Wentian. Mo Qingchang turned around and looked at them, asking, "What's the matter?" "The saint's palace is not open to outsiders." A woman looked at Qin Wentian and spoke coldly. "How dare you?" Seeing that the other party was targeting Qin Wentian, Mo Qingchang shouted coldly, causing the man's expression to change slightly. She bowed and said, "Saint, this concerns your reputation. Besides, this is the Yi Kingdom's palace after all, and it is impossible to hide it from others." Qingchang. Qin Wentian's heart moved slightly. What the other party said was not unreasonable. If it really damaged Qingchang's reputation, he would naturally be unwilling. But Mo Qingchang took his hand, turned around and looked at him, smiling brightly, as brilliant as a girl. Perhaps only when facing him would Mo Qingchang show such a smile. "I'm telling you right now, I'm his wife," Mo Qingchang said to everyone, then pulled Qin Wentian away and said, "No one is allowed to disturb us without my order." The people in Medicine Emperor Valley froze, and they were all speechless. The saint's feelings for Qin Wentian had surpassed everything, more important than her saint's identity, more important than her reputation, and even more important than Medicine Emperor Valley. This was something they could not accept. "No one is allowed to reveal what's going on here," one person said coldly. "Seal off this space." Chapter 534 Yi Kongfan's Hatred. Qin Wentian followed Mo Qingchang into the bedroom, with a faint warmth in his heart. They had met again after a long separation, and it was uncertain whether Mo Qingchang would live or die. After losing her memory, Mo Qingchang remembered him with just one glance. How could Qin Wentian not feel such deep affection? The two sat in front of the warm jade bed, and Mo Qingchang leaned on Qin Wentian's arms. Neither of them spoke, but just felt this rare warmth. Since Mo Qingchang was taken away from Chu by Luohe, they have never stayed together so quietly and carefree. Qin Wentian hugged the figure of Qingchang, and saw Mo Qingchang slightly raised her head, smiled at him sweetly, and whispered, "Idiot. After so many years, you are still an idiot." Qin Wentian pinched Mo Qingchang's nose, and recalled the time when they were young, and a warm current swept through his heart. How simple they were at that time. "Idiot, idiot." Mo Qingchang giggled, looking at that flawless face. Qin Wentian was a little dazed for a moment. Seeing Qin Wentian's eyes, Mo Qingchang's face flushed, which made her look even more charming and heart-throbbing. She was so beautiful that it could suffocate everyone in the world. "What are you looking at?" Mo Qingchang couldn't stand Qin Wentian's eyes, and shyly got into his arms. Qin Wentian smiled and hugged Mo Qingchang, feeling the fragrance of the woman he loved deeply, with a slightly blurred look in his eyes. Over the years, he has never felt so relaxed. Perhaps only with Qingchang can he let go of everything in his heart. She is the harbor of his soul. "Qingchang, there is a power in my body that can expel toxins, like blood power. Can I introduce it into the body of the human emperor and blend it into his blood, so that the blood of the human emperor has the ability to heal?" Qin Wentian thought of the human emperor and couldn't help but ask. Mo Qingchang came out of Qin Wentian's arms, a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she said, "Wentian, are you sure that this blood power can expel all toxins? If you want to transfer the power into the human emperor's body, you need to fuse blood, which may cause the poison to invade your blood. I don't allow you to get hurt. It should be fine." Qin Wentian told Mo Qingchang about his last poisoning, which made Mo Qingchang look thoughtful. After a moment, she said, "If there really is such blood power, supplemented by several types of elixirs, it should be able to achieve the expected effect. If it can really play a role in expelling poison, the human emperor will recuperate for a period of time, and then take medicine to regulate his injuries, and his injuries will recover. After all, the most serious injury to the human emperor is the poison, and the injury is also caused by the spread of poison. Well, if possible, I hope to treat the human emperor." Qin Wentian showed a thoughtful look. The character of the human emperor is quite respectable. Moreover, the human emperor is Yi Lingshuang's father, and Yi Kongfan hates him. No matter how he looks at it, he should cure the human emperor and rebuild the Yi Kingdom. This powerful ancient country is not like a mortal country. Often the top power can decide everything. The human emperor alone can shock a country. Now, even though the human emperor is dying, the king of Qi and others have all the advantages, but they still only surround the palace but dare not kill them all. They are afraid of the remaining power of the human emperor and worry that the human emperor will give up his life in a rage. Therefore, for them, they would rather slowly wear down the human emperor. After all, the human emperor's injuries will become more and more serious. Then I have to see the strength of your blood first, otherwise I will be worried. Mo Qingchang stared at Qin Wentian with her eyes like water, which made Qin Wentian smile and said, "How do you see this?" Mo Qingchang did not speak, but just stared at him affectionately, as if to melt people's hearts. Looking at that stunning face, Qin Wentian's heart was pounding. Being alone with such a stunning woman was really exciting. Idiot. Mo Qingchang bit her lips lightly, and her face turned red again. Qin Wentian sighed and said, "Qingcheng, I have you as my wife in this life, what else can I ask for?" After that, Qin Wentian also let go of the shackles in his heart. She loved him deeply, and he loved her as well. She had told outsiders, regardless of everything, and declared that she was his wife. He also firmly believed that he could always take care of the girl in front of him, Mo Qingcheng. She would always be the innocent girl in Qin Wentian's heart, and it would not change in this life. 10 years, that glance back, love is set in this life, the road to the end of the world, life and death together. The world is ruthless, but people are affectionate, and 100,000 miles of separation cannot prevent us from meeting. Life and death are hard to leave, and the beauty is vague. When love is deep, how can you help yourself? 3 days later, in a palace, Yi Kongfen looked gloomy, no longer that free and easy temperament. In front of him, 2 people came to report the news. For 3 days, the people of Medicine Emperor Valley sealed off the palace where they lived, but after all, it was deep in the palace, and how could the things inside be hidden from his eyes and ears? For 3 whole days, Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang were in the palace, alone in a room. Every time he thought of this, Yi Kongfen felt cold in his heart and murderous intent swept over him. At the beginning, the people of the human emperor lineage went to invite the people of Medicine Emperor Valley to come, and Yi Kongfen also had strong hostility towards the people of Medicine Emperor Valley, but when he saw Mo Qingchang, all the hostility disappeared. He wanted to conquer this holy woman who could amaze the years. He wanted to get Mo Qingchang and make her his woman. Yi Kongfen was self-important. He was the son of King Qi of Yi State, had a body of heavenly thunder, a bloodline of robbery thunder, and a genius of the Purple Thunder sect. He thought he was a child of heaven, and the ancient Yi State would be controlled by him in the future. Mo Qingchang was the saint of Medicine Emperor Valley, and had a face that was stunning and beautiful. When she appeared, Yi Kongfen thought that this was the woman given to him by God, Yi Kongfen. Yi Kongfen was indeed extraordinary. He eliminated all hostility toward Jiutian Valley. Even though they came to help his enemies, he still treated them with courtesy and respected the people of Jiutian Valley, just for that beautiful woman. However, Mo Qingchang was cold and arrogant to him, like a lonely snowy plum, holy and arrogant, but this made Yi Kongfen more eager to conquer her. This was the woman he wanted to get, cold and holy. If he could conquer her, countless people would envy her. Therefore, he was not in a hurry at all. But the appearance of Qin Wentian broke Yi Kongfen's fantasy. The holy and arrogant woman only looked at him once, and then threw herself into Qin Wentian's arms, crying like rain. She was completely immersed in love. How could she still look holy and arrogant? But even so, Yi Kongfen still held a glimmer of hope. Yi Kongfen was the pride of the emperor. How could he lose to a disciple of the sword sect? But now, his hope was completely shattered. Whenever he thought of the 2 of them staying alone in the palace for the past 3 days, Yi Kongfen would be jealous. "Bitch, I thought you were so holy." Yi Kongfen slapped the chair beside him with his palm, and it shattered directly. Thinking of that beautiful face enjoying the pleasure under Qin Wentian, his face became ferocious. "Bitch, I will make you regret it." Yi Kongfen said coldly, "I want her to be ruined. I don't need to teach you how to do it." "Yes, Prince." The people in front of him bowed slightly. Looking at Yi Kongfen's gloomy eyes, they felt a sense of fear. That look was too terrible, as if burning with terrible flames. It seems that this proud son of heaven has suffered a big blow this time. "Go quickly." Yi Kongfen glanced at them, and several people bowed and retreated, leaving the hall. The place where the people of Jiutian Valley live. The people of Jiutian Valley have been in a bad mood these days. Now, Lin Yu even asked for permission to step into Mo Qingchang's bedroom. However, when he stepped into the bedroom, he saw Mo Qingchang and Qin Wentian refining pills, and his expression could not help but be stunned. Mo Qingchang is now more charming, noble and elegant, and people dare not look at her. However, when facing Qin Wentian, her charming and beautiful look, even Lin Yu, as a woman, was stunned by this beauty. The saint already has a beautiful face, elegant temperament, and a heart with 7 orifices. She seems to have a halo on her body. Now, in addition to her holiness, she seems to have more femininity, which makes people seem to be obsessed with it at a glance. I am afraid that men in the world will find it difficult to resist the magic of the saint's charming face at this moment, Lin Yu thought secretly in his heart. What's the matter? Mo Qingcheng turned her head and looked at Lin Yu, and she regained her elegant and noble temperament, which made people dare not blaspheme. It's okay, but Master ordered me to come and see if anything happened to the saint girl, and why she didn't leave the palace for 3 days. Lin Yu asked respectfully. Do I need to explain to you what I'm doing? If your master is not satisfied, let her go back to Medicine Emperor Valley. There was a bit of coldness in Mo Qingcheng's voice, which made Lin Yu's heart tremble slightly, and then bowed and said, Master is also worried about the saint girl. Lin Yu will leave now. After that, she left the palace. Qin Wentian looked at Mo Qingcheng and found it funny, which made Mo Qingcheng glare at him and said, What are you laughing at? My Qingcheng actually has such a majestic side. Qin Wentian said jokingly, but sighed in his heart. Mo Qingcheng told herself that she didn't know who sent her to Medicine Emperor Valley, and then the Medicine Emperor personally healed her wounds and taught her, and at the same time named her the Saint Girl of Medicine Emperor Valley. Mo Qingcheng was in a high position, so she naturally had pressure, and Medicine Emperor Valley was also a superpower. How could there be no competition? And as a saint girl, how could Mo Qingcheng not have her own majesty? How could she intimidate others? Don't you like it? Mo Qingcheng looked at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes, as if she was worried that he didn't like it. How could that be? No matter what you are like, I like you. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Just by listening to the sweet words between the two, one could tell that their relationship was closer now. Mo Qingcheng pulled her hands out, and then quietly rested them on Qin Wentian's shoulders. If the Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley saw this little woman's posture, I don't know how many people would envy her. The prepared elixir is almost ready, but if we want to heal the wounds of the human emperor, I'm afraid we have to do it quietly, otherwise it will alert them and they might take risks. Mo Qingcheng said, and Qin Wentian nodded. Of course, he also thought of this. Only the two of us know about this. Don't tell anyone in Yaohuang Valley. We will say we are going to visit the human emperor to check on his injuries some other day, just like we do every day, to hide it from anyone, Qin Wentian whispered. He already had an idea in his mind. If he closed off the outside world and treated the human emperor's injuries in a high-profile manner, with the current control of the palace by the King of Qi, he would not be able to hide it from the other party's eyes, and it would even backfire. Chapter 535, The Emperor's Adopted Son. On this day, Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng finally walked out of the palace. Both of them were in high spirits. Feeling the sunlight falling on them, Mo Qingcheng slightly closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and opened her hands, as if she wanted to embrace the sunlight. It's great to have you. Mo Qingcheng's face was shining with happiness. In the past few days, she and Qin Wentian had been together, occasionally refining pills, and it felt so unreal. If she could be like this in her life, she would have nothing to ask for. Qin Wentian turned his head and looked at the sunlight falling on her beautiful face. The smile on his face was particularly brilliant. Such a wife is probably what countless people dream of. Qingcheng, you are the saint of Medicine Emperor Valley. One day, I will give you the most grand wedding in this Huangji Holy Land, so that everyone in the world will know that you are my wife. Qin Wentian secretly swore in his heart that Mo Qingcheng was with him regardless of her reputation and gave herself to him completely. Qin Wentian, was a good man, so how could he let Qingcheng down, and how could he not give Mo Qingcheng a name? Although he knew that Mo Qingcheng didn't care, he cared. He wanted Mo Qingcheng to marry him in a grand manner, so that everyone in the world would know that the Saint of Medicine Emperor Valley had a good home. Let's go. Qin Wentian took Mo Qingcheng's hand. Mo Qingcheng looked at him, smiled sweetly, nodded, and then walked out. The people of Medicine Emperor Valley were guarding various locations in this palace. When they saw the two people coming out, they sighed in their hearts. The saint and Qin Wentian did not go out for 4 days. From this, we can know how much the saint loves the young man in front of her. She doesn't care about the eyes of the outside world or her own reputation. The people in Medicine Emperor Valley knew that even Medicine Emperor couldn't stop them from being together. Of course, with Medicine Emperor's love for Saintess, how could he stop them? Back then, someone disrespected Saintess Mo Qingcheng and threatened to replace her. Moreover, That woman had a very high status in Medicine Emperor Valley and was very talented. However, Medicine Emperor personally inquired about the matter and said that the other party was committing a crime of insubordination, so he abolished her cultivation and expelled her from Medicine Emperor Valley. After this incident, no one in Medicine Emperor Valley dared to provoke Mo Qingchang again. Even if they were dissatisfied, they would not have an open conflict with Mo Qingchang. Saintess. When the people in Medicine Emperor Valley saw Mo Qingchang, they bowed slightly, and only heard Mo Qingchang say lightly, "I'm going to see how the human emperor is injured. You can come with me." Okay. Several women nodded and followed Mo Qingchang to visit the human emperor. There were still many strong men outside the emperor's bedroom, and armored soldiers were guarding the palace. The guards were tight. The queen, the prince, and Yearling Shuang heard that Mo Qingchang was coming to visit, and they personally went to greet her. The emperor's bedroom was filled with his closest relatives, but there were people from all walks of life outside. I have refined a few pills, hoping to relieve the emperor's injuries. At the same time, I need to clear the pills for people, which will take some time. You all wait in the outer room, don't disturb me. Mo Qingchang said very calmly. Except for her and Qin Wentian, no one knew what she wanted to do. Okay. The queen smiled and nodded, in that case, I'll trouble the saint. Mo Qingchang was still indifferent, and nodded casually, without showing any abnormality, and did not even ask everyone to seal the bedroom, just like feeding pills in a normal way. Senior human emperor, we may be a little disrespectful and do something beyond the rules of etiquette. I hope you will forgive me, and please don't make it public. Qin Wentian sent a voice message to the human emperor, and only the human emperor could hear it. The human emperor, who was lying there, had a flash of light in his eyes, and then he blinked his eyes to show that he heard it. As the human emperor, he had experienced so many storms, so he would not make a fuss. But Qin Wentian was so serious, maybe. Senior human emperor, please take the pill. Mo Qingchang put a pill into the human emperor's mouth, and the human emperor opened his mouth and swallowed it. The queen and others left at this moment, and looked back. There was nothing to worry about. The saint of Medicine Emperor Valley would not collude with a king of Qi to harm the human emperor. Walking outside the bedroom, everyone was waiting quietly. The queen looked at Yearling Shuang and said with a smile, "Ling Shuang, your junior brother is an extraordinary person." Yes, he is indeed extraordinary. Yearling Shuang nodded and thought carefully about all the things about Qin Wentian. She really felt that Qin Wentian was extraordinary. The elders of this Hanjian sect and his senior brother Lin Shui personally welcomed him into the sect from Zhuanwang City and unleashed 14 swords at the same time, which was enough to make people feel a little abnormal. Moreover, he can make a girl like the saint be devoted to him. This guy is really good at picking up girls. The queen said with a smile. Yearling Shuang's mouth was close to the queen's ear and whispered, which made the queen's eyes light up, "This guy is capable. He actually has a beautiful girl in this Hanjian sect. She is also a peerless beauty in the world, much better than your father." The mother and daughter chatted, and time passed unknowingly, but there was still no movement inside. Why did the saint take so long? A prince asked. The saint has her own plans. Just wait quietly. The queen looked at the prince with dissatisfaction. How could he achieve great things if he was so impatient? No wonder her lineage of the human emperor was bullied by the kings. The human emperor's descendants were indeed not very competitive, not as good as Yearling Shuang's daughter. Time passed slowly. Even the queen herself was a little anxious waiting, but when she thought of the saint's words, she became patient again. The people in the Medicine Emperor Valley seemed to have noticed something unusual. If it was just a simple way to clear the elixir, why would it take so long? Okay, you can come in. At this time, Mo Qingchang's voice came out faintly. Everyone shook their heads and smiled bitterly, thinking that they were overthinking. What could happen if the saint healed the human emperor? They all thought so, and the people guarding outside would not be too suspicious. The human emperor was still lying there quietly, just like before. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang smiled at each other, and then said, "Queen, we'll take our leave." "Does the saint want to have dinner together?" asked the queen. "No need." Mo Qingchang shook her head and left with Qin Wentian. "Brother Qin, the brothers of the sword sect have gone to your country to visit. If you have time, you can also take the saint girl to relax." Yearling Shuang smiled at Qin Wentian. "Okay." Qin Wentian nodded with a smile, and the two walked away. No one knew how bold the incident had just happened in the bedroom of the human emperor. Although the human emperor, who was lying there, had a quiet and peaceful smile on his face. His heart was also very shocked. Even at this moment, he still couldn't calm down. These two guys are really courageous and courageous. Thinking of this, the human emperor smiled again. It would be great if he could have a pair of children like this. Unfortunately, his daughter was not bad, but his sons were not very competitive. Without him, he could not shock this vast ancient country. In the next few days, Qin Wentian and Mo Qingqiang went in and out together, like a shadow. Every day they would go to the human emperor to see him, stay for half an hour and then leave again. The relationship between the group of people was constantly getting closer. Especially the relationship between the human emperor, Qin Wentian and Mo Qingqiang. Their relationship made several princes jealous. On this day, still in the human emperor's bedroom, the human emperor was still lying on the bed, looking at Qin Wentian and Mo Qingqiang beside him, and said with a smile, "Wentian, I have a request. I want to take you as my adopted son. Are you willing?" Qin Wentian's expression froze, and he was obviously very surprised. He did not expect that the human emperor would have such an idea. However, with the status and position of the human emperor, it was indeed a favor to Qin Wentian. Although Qin Wentian also understood that the human emperor valued him very much, the fact that he adopted him as his adopted son was purely because of their similar personalities. "If you don't want to, you can just say no. I won't take it to heart," the human emperor said with a smile. Mo Qingqiang was the saint of Yaohuang Valley. With a different status, it was not easy for the human emperor to adopt her as his adopted daughter, but if Qin Wentian agreed to be his adopted son, then Mo Qingqiang would be like his daughter. The human emperor loves me so much, how dare Wentian disobey? Qin Wentian thought of himself as an orphan since he was a child, raised by Heibo and his adoptive father Qin Juan. He had been working outside for so many years, and he was tired in his heart. Sometimes he wanted to go back to Xianyang City in Chu State to take a look, but he also knew that he could not relax for a moment. It's just that Wentian's original adoptive father was named Qin Juan. When I see him in the future, I still need to report this matter to Qin Juan's adoptive father and follow his consent. Qin Wentian said. "It should be so." The human emperor nodded and smiled. His eyes softened as he looked at the two people in front of him. The queen beside him also smiled. Looking at the two children, her eyes showed a motherly light. She smiled and said, "Children, isn't it time to change your words?" Wentian greets his adoptive father and mother. Qin Wentian bowed to the human emperor and the queen. Suddenly, everyone in the palace laughed. It seemed that they were having a good time and it was very warm. "Junior brother, I will change my words to call you brother from now on." Yiling Shuang giggled. Thinking of how she had called Qin Wentian a lecher not long ago in the sword sect, she laughed. The world's encounters were so wonderful. She didn't expect that she would become a brother and sister with Qin Wentian. "Sister Ling Shuang." Qin Wentian called out awkwardly. Yiling Shuang looked at Qin Wentian, then glanced at the human emperor. Her eyes became moist again. She probably thought of the human emperor's injury and didn't know how long he could hold on. Even at this moment, Qin Wentian and Mo Qingqiang still did not reveal any news to everyone. It was not because they were worried about them, but if the news got out, although they would not tell others, they would inevitably make mistakes in their actions, which would arouse suspicion. After all, it would take too long for the human emperor to recover. Qin Wentian also thought of Qin Juan and Qin Yao. He thought that when he entered the celestial realm, he would go back to Daxia to clean up and settle Daxia affairs, and then go back to Chu to see his adoptive father and Qin Yao. His adoptive father Qin Juan was also very kind to him. After so many years of separation, he didn't know how Qin Juan was doing now, and whether Qin Yao had married again. "Wentian, I want you to be the crown prince of Yi State. What do you think?" At this moment, Qin Wentian suddenly remembered the voice of the human emperor, which made his expression flash. Looking at the expectant eyes of the human emperor, he sighed in his heart. The human emperor must know that his sons could not bear the great cause. Even if you handed over Yi State in the future, they could not become a generation of human emperors. Without strong strength, they could not intimidate the kings. "Father, no, this is not my ambition." Qin Wentian knew that the emperor wanted to hand over the Yi kingdom to him. The emperor must have believed that with his talent, he would be able to compete with the kings and rule the ancient kingdom in the future, but this was not his ambition. The emperor nodded slightly, without saying anything more, and did not even show the slightest abnormality. Only the two of them knew about this conversation. Chapter 536 Targeting. After Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng left the emperor's bedroom, the emperor and others all smiled as they watched them leave. These two little guys are really inseparable. The queen sat beside the emperor's bed, and her slender and warm hands gently stroked the emperor's cheeks. Perhaps only she could be so close to the emperor. You think of us again. The emperor grabbed the queen's hand and smiled, with a trace of guilt in his deep eyes. The two were once a couple in the human world. Later, he entered the celestial phenomena and was established as a candidate for the emperor of Yi country. He finally defeated many competitors and was officially named the crown prince of the ancient country. Many years later, he was unparalleled in Yi country in terms of military strength and ascended the throne as a generation of emperor. After becoming the emperor, he had to suppress the kings and rule the ancient country. Most importantly, his cultivation must not lag behind. This was the foundation for him to become the emperor. Only by force could he shock the world. This was also the reason why he was even willing to position Qin Wentian as the crown prince. He knew that with the talents of his sons, it would be impossible for them to suppress the kings and their descendants in the future. Because of these, he naturally neglected the queen. He had very little time to accompany her in these years. On the contrary, now that he was seriously ill, the queen took care of him all day long and never left for a moment. This seemed a bit ironic, but also touched his heart. Wentian and Qingcheng, they are better than we were back then. The queen held the hand of the human emperor tightly, with a gentle look in her eyes. The human emperor nodded slightly. He also believed that the achievements of Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng would sooner or later surpass his too. His ambition was not to rule the ancient country. The news of this matter soon spread out. After the kings learned that the human emperor had adopted Qin Wentian as his adopted son, they began to inquire about Qin Wentian's identity, but they sneered in their hearts. As a disciple of the sword sect, this boy had protected Yi Lingshuang and came back, but now he dared to get involved in the royal family of Yi country. He was really bold. Did he think that he could ignore the kings just by relying on his relationship with Mo Qingcheng? Yi Kongfan already hated Qin Wentian secretly in his heart. After hearing this news, the murderous intent in his heart became much stronger. This Qin Wentian was really lawless. He even dared to recognize the human emperor as his adoptive father. He didn't know whether he lived or died. Qin Wentian didn't care much about the reactions of the people. He just felt that he was on good terms with a human emperor. It was not too much to ask the human emperor to take him as his adopted son. Moreover, the human emperor also knew his situation and was slowly recovering, so he made this request. Otherwise, if the human emperor was dying before, he would not have made such a request and put Qin Wentian in a bad situation. After all, a strong Yi country human emperor as his adoptive father could at least help Qin Wentian, but if a Yi country human emperor died, Qin Wentian, the adopted son, would be in trouble. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng were strolling in the palace of Yi State. Seeing the people following behind, Mo Qingcheng suddenly smiled at Qin Wentian and said, "Shall we go to Yi State for a stroll?" Qin Wentian looked at Mo Qingcheng's bright eyes, his heart as clear as a mirror. He knew Qingcheng's intention. He must want to be like an ordinary person, accompany his beloved to stroll around and experience some simple happiness. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded gently. Seeing Qin Wentian's agreement, Mo Qingcheng couldn't help but smile, then turned around and looked at the people in Yaohong Valley and said, "I'm going out for a walk, don't follow me." Saint. Someone wanted to say something, but saw a flash of majesty in Mo Qingcheng's eyes. The woman was a little discouraged and shook her head and said, "Yes, Saint." Mo Qingcheng turned around and took Qin Wentian's hand. "You girl." Qin Wentian shook his head slightly. In fact, although there was no conflict in the Yi Kingdom's palace, it was actually shrouded in dark clouds. Qin Wentian knew that the two of them should not leave casually at this time. After all, Qin Wentian's mind was no longer what it used to be, and he knew the dangers of human hearts. But how could he bear to refuse Mo Qingcheng's request? So he always had a smile on his face and flew away with Mo Qingcheng. The imperial city of Yi Kingdom was extremely prosperous and bustling everywhere. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng walked on the street like ordinary people, but with their temperament and appearance, they were destined to be difficult to be ordinary. There were always eyes on them, and they were amazed in their hearts. Many people were even stunned by Mo Qingcheng's appearance, which made Mo Qingcheng pout slightly, a little dissatisfied, but that lovely look made Qin Wentian smile particularly happily. "You're still laughing." Mo Qingcheng pinched Qin Wentian's waist, causing Qin Wentian to smile bitterly. "Qingcheng, when you were in Shu, you didn't dare to go out easily. Don't you know how charming you are? In Shu, I thought it was because of my identity that everyone in Shu knew me, but this is your country, who knew it would be like this? Mo Qingcheng pouted. When she was with Qin Wentian, she was just like the girl she was back then, simple and innocent. Who doesn't love beauty in the world? Qin Wentian said with a smile, just pretend you didn't see anything. Idiot. Mo Qingcheng walked forward a few steps, then turned back and glared at Qin Wentian, then turned around and trotted forward, and Qin Wentian had to follow. They wandered aimlessly for a long time, walking on the streets, taking a boat to the lake, enjoying the charm of the ancient capital on both sides, or walking on the ancient road with birds singing and flowers blooming. Qin Wentian's handsome face was always filled with a gentle smile, and Mo Qingcheng's face was always filled with a happy glow. The two of them were like a couple of guts, and were envied by others. Tired of walking, the two of them rested in a wine shop by the lake, sipping the unique aroma of wine and admiring the scenery in the lake. It was really relaxing. Qin Wentian hadn't been so relaxed for a long time. Wentian, how about I say goodbye to Master after I go back this time? I think Master will agree to it. Mo Qingcheng looked into Qin Wentian's eyes, and an idea came to his mind. No. Qin Wentian flatly refused. Looking at Mo Qingcheng, seeing the other party's resentful eyes, Qin Wentian's heart softened again, and he said softly, Qingcheng, you don't even know who sent you to the valley that year. Your master values you so much, how can you live up to his kindness? Yaohurong Valley has an extraordinary status. It can be named Mo Qingcheng as a saint, and those who came with Mo Qingcheng in Yaohurong Valley are in awe of her. It can be seen that Mo Qingcheng's high status in Yaohurong Valley must be given by the medicine emperor. He vaguely feels that this may be related to the person who saved Mo Qingcheng and sent her to Yaohurong Valley. This person was very kind to Mo Qingcheng, but no one knew who he was. Besides, there was another reason that Qin Wentian didn't say. He loved Mo Qingcheng deeply, but he didn't want her to become his vassal. Mo Qingcheng was now able to refine 5th-level elixirs. How terrifying was this alchemy genius? Yaohurong Valley was undoubtedly the most suitable place for her. How could Qin Wentian delay her for himself? But he also understood that Mo Qingcheng was willing to give up everything and follow him. Isn't it a deep love? I know. Mo Qingcheng said faintly, her tender eyes could melt a heart of stone. Mo Qingcheng also understood Qin Wentian's thoughts. The two of them knew each other tacitly, just looking at each other with a bright smile. Mo Qingcheng would not mention leaving Yaohurong Valley again. The two of them were affectionate and enjoyed this tranquility. Several young men were sitting on the other table in the tavern. One of them was frivolous, with an unnaturally pale face and evil eyes. He was staring at Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng, or rather, at Mo Qingcheng. There is such a woman. The young man thought to himself, and then looked at the young man sitting opposite him. The two smiled at each other. Brother Chu invited me here today. I am really lucky. The young man said with a smile. The man called Brother Chu smiled knowingly and said, I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave. Haha. The young man smiled and said, Brother Chu, take care. After the other party left, the young man stared at Mo Qingcheng's direction unscrupulously. Qin Wentian naturally felt it. He didn't expect that he would meet such a person in such an elegant place like the lakeside tavern. It was really disappointing. Qingcheng, do you want to change places? Qin Wentian smiled, and Mo Qingcheng nodded. However, at this moment, the young man stood up and said with a smile, Brother, please wait. Qin Wentian was just about to get up, but he didn't expect the other party to actually stop him. He raised his eyebrows and a cold light flashed in his eyes. What's the matter? Qin Wentian glanced at the other party. I am Dongshin Jin from the Dongshin Marquis's mansion. Seeing that you are very extraordinary, I want to make friends with you. I wonder if you can do me the honor of coming over here to have a chat? Dongshin Jin said with a smile, which made the people around him feel a chill. It turned out to be the lecherous young man from the Dongshin Marquis's mansion. This woman was unlucky to meet this devil. Not interested. Qin Wentian said indifferently. Dongshin Jin frowned, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and threatened, Sir, are you not going to give up your dignity? Get lost. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and everyone behind Dongshin Jin immediately showed a cold look, saying, Young Marcus, what should we do? Dongshin Jin's eyes flashed with a sinister cold light, and his eyes stared at Qin Wentian like a venomous snake, and said with a smile, Shame on you, if so, kill this person, but don't hurt the beautiful woman. Otherwise I will kill you. Qin Wentian's brows were still frowning, and his perception was diffused. Someone was watching this place from a distance. The young man choosing who left was still there, not far away, watching the movements here. This made Qin Wentian's heart as clear as a mirror. This fool Dongshin Jin must have become a pawn used by others. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian shook his head secretly in his heart. If this is the case, then meeting Dongshin Jin here is not a coincidence, but someone deliberately did it. Qin Wentian glanced at Mo Qingcheng. They both understood what the other meant. They didn't expect that they would be targeted when they came out for a walk. They knew who did it without thinking too much. In your country, besides Yi Kongfen, who else could have offended them? It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful that the young master is dying. Duang Shanjin didn't know that he was dead. He was still staring at Mo Qingcheng, imagining some beautiful scenes, with an evil light in his eyes. Chapter 537, Raging Fury. While Dongshin Jin was fantasizing, his subordinates had surrounded Qin Wentian, their auras blooming. The weakest of them had the peak cultivation of Yuanfu, and the strongest guard was beside Dongshin Jin to protect his safety. His cultivation was the 4th level of Xiangang. Qingcheng, it seems we have to go back. Qin Wentian looked at Mo Qingcheng and shook his head with a bitter smile. Since someone was targeting him and Mo Qingcheng, it was obviously not just Dongshin Jin, the waste. The subsequent troubles might be tricky, and he had to go back to the palace. However, since he had agreed to Mo Qingcheng to enjoy this half-day quietly with Mo Qingcheng, there was nothing to regret. Yi Kongfen wanted to force him to kill, but it was not as easy as he thought. Well, Mo Qingcheng showed a trace of disgust when she looked at the people around her. The conversation between the two fell into Dongshin Jin's ears, which made Dongshin Jin stunned. Although this young man and Mo Qingcheng had extraordinary temperament, they were probably not as old as him, so how powerful could they be? Besides, as the son of the Marquis of Dongshin, Dongshin Jin knew some of the upper-class people in Yi State, but not the two people in front of him. But it was also Dongshin Jin's fault that he was ignorant and idle all day long. Otherwise, if he paid more attention to the intelligence of the royal family, he would know that there were many more people in the palace now, and these people were people that Dongshin Jin could not afford to offend. Little beauty, don't worry, I will serve you well. Why don't you do it? Dongshin Jin became more and more impatient. He had never touched such a peerless beauty before. Now that he met her in this wine shop, how could he not have evil intentions? He didn't know that it was his lustful nature that would be used by others. Buzz! I saw a long knife slashing towards Qin Wentian. The man's eyes showed a ferocious sneer, and he could kill Qin Wentian with one knife. Dang! A crisp sound came out, and the long knife slashed on Qin Wentian's shoulder. He was about to chop off his head, but the knife bounced back. This scene scared the other people who were ready to take action, and their faces stiffened. Qin Wentian's current body is so powerful, and he uses the star power to defend his body. How can a person of the 1st level of Xiangang realm hurt him? You. The guard holding the knife's face changed several times, knowing that he had hit a wall. At this time, Qin Wentian's body slowly stood up. Suddenly, a suffocating pressure enveloped the entire space. Qin Wentian's long hair flew, and the soft lines on his face gradually became charming and handsome. The whole person exuded an unparalleled temperament. Irrelevant people, leave, Qin Wentian said lightly, and in an instant, one figure after another flashed away, and the bodies of the people around Qin Wentian trembled slightly. Dongshin Jin was not a fool. How could he not know that he might have offended someone of extraordinary status? The guard beside him said, "Sir, please forgive me for the offense today. We will leave now." Qin Wentian turned his head and waved his hand. In an instant, there was a scream. A sword mark appeared between the eyebrows of the man holding the knife, and he disappeared in an instant. The people around him retreated one after another, revealing a hint of fear. "I am the son of the Marquis of Dongshin. I will not pursue you for killing my subordinates. How about stopping here?" Dongshin Jin's heart trembled when he saw someone die. However, just as he spoke, Qin Wentian looked at him. In just a moment, he felt as if he had fallen into the 9th nether hell. The desperate crisis of death enveloped him. That look could destroy all his beliefs in survival. Qin Wentian took a step forward, and the sword energy raged between heaven and earth. In an instant, there were more screams, and several guards fell down. "Sir." The guard beside Dongshin Jin shouted, "Although you are very powerful, there are many masters in Dongshin Marquis Mansion. If you kill the young Marquis, you will probably die." Qin Wentian seemed not to hear his words and took another step forward. In an instant, the man felt the might of the sword falling on him. Qin Wentian raised his hand and slashed with his palm. The man's body exploded backward, but blood was raining down, and a blood mark appeared between his eyebrows. No. The sticky blood sprinkled on Dongshin Jin's body. He roared and trembled with fear. Qin Wentian took another step. At this moment, all the guards of Dongshin Jin screamed and died on the spot. No one could survive. Dongshin Jin's body collapsed directly on the ground, like a puddle of mud. He was so scared that his soul flew away. He looked at Qin Wentian as if he was looking at a devil. He had seen many strong men, but no one could give him such despair. He walked towards him step by step, and someone died at every step. This was a destruction of the spirit. After the man surnamed Chu brought you here, he hid in the distance to monitor the movements here. I guess someone will inform you next that the people of Dongshinhao are sniping me, but they will all die. After this battle, even if Dongshinhao kills me, the entire Dongshinhao mansion will be buried with me. Qin Wentian looked down at Dongshin Jin and said coldly. The cold wind pierced Dongshin Jin's body, making him feel like he was in hell. Every word made him feel chilled to the bone. It was so cold. He was not that stupid. How could he not understand what Qin Wentian said? This was not only to kill him, but also to destroy his Dongshinhao mansion. What a resentful strategy. Now of course he could guess that the identity of the young man in front of him must be extraordinary. If he was killed, the Dongshinhao mansion would also be buried with him. How stupid are you to be someone's pawn so easily? Qin Wentian's cold voice remained. Dongshin Jin suppressed his fear and climbed up. He looked at Qin Wentian and said, if you let me go, won't their conspiracy fail? Qin Wentian waved his hand and a palm print landed directly on Dongshin Jin's head, killing him. Some things cannot be let go. If this person only offended him, it would not be a crime punishable by death, but his words humiliated Mo Qingcheng, and his mind was so dirty. If Qin Wentian was weak, how miserable would the ending be? He was not a saint. From the beginning, Dongshin Jin was destined to die. Perhaps the people behind the scenes also expected the ending. The wind flashed, and Qin Wentian's body dissipated on the spot like a gust of wind. In a corner in the distance, there was a figure curled up in a corner, trembling as if in fear. When he sensed the sound of the wind, he began to run fast. Buzz! A huge force directly grabbed the young man surnamed Chu, and then a big palm print was pressed on his throat. The young man surnamed Chu looked horrified, and his body kept shaking. He had just witnessed the death of Dongshin Jin and others. This young man was too decisive and terrible. I'll tell you everything. Before Qin Wentian could finish his words, the young man surnamed Chu shouted. Qin Wentian did not speak, but just waited quietly. Although he knew that there was probably no one behind this matter except Yu Kongfen, if this person knew something, he still had to listen. I was instructed to do this by the people of Yinghao Mansion. Yinghao Mansion and Dongshinhao Mansion have some hatred, and they want to kill someone with a boro knife. Dongshinhao is very protective of his son. Although he knows that his son is useless, he still dotes on him. It is because of this that Dongshin Jin has the name of the devil of the world, nothing more than because of his father's protection. Now the people of Dongshin Mansion must be here soon. If Brother Qin doesn't leave, it will be too late. Dongshinhao knows that Dongshin Jin has died, and even if he knows who you are, he may kill you. The young man surnamed Chu shouted loudly. Qin Wentian's eyebrows flashed, and he said coldly, do you know who I am? Who told you? The saint girl is so beautiful. Chu knew that this matter was serious when he saw her. He wanted to slip away, but he also wanted to see the ending. But he didn't expect that Brother Qin could actually detect my existence. Then how do you know who I am? Qin Wentian's voice was cold. He knew that Mo Qingcheng was not strange, but his reputation should not be that great. Feeling Qin Wentian's murderous intent, the young man surnamed Chu looked ashen. A strong aura was spreading from a distance. It was obviously the people of Dongshinhao who had arrived. Qin Wentian raised his eyebrows, and the young man surnamed Chu was even more desperate. He lowered his voice and said to Qin Wentian, from the moment I saw the saint, I knew that this matter was probably related to the Qi Wang Mansion. Yinghao was under the orders of Qi Wang Mansion, and there were rumors some time ago, slandering the saint for her undisciplined life, and actually. What? Qin Wentian's murderous voice penetrated into the other party's eardrum. The young man surnamed Chu closed his eyes, a little desperate, afraid that even if Qin Wentian didn't kill him, he would not be able to escape death today. Those bastards in Yinghao Mansion didn't tell him in advance that this was aimed at the saint of Yaohuang Valley. Thinking of this, he hated it very much, and even hated Qi Wang Mansion. This must be the news that the Qi Wangfu sent to slander the saint. They spread rumors that the saint was just a loose woman who had been licentious with Qin Wentian, a disciple of this Hanjian sect, in the bedroom for 3 days and could have sex with anyone. The young man surnamed Chu gritted his teeth and said. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Wentian's palm slapped down directly, and a raging rage spread out from his body. His figure flashed and returned to Mo Qingcheng's side. Looking at Mo Qingcheng's face, he was even more murderous. "Ye Kongfen, I want you to die," Qin Wentian roared. He gently stroked Mo Qingcheng's cheek. Mo Qingcheng looked at him, smiled and shook her head, saying, "Wentian, it's okay. You know me, that's enough." Qin Wentian was even more heartbroken when he saw Mo Qingcheng's expression. Mo Qingcheng didn't care about the gossip of outsiders, because she already regarded herself as his, Qin Wentian's, wife. What else could outsiders say? But he didn't expect Ye Kongfen to be so mean, using such rumors to slander others, which was to ruin Mo Qingcheng's reputation and ruin Mo Qingcheng's reputation. Holding Mo Qingcheng's hand, the two flew away in the air. The mighty strong men in front rushed over. Looking at Zhuang Shenjin's body, they were murderous. After taking a look at Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng, they guessed the identities of the two. It was sad that Zhuang Shenjin, this waste, was so stupid that he was used by others, but now, he was riding a tiger and it was difficult to get off. "You two, let's wait here for the Marcus to decide," the people in front said, and they were about to encircle them. They didn't dare to take action, but Zhuang Shenjin was dead. If they let their enemy go, I'm afraid that Zhuang Shenhao would kill them all, and they could only leave Qin Wentian. Buzz! The red demon halberd appeared in Qin Wentian's hand. A terrifying cold light shot out from his pupils. He said coldly, "I am Qin Wentian from the Sword Sect. The Saint Maiden of the Medicine Emperor Valley is my first wife. The Qi Palace has slandered my wife's reputation and is trying to kill someone with a boro knife. If you dare to stop me, I will kill you without mercy." After that, Qin Wentian's voice was like thunder, shaking an area of dozens of miles. The heaven and earth resonated. He wanted to let everyone know that Mo Qingcheng was his wife, so that others would understand that those rumors were all slander. Chapter 538 Sweep. Qin Wentian's voice echoed in the imperial city of Yi State. In an instant, everyone in the surrounding area knew his identity. No wonder the woman was so beautiful. She was the saint of Yaohuang Valley. She was really stunningly beautiful. How could she be the kind of person rumored? Moreover, Qin Wentian's Sha told everyone that Mo Qingcheng was his wife, which made people believe Qin Wentian. I'm afraid this was a slander by the Qi Wang Mansion. This voice was full of hatred. This young man was loved by the saint, so he must have loved her deeply. How could he let her suffer such slander? Anyone would be furious. As for the slander of Qi Wang Mansion, it was easy to understand. Now, everyone in the imperial city of Yi State knew that the situation in the palace was tense. The emperor was dying and on the verge of death. The king of Qi led the princess to seize the throne. The saint of Yaohuang Valley came to rescue the emperor, which was itself in enmity with the Qi Wang Mansion. But this idiot Zhuang Shenjin is really stupid. Being a pawn means a dead end no matter what. Even if they really kill the saint's lover, the Dongshin Marcus Mansion will probably suffer a catastrophe. It is rumored that this young man is a disciple of the Sword Sect. How insignificant is the Dongshin Marcus Mansion in front of the Sword Sect and the Medicine Emperor Valley? Qin Wentian held the Fangbian Huoji and walked side by side with Mo Qingcheng. The people of the Dongshin Marcus Mansion stood in front of him, all of them filled with murderous aura, and shouted, "Sir, we don't want to offend you. How about waiting for the Marcus to arrive before making a decision?" At this moment, the people in the Dongshin Mansion were also extremely passive. They didn't dare to kill Qin Wentian directly, nor did they dare to let him go. Otherwise, when the Dongshin Marcus saw his beloved son dead, he would kill them. The Dongshin Marcus was famous for protecting his shortcomings, and everyone knew it. Otherwise, the other party would not choose to use Dongshin Jin. Kill those who stand in my way. Qin Wentian's murderous intent was overwhelming, and his blood was bursting out crazily. He was majestic, and his supreme power was spreading out, sweeping across the sky and earth. The whole void was blown by a terrible evil wind, and at the same time, the power of the Sword of Heaven was swept out. So strong. The people in Dongshin Marquis's mansion were shocked. How could he be so strong? Qin Wentian's strength was the 4th level of Xiangang, but now his aura was the 5th level of Xiangang, which could make people in the 6th level of Xiangang tremble. It was too terrible. A third eye appeared between Qin Wentian's eyebrows, which was extremely strange. Wherever he passed, people below the 5th level of Xiangang felt that their brains were about to explode. Some even screamed in pain. Boom! Qin Wentian stepped into the air, and his sword energy was rampant. The murderous intent swept across the sky and earth. Even people who were far away could clearly feel the murderous intent in him. He was obviously angered by the Qin Wentian, who slandered his beloved wife, the saint of Yaohuang Valley. Boom! Step by step, screams continued. Some people's throats were cut directly by the sword energy, and they died tragically on the spot. Everyone was horrified. Their leader's cultivation was only the 7th level of Xiangang. No one else dared to say that they could deal with Qin Wentian. Buzz, buzz. Everyone knew that there was no way to end it peacefully, and they all released a martial life Xiangang. Qin Wentian's Emperor Demon Star Soul bloomed. Above the sky, light fell down, and terrifying demon shadows emerged. He was like the king of all demons. Rumbling sounds were heard, and starry sky monsters descended from the sky. They were summoned, and their aura was overwhelming. They were all monsters at the peak of the 5th level of Xiangang. Summoning star souls, how can the summoned monsters be so strong? The crowd trembled in their hearts, and Qin Wentian spat out a word, kill. As the word kill fell, all the monsters roared out, and the world trembled. An infinitely huge golden ancient ape trampled on the world, and its huge feet directly stepped on a strong man. The strong man fled frantically, but saw a loud bang, and the giant footstep passed, and the man was trampled to death alive. The red blood lightning eagle turned into blood red light, rushing across the void. Blood bloomed, and a person's head fell, and was directly cut off by the wings of the red blood lightning eagle. Attack! The leading Xiangang 7th level strongman commanded the 3 powerful beings of the Xiangang 6th level beside him to attack. The 3 people walked at the same time, but saw Qin Wentian take another step, and the sword energy raged past. The palm slapped out, and the huge ancient bell emerged. The 3 strong men who came to kill only felt their hearts tremble violently, and they groaned. Qin Wentian slapped out his left hand again, and a huge blood-colored palm print blasted out. One of the men resisted with his palm print, but his palm print was directly corroded by the blood-colored palm print. Then a ray of blood rushed into his body, and his arm turned directly into dry bones. Ah! The strong man of the 6th level of Xiangang screamed with his pupils. The blood curse seal was a unique skill of Daxia, and it was activated by the power of Qin Wentian's blood, constantly corroding and rushing into the other party's blood. Soon, the man really turned into a dry skeleton. The other 2 just rushed to Qin Wentian's side, but saw Qin Wentian's red magic halberd sweeping out. Both of them felt like they fell into an endless hell. There was only terrible bloodlight in the blood-colored hell, and terrible magic halberds came to kill them. Puff, puff. 2 sounds came out one after another. In just a moment of confrontation, the 3 strong men of the 6th level of Xiangang were all killed on the spot. At the same time, the summoned monsters were also wreaking havoc, and the first wave of strong men who came from Dongshan Haofu were slaughtered. How terrifying! As expected of a disciple of the sword sect, this fighting power is simply terrifying. People in the distance were all shocked and trembling when they saw the battle here. Qin Wentian was too powerful. Anyone who dared to stop him would be killed without mercy. He continued to walk. Even though the strong man in front of him was at the 7th level of the Xiangang realm, his fighting spirit was still terrifying. The heart of this person at the 7th level of the Xiangang realm was also trembling violently. He witnessed 3 of his subordinates being killed with his own eyes. The person in front of him was like a demon. A huge axe appeared in his hand. He exuded a tremendous pressure that could crush everything and was heavier than a mountain. Boom! He stepped out, and a brilliant light emerged from his axe. The star soul and Wuming Xiangang burst out at the same time, as if there was starlight shining on the axe, increasing its power. Buzz! As time passed, Qin Wentian's figure disappeared, and the red demon halberd instantly descended in front of the opponent. With a halberd, the void trembled, as if it was going to shatter the space. The opponent's perception was also very strong. The terrifying axe chopped out, and it seemed that a beam of axe light appeared above the sky, reflecting his axe. It fell in an instant and collided with a red demon halberd. Bang! The violent collision made the void tremble, and a terrible vortex airflow appeared. Both of them felt the tremendous power of the other's attack. Buzz! The sleeping star soul in Wuming Xiangang appeared, and the light between the eyebrows shone, trying to make the other party fall into the dream demon. The other party's will was tenacious, and a vertical line seemed to appear between the eyebrows, which was also like a golden axe, revealing a terrifying sharp meaning. A huge axe also appeared in Qin Wentian's left hand, and he chopped it out directly. A beam of axe light shook the sky. This ordinary axe contained real terrifying power. The other party's expression changed, and he shouted, and the golden palm print Wuming Xiangang burst out and slammed with the axe. Qin Wentian's expression was extremely tenacious and persistent, and his killing intent was overwhelming. The king's sword attacked and killed, and the sword rolled up the sky and the void. The hearts of the people who were watching were constantly shocked. They witnessed Qin Wentian fighting with the terrifying existence of the 7th level of Xiangang. He blasted out with one halberd after another, and his momentum was unstoppable. The power contained in each halberd made the 7th level Xiangang strongman give it his all. At the same time, his Wuming Xiangang was not weaker than the other parties. The two collided violently, shaking the sky to pieces. With the realm of Xiangang 4th level, he fought against the strongman of Xiangang 7th level. Although the existence of Xiangang 7th level was not a very outstanding genius, but a guard of the Marcus Mansion, there was a difference of 3 realms after all. This cross-border combat ability was simply terrifying. Since you force me, then die. The man could not attack for a long time and was completely enraged. The axe light at his brow was blazing, and a more terrifying light enveloped his body. His eyes were full of murderous aura. Qin Wentian was still cold and handsome. He sent out another halberd, forcing the other party to resist. At the same time, he stretched out his left hand and pointed. This pointed out, and in an instant, a huge blood light burst out, with supreme ferocity. The other party's expression changed drastically, and the golden axe at his brow seemed to fly out, but a blood light flew past. In an instant, his body froze in the void. At his brow, there was no longer a golden axe light, but blood light, bleeding. Buzz! The wind howled, and the blood light that rushed out actually transformed into a monstrous figure, with a blood-colored body and blood-colored wings. This blood color also revealed a terrifying hot flame airflow, mixed with a dark color, as if it was a beast from purgatory. Is this Suzaku? The crowd was horrified, looking at the extremely ferocious and huge monster. The fierce power swept across the world, making the star monsters tremble. It was too scary. Purgatory! Qin Wentian shouted, and the Purgatory Suzaku immediately turned around, looked at Qin Wentian, raised his head and let out a long howl, and then the figure flashed, and actually flew around Qin Wentian's body, as if it was extremely excited, and then it leaned in front of Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian took Mo Qingcheng's hand and walked forward, stepping on the back of Purgatory. Another long howl, fierce and powerful. The summoned star beasts came to both sides of Purgatory, accompanied by a low roar from Purgatory, and moved forward together. Everyone was shocked by the scene before their eyes. All the strong men from the Dongshin Marcus Mansion were killed. They came to kill Qin Wentian, but left corpses all over the ground. However, the handsome young man who looked harmless was like a descendant of the ancient demon king. He held a blood-red red devil halberd and stood on the back of the vermilion bird. He walked forward. The monsters on both sides roared and obeyed his orders. This scene was too shocking. Everyone said that Jiutian from the Qin Mansion was a favored child of heaven. The Purple Thunder sect also attached great importance to him. However, compared with his child, how was he? There was another shocking aura in the distance. It must be that the strong men from the Dongshin Marcus Mansion had arrived one after another. But seeing the figure of the Purgatory Vermilion Bird leaving the monsters behind and moving forward, Qin Wentian's expression did not move. His killing intent was still terrible. Whoever blocked it would be killed. Chapter 539, Killing Spree. The strong men who came to the Dongshin Marcus Mansion this time were even more terrifying. They swept the cold light and saw corpses all over the ground. Then they all stared at Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng, and their hearts were horrified. The two of them rode on the vermilion bird, accompanied by monsters. This scene was shocking. Qin Wentian held the red demon halberd tightly in his hand, with a terrifying demonic look. He stared at the front and said coldly, "Kill those who block me." Boom! A wave of monstrous power burst out, and several strong men in front of him burst out with terrible auras at the same time. A big sword swept out and stretched in front of Qin Wentian. A loud shout came out, "Stop, I won't kill you, the Marcus is coming soon. Kill." Qin Wentian's voice fell, and the purgatory roared, and his body rushed out. A ray of light suddenly spit out of his mouth. In an instant, the fire of purgatory swept out, and the lotus of purgatory appeared in the void, wrapping and strangling those strong men. Ah! Screams were heard, and someone was killed on the spot in an instant, turning into nothingness under the burning of the purgatory lotus. So strong. The crowd stared at the Suzaku. The fire of the Suzaku was so terrible that it seemed to burn everything. The huge purgatory Suzaku rushed out with a roar, its wings flashing wildly. Wherever the flames passed, it seemed that no land would grow, everything was destroyed, everything was annihilated. Qin Wentian's expression was like a sharp blade, extremely cold. The star beast summoned by his side also rushed out with a roar, in charge of killing. Boom! Qin Wentian walked out like a gust of wind, and in a moment he landed in front of a Xiangang 6th layer strong man, and swung the red demon halberd. In an instant, the strong man stared at Qin Wentian, his eyes showed a look of horror, his mind was in chaos, and with a light sound of puff, the red demon halberd pierced his head and killed him. Without stopping, Qin Wentian's figure continued to flash. Wherever the red demon halberd passed, there were countless corpses. Strong men kept dying at Qin Wentian's hands. Purgatory dealt with the strongest man in Dongshin Marquis's mansion and suppressed him to death. Wherever the fire of purgatory burned, the strong retreated. How dare you! In the distance, a roar came rolling, and more strong men from Dongshin Marquis's mansion came. As a local lord, Dongshin Marquis, except for his useless son Dongshin Jin, was undoubtedly powerful. The people of the royal Holy Land were extremely eager to pursue martial arts. The hierarchy of the Yi kingdom was strict, and it was all maintained by strength. If you didn't have strength, even if you were really a descendant of a king, you would be expelled and become a powerless person. In the final analysis, this world is a world where strength is respected. Without strength, everything is empty talk. Don't dream of power, fame and fortune. Even if you are blessed by your parents, you will decline sooner or later. As the Marquis of your state, Dongshin Hao's power is naturally strong. In addition to being a strong man in the Xiangxiang realm, there are also many strong men in the Marquis mansion. Just like at this moment, many strong men came to kill, including some people in the 7th and 8th levels of the Xiangang realm, with terrible strength. After these people arrived, they surrounded Purgatory Suzaku and Qin Wentian in an instant, and the suffocating pressure was directly crushed. If they were not concerned about the identities of Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchen, seeing those corpses would be enough for them to kill Qin Wentian directly. Even if you are a disciple of the Sword Sect, you will have to pay a price for killing so many people in my Dongshin Hao mansion. One of them has the demeanor of a king. He is the younger brother of Dongshin Hao. He is at the peak of the 8th level of the Xiangang realm and is very powerful. Seeing the heavy casualties of the strong men in the Marquis mansion, he is naturally angry. So many people are besieging my junior brother. Are you bullying my sword sect because there is no one? A voice rolled in from a distance, as sharp as a sword, which made people tremble. The strong men of the sword sect have arrived. Although there were not many people from the sword sect, only a dozen or so, the moment they appeared, they put great pressure on the people of the Dongshin Marquisate. Although the Dongshin Marquisate was very strong and was the Marquis of your state, it was not at the same level as the sword sect of the 9 sects. Even when facing Qin Wentian alone, they were in a dilemma. Now, the disciples of the sword sect have arrived one after another. How dare the people of the Dongshin house move rashly? Although you are all from the sword sect, the royal saint domain has its own rules, and the sword sect cannot bully too much. This boy killed my nephew, which was too presumptuous, and it was in my Yi state imperial city. He dared to kill the descendants of the Marquisate. Should the sword sect stand up for him? Dongshin Tang, the younger brother of the Dongshin Marquis, was extremely powerful. Duan Han stepped forward, and in an instant, a sharp sword came out of its sheath behind him. This sword was extremely thin, with a piercing chill. The sword body was like water, and there was a faint black luster, which made people feel a strong sense of crisis. I heard that the son of the Marquis of Dongshin dared to speak disrespectfully to the saint. The saint and my junior brother are lovers. Killing him is nothing. If anyone from the Marquis of Dongshin dares to interfere in this matter, I will regard it as condoning the crime of Dongshin Jin. The Marquis of Dongshin will be implicated and killed without mercy. Duan Han stood with the sword in hand, his black clothes fluttering, and a murderous aura emanated from him. A suffocating sword power made everyone in the Marquis of Dongshan feel terrible pressure. They knew that this person was Duan Han, the ninth direct disciple of the sword sect's leader, Lingshan's sword master. His words were very important. Once these words came out, it was not just a crime against Dongshan. Killing Dongshan would be in vain. The people of the Marquis of Dongshan would be implicated if they interfered. How arrogant. You are indeed a member of the sword sect. Although the sword sect has 9 mountains, the disciples of each mountain are very united. The sword sect has the fewest people among the 9 sects, but the people of the sword sect are very protective of their shortcomings. I have indeed witnessed it today. The people around sighed secretly. Duan Han's words completely crushed the momentum of the Dongshan Marquis mansion. Dongshan Tang's face was ashen, but he saw that Qin Wentian's eyes were extremely cold at this time. He still walked forward, with murderous intent all over his body. The purgatory vermilion bird protected him in front of him, and Mo Qingchang was beside him. He wanted to step through the people of the Dongshan Marquis mansion to see who dared to stop him. This is an important place in the Yi Kingdom, where you can't be so rampant. You can kill people and leave whenever you want. Even if the sword sect blames you in the future, will the dignified sword sect bully our Dongshan Marquis mansion? Dongshan Tang shouted, and then he stretched out his palm and grabbed Qin Wentian. The huge palm print crushed the void and made a terrible rumbling sound. Kill. Duan Han spat out a word, and the killing intent was terrible. His figure flashed, like a gust of wind, and then the sharp black sword slashed through, cutting the void. A black line appeared in that space, cutting the void. Dongshan Tang's expression changed drastically. He only felt that his eyes were dark, and his eyes could not see. His palm was retracted instantly, but it was too late. There was a sound of puffing, and the sword passed silently, and an arm was directly cut off. You dare! Dongshan Tang roared. Duan Han stepped forward, and a dark light appeared in the void. The sky where Duan Han was seemed to dim. Dongshan Tang seemed to be blind. He opened his eyes, but it was dark. A wisp of extremely dangerous wind blew by, and there was no life at all. His face was pale, and then the crowd saw a line of blood appearing, and Dongshan Tang's body was separated. One sword, cut. In other directions, battles broke out, but most of the eyes were focused on Duan Han's sword. This sword was too strong, too sharp, and too terrible. Duan Han only used 2 sword strikes. The first one cut off his arm, and the second one chopped off his head. Junior brother, let's go. Duan Han looked at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian nodded slightly to Duan Han, and the purgatory vermilion bird continued to clear the way. Wherever it passed, blood flew. The strong men of the sword sect began to kill. The sword energy was overwhelming and no one could stop it. Seeing this, everyone around was terrified. They all had the same thought in their minds: Dongshan Marquis mansion is over. The people of the sword sect were unreasonable and swept all the way. Since the people of Dongshan Marquis mansion dared to take action, then they would be killed without mercy. In just a blink of an eye, the battlefield was cleared and the group headed towards the direction of the palace. The people of the sword sect were murderous. They all knew the cause and effect. Today, when they came out to visit the Yi Kingdom Imperial City, they heard a lot of rumors about Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng. Some people slandered Mo Qingcheng. At that time, they thought, if Qin Wentian knew, how could he tolerate it? This must be done by Yi Kongfen, so they, the sword sect, must ask Yi Kongfen to give an explanation, even if this is your country, even if Yi Kongfen is a disciple of the Purple Thunder sect, but if they don't get their temper out, where's the face of the sword sect? Seeing the murderous aura of the sword sect, countless people were trembling, and followed the sword sect's people forward. They wanted to know how this would end. In the distance, another monstrous power descended. This time, it was the terrifying power of the celestial realm, which was simply terrifying. Above the void, there was a faint celestial phenomenon. Dongshan Hao is here. The crowd trembled in their hearts, but the sword sect's footsteps continued to move forward. Qin Wentian saw an umbrella in his hand. The umbrella was filled with terrible thunder power, and the destructive airflow was terrifying. It was the 5th level killing magic weapon he got in Xuanwang City in the past. It was originally owned by a strong man from the Purple Thunder sect and was taken away by him. Duan Han's mind moved slightly, his palms clenched, his expression was extremely cold, and his murderous intent was terrible. He looked at the mighty figure in front of him. Dongshan Hao personally led the strong men to attack. My son. Dong Xinhao roared, his eyes coldly looked over here, and the murderous aura swept the world. You not only killed my son, but also killed the people in my mansion. In this case, even if you leave your country and are hunted by the sword sect, I will kill you all. Go and repent. After Dong Xinhao said this, his body rushed forward. Qin Wentian's figure flashed, and the thunder umbrella in his palm blasted out. A series of monstrous destructive thunders burst out. Dong Xinhao roared, raised his palm and fell, and the starlight fell from the sky. I saw a big knife slashing through the sky and blasting on the destructive thunder, with a monstrous power. Almost at the same time, Duinhan uttered a cold voice, "Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, the sky and the earth were pitch black. The disciples of the sword sect took a step forward at the same time and slashed out with sharp swords. Duinhan pushed his palm forward, and a flash of sword light appeared in the darkness, cutting through the void and breaking the celestial phenomena. The crowd only saw a white light slashing down from the darkness, and then they saw the pale and terrified face of Dong Xinhao. Puff! The light flashed, the darkness dissipated, and Dong Xinhao's body was split into two. The dignified Marquis of the Celestial Realm was killed in an instant. Strong, these people of the sword sect are too strong. P.S. Thank you Zhao Shishi for becoming the leader, thank you for always supporting Wuhan. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540 Arrival at Prince Qi's Mansion. Dong Xinhao, the Marquis of Yi State, came with a mighty crowd, filled with rage, and wanted to kill the disciples of his Hanjian sect at all costs, and then fled far away. He was so powerful in the celestial realm that it had to be said that the people who used Dong Xinjin behind the scenes had succeeded. They had expected that Dong Xinhao would seek revenge, but they did not expect that Dong Xinhao would be killed on the spot in an instant after coming so powerfully. Looking at the severed body, everyone's hearts trembled violently, and they felt their breathing was slightly hastened. The Jiutian sect of the 9 major sects would not be a name for nothing. When Dong Xinhao appeared, Qin Wentian used a terrifying offensive magic weapon, which was enough to threaten low-level celestial figures. Although Dong Xinhao resisted it, he could not block the second attack. There seemed to be a ray of light in Duinhan's palm. It was impossible to see what kind of magic weapon it was. All he knew was that Duinhan had a very accurate grasp of the timing. Just as Dong Xinhao resisted the attack of Qin Wentian's magic weapon, darkness appeared. The people of the sword sect attacked at the same time to disrupt Dong Xinhao's perception. Duinhan delivered a fatal blow. The little light in the darkness contained an attack power that was more terrifying than Qin Wentian's magic weapon, and directly killed Dong Xinhao. Duinhan was the 9th direct disciple of Lingshan's swordmaster. How could he not have powerful means? The light just now must be the means that Lingshan's swordmaster left for him to deal with celestial figures. Duinhan's heart was also extremely decisive and ruthless. As soon as Dong Xinhao appeared, he killed him with thunder and lightning, without any hesitation at all, so that Dong Xinhao had no time to burst with strength and died tragically on the spot. Kill! Duinhan's figure did not stop for a moment. He stepped out, and when his black clothes fluttered, he made a fluttering sound. His dark pupils made everyone who came to Dong Xinhao's mansion feel desperate. Dong Xinhao was killed in an instant. How could they contend with these disciples of the sword sect? Not to mention the others, just Duinhan, who was at the peak of the 8th level of Xiangang. His own fighting power was not comparable to that of the people at the 9th level of Xiangang in the Hao Mansion. Besides Duinhan, the other disciples of the sword sect were all strong. There was one person at the 8th level of Xiangang, and there were several people at the 7th level of Xiangang. This force could definitely sweep everything. Sure enough, Duinhan rushed into the crowd of the Dong Xinhao mansion, killing with one sword, and his sword light was like a brilliant light in the dark night. Everyone seemed to understand why he was wearing black clothes. The brilliance of that sword was unstoppable. In just a moment, the people in the Dongxin Marquis's mansion were slaughtered, and everyone around was terrified. How decisive was this killing? Although everyone understood that if the two sides collided, one side would die, the ruthlessness and decisiveness of the disciples of the sword sect still made people feel frightened. Perhaps, this is the difference between the disciples of the big sects and others, otherwise how could they dominate one side and be feared by the world? Qin Wentian looked cold, driving the Suzaku forward, and the disciples of the sword sect followed him. Now that the Dongshin Marcus died, no one could stop Qin Wentian and others from going. The group continued to march towards the direction of the palace. In the Qiwang mansion, Yi Kongfen was furious after hearing the news. His face was cold, and his eyes swept coldly to the people below. Such a series of strategies actually failed. How could the people of the sword sect find out so quickly? Did I ask you to have someone watch over them? Yi Kongfen shouted coldly. When he learned that Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng left the palace alone, he immediately ordered people to execute this plan and prepare to kill Qin Wentian. The people below also executed it very well and found Dong Xinhao to bear the crime. Dong Xinhao has always been impulsive and not afraid of anything, but he only doted on the naughty Dong Xinjin. If Dong Xinjin died in the hands of Qin Wentian, he would kill Qin Wentian at all costs. Dong Xinjin really died. Even though Qin Wentian knew it was a conspiracy, he still killed Dong Xinjin with his proud character and his attention to Mo Qingcheng. Everything went in the expected direction, but they underestimated Qin Wentian's strength and the people of the sword sect. Duan Han of the sword sect noticed something was wrong and immediately went to find Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng regardless of the obstruction. The people below bowed their heads and said, "This Duan Han was cold, calm and decisive. He was an extremely difficult person. They tried their best to deal with him, but the other party ignored him. Kongfen, Duan Han is a disciple of Lingshan's sword master. He must be extraordinary. Moreover, he has a trump card to kill Xiangxiang figures. It must be given by Lingshan's sword master. We underestimated the enemy this time." Someone next to Yi Kongfen said. Yi Kongfen looked gloomy, but nodded gently and said, "But it doesn't matter. Aren't they very angry? Do they want to come to the Qi Palace to settle accounts with me? In this case, let's teach them a lesson. Yes, it will be interesting if they dare to come here." The people next to him laughed. Yi Kongfen looked at the people below and said coldly, "Immediately summon the top Xianggang realm powerhouses in the palace. Since Xiangxiang is not convenient to participate in the battle, then use the strongest force to crush them." Yes. The people below took the order and retreated. Yi Kongfen stood up, waved his sleeves, and said loudly, "Let's go, we'll go out and wait for them to come." In the bedroom of the human emperor, the human emperor was lying on the bed, accompanied by the empress and the imperial concubines. At this moment, the human emperor, who was resting, opened his eyes, and a sharp cold light flashed across his eyes. Then, the human emperor looked at the empress and said, "Go and call Shi Zhuan in for me, and ask Ling Shuang to come as well." The empress' eyes flashed, and she looked at the human emperor. The human emperor nodded at her, and she took the order and left. Not long after, a cold man with a bloody murderous aura and Ling Shuang appeared in the bedroom of the human emperor. Human emperor. Shi Zhuan bowed to the human emperor. "You summon the Iron Blood Camp Xianggang and the Divine Arrow Camp Xianggang to wait for orders outside the palace. At the same time, hand over the military tokens of the two camps to Ling Shuang." The human emperor spoke to Shi Zhuan. A sharp light flashed in Shi Zhuan's eyes, but he did not hesitate. He bowed to the human emperor and said, "Yes." After that, he took out two military tokens, one of which was engraved with a divine arrow pattern, and the other was engraved with a blood-colored pattern. "Princess Ling Shuang." Shi Zhuan handed it to Ling Shuang. Ling Shuang glanced at the human emperor. Seeing the human emperor nod to her, she took it. She was puzzled. She had never heard of the Iron Blood Camp and the Divine Arrow Camp. She thought that they were the direct line of her father and must be extraordinary. But why did the two camps of soldiers be handed over to her now? "I will go now," Shi Zhuan said to the human emperor, but the human emperor instructed again, "You will lead the dragon elephant army and secretly support them. Don't show up." "Yes." Shi Zhuan nodded and then withdrew. Human emperor. The queen looked worried and looked at the human emperor with some concern. He knew who Shi Zhuan was and what the dragon elephant army meant. Did the human emperor intend to expose them now? It doesn't matter. The king of Qi has long disrespected his master. In this case, I want to see how powerful he is. A sharp light flashed in the eyes of the human emperor, and then he looked at Ling Shuang and said, "Wentian was assassinated by Yi Kongfen, and Yi Kongfen spread rumors to slander King Chang's reputation. Now Wentian is coming to the palace with the people of the sword sect. He will definitely go to the palace of the king of Qi. By then, Yi Kongfen will order people to severely attack the people of the sword sect. You lead the people of the two camps to pass on the order of the human emperor. Yikongfen, the son of the king of Qi, is suspected of slandering the reputation of the saint of the Medicine Emperor Valley and trying to harm my adopted son. He will be arrested and punished. If the Qi palace resists, it will be regarded as treason. The words of the emperor shocked everyone in the room. The expressions of the queen and Ye Lingshuang changed drastically. Now the king of Qi has already controlled extremely powerful forces. The reason why he did not seize the throne was because he was worried that the emperor was not dead. After all, the emperor's fighting power was monstrous and the Yi kingdom was invincible. The king of Qi did not want to take risks before he died of poison. He would rather wait, but now the emperor took the initiative to attack, which would instantly cause a storm in the city and force the king of Qi to rebel. Father! Ye Lingshuang was shocked and shouted. Lingshuang, just do as I say. If the king of Qi rebels, it will affect the whole body. How many people rebel will be clearly seen. The emperor said calmly. If the king of Qi attacks directly, how should we deal with it? Ye Lingshuang was still shocked and asked. Don't worry, he won't dare. The human emperor seemed to know everything clearly, and seemed to have regained his former elegance. Seeing the human emperor's expression, the queen couldn't help but tremble slightly in her heart, and then said, Lingshuang, do as your father said. Lingshuang, Shizhuan will solve the unnecessary things, you don't need to worry. All you have to do is help Wentian and let Yikongfen see himself clearly. I also want to know how Wentian killed Yikongfen. A sharp light flashed in the eyes of the human emperor, and there was a faint sense of forcing people, as if the peerless elegance of the past had been restored. Outside the human emperor palace, the strong gathered, and the murderous aura rushed to the sky. Everyone trembled in their hearts. The people of the human emperor's lineage were vaguely worried about the human emperor, while the people of the Qi Wang lineage sneered in their hearts. Is the human emperor finally dying? It's not that simple to fight to the death. Thinking of this, they all had a cold smile on their faces. I'm afraid that the human emperor is doomed, and the Yi kingdom will change. The Qi palace was majestic and vast, with strict guards. There was a golden ancient road outside that led to the Qi palace. At this moment, a group of figures appeared and walked in the void. These people were all imposing and murderous. Qi palace, who dares to trespass? A cold voice rolled from the palace wall, shaking the void. Duan Han, dressed in black, walked out and shouted coldly, Yikongfen of the Purple Thunder sect, since you dare to do such a dirty thing, then get out. Get out, get out. There seemed to be a voice echoing between heaven and earth, spreading throughout the Qi palace, causing many people in the Qi palace to change their expressions again and again, looking outside the Qi palace. There was actually someone so bold to come here to challenge the majesty of the prince. Yikongfen stood on a step in the palace, looking into the distance. How could he go out? If he didn't accuse the other party of trespassing in the Qi palace, how could he deal with those disciples of the sword sect? This is not a place for you to come, get out. Yikongfen shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the void, confronting Duan Han's voice in the air. Duan Han's dark eyes shot out cold light. How could he not expect Yikongfen's thoughts? He just saw him strolling out and said, kill him. Wait. A voice came from the distance. Duan Han and others turned their eyes and looked behind them, and saw the murderous aura in the distance. Ye Lingshuang was wearing armor, heroic, and came from the two camps. Not long after, he landed outside the Qi Wang mansion. Ye Lingshuang stood in the void and shouted angrily, Qi Wang's son Yikongfen, spread rumors and slandered the saint of Yaohuang Valley, and killed the people of Dongshan Haofu with poison, and wanted to harm Qin Wentian, the adopted son of the human emperor. Now, the human emperor has ordered to arrest Yikongfen and bring him to question him. Resisting is considered treason. P.S. Monday, please vote for recommendation. Chapter 541 Extreme Humiliation. At this moment, Ye Lingshuang was wearing armor and looked heroic. His loud shout shook the void and spread into the Qi Wang mansion, causing everyone in the Qi Wang mansion to tremble. The human emperor actually ordered the arrest of Yikongfen, and those who resisted would be considered traitors. Is the human emperor crazy? He wants to fight to the death before his death and force the Qi Wang mansion to rebel. The people in the Qi Wang mansion had a thought and were shocked. Only this possibility could explain Ye Lingshuang's behavior. Otherwise, the human emperor himself was on the verge of death, and most of the palace was controlled by the Qi Wang forces. He dared to give orders to capture Yikongfen. Thinking of this, the expressions of the people in the Qi Wang mansion changed again and again. They were still frightened by the power of the human emperor. If he fought to the death, it would be really frightening. The more such a counterattack with a death will, the more terrible it is. They had to be vigilant. Yikongfan's face also turned very ugly. He was waiting for the people of the sword sect to come and provoke him, so that he would have an excuse to deal with them. However, they did not expect that the human emperor would actually order Yiling to lead the strong men to come and ask for punishment. In this way, the Qin mansion would be in a weak position. When Yiling finished speaking, she had already joined the people of the sword sect. Behind her, there were two camps of people. The strong men of these two camps were full of murderous aura. They were the Divine Arrow camp and the Iron Blood camp. Qin Wentian stood on the vermilion bird and looked at Yiling. He had some hidden worries in his heart. The human emperor might not have fully recovered from his injuries. If such an action forced the King of Qi to rebel immediately, it would be disadvantageous to the human emperor. However, he did not think too much about it. Since the human emperor had such an order, he must have made a decision in his heart. The group rushed into the Qin mansion. Many figures in front of them blocked them. Yiling waved her hand, and in an instant, all the strong men in the Divine Arrow camp used their bows and arrows. The brilliant light of the arrows flooded the world, and exhaled a terrifying sharp meaning. Anyone who dares to stop us will be regarded as a traitor and killed without mercy. Yiling said coldly. The group rushed into the Qin mansion, and saw the momentum of the strong men in the Qin mansion bursting out. They all knew that the Qin now controlled most of the palace. How could they let people easily break into the Qin mansion? Wouldn't it be a great shame? Kill. Seeing that the people in front of them blocked them, Yiling gave an order, and in an instant, arrows broke through the air. There were more than 100 arrows, interwoven into a net, like an arrow net, covering the sky and the earth, blocking all directions, and they were arrows that killed instantly. Puff, puff, puff. Light sounds continued to be heard. Wherever the arrows passed, blood flew. The people in the Qin mansion were horrified. The strength of these archers was extremely terrifying. The arrows of instant killing were extremely powerful and broke through everything. Wherever the arrows passed, everyone was drowned and killed. How dare you? A loud shout came out, and an old man appeared in the Qin mansion, trampling on the void. With a roar, it was like a thunderous force, shucking everyone's blood. How dare you break into my Qin mansion? Another figure appeared, also an old man, wearing gorgeous clothes, extremely majestic, with long beards fluttering. They were all the old generation of Qin mansion, with noble status. However, at this moment, there were several vast auras rolling in from a distance, the color of the sky changed, and the starlight fell down. There were faintly several figures standing in the starlight of the sky. This starlight directly covered the Qin mansion. One of them was Jiutian. He was cold and relaxed. He stared at the figures that appeared and said coldly, "I am here to arrest Yikongfen under the order of the emperor. It has nothing to do with the Qi palace. If you want to protect Yikongfen, it will be regarded as disrespecting the emperor and betraying the master. Don't blame me for being rude. How dare you talk to me like this?" An old man looked up and stared at Jiutian in the void. His expression was extremely cold. "Those who disobey the order of the emperor will be killed without mercy. I believe that the Qi palace will not be a rebellious person." Jiutian spoke coldly. His momentum remained the same, domineering and fierce. In the distance, there were strong men rushing to the Qi palace. I think they knew the order of the emperor. Among these people who came, there were many princes and princes, and their strength was extremely strong. Is the emperor confused? He actually ordered to break into the Qi palace. A prince roared, and the stars in the void seemed to be shattered in his roar. Jiutian's expression remained unchanged, and his perception spread out. He found that the powerful men he led at this moment had been surrounded by people. These people who surrounded him were all princes, but they did not move. They must have taken action immediately as long as the King of Qi gave an order, and directly rebelled and attacked the palace. Qin Wentian did not expect such a grand scene. Yikongfen slandered Mo Qingchang's reputation and insulted him. Qin Wentian must kill this person. The people of the sword sect came to the King of Qi's mansion. Of course, they did not think of killing Yikongfen directly in the King of Qi's mansion. This was impossible, but he did not expect that the human emperor would get involved after learning about it, which triggered a dramatic change in the royal family of Yi Kingdom. Yiling led the two camps to continue to kill, and no one could stop them. The guards of the King of Qi's mansion came one after another,
But the existence of the celestial realm never took action. They had not received the order from the King of Qi. If the celestial realm attacked Yi Lingshuang's people, then the storm would probably evolve into a decisive battle. Yi Kongfen and other people from the Purple Thunder sect soared into the air, looking at Qin Wentian and others who kept coming to kill him. His eyes were cold, and he was full of murderous intent. He thought that if he didn't kill Qin Wentian this time, he could still trap him in the trap he set up, but he didn't expect the human emperor to intervene, causing him to suffer heavy losses in the Prince Qi's mansion. Yi Kongfen, do you know your crime? Yi Lingshuang stared at the front and said coldly. What a joke, what crime have I committed? Yi Kongfen's face was gloomy and murderous. As a member of the royal family and a disciple of the Purple Thunder sect, you are so despicable that you spread rumors and slandered the reputation of the saint girl. You also ordered people to instigate the people of the Dongshin Marcus mansion and planned to kill my brother Qin Wentian. With such a despicable nature, you have also won the title of the genius of the Purple Thunder sect. You have lost the face of my royal family, but you still don't know your crime. Yi Lingshuang's voice was cold and harsh, making Yi Kongfen want to kill her on the spot. If you want to accuse someone, you can always find a pretext. Princess, what can I say? Yi Kongfen denied it. Of course, he would never admit it in public. Really? If so, follow me back to investigate this matter. If it has nothing to do with you, I will bow to you and apologize, and my father will also blame himself. Yi Lingshuang's voice was cold, and the group continued to move forward. It's ridiculous. I, Yi Kongfen, didn't do it. Why should I follow you? Yi Kongfen said coldly, but seeing that Yi Lingshuang and others didn't care at all, they were about to press forward, but at this moment, several figures rose into the air, bathed in thunder and lightning, extremely majestic. Little kid, although you are the princess of Yi Kingdom, Yi Kongfen is a disciple of my Purple Thunder sect. You can't take him away just like you say. Where is the face of my Purple Thunder sect? The person who appeared stared at Yi Lingshuang and said, and Yi Lingshuang sneered in her heart. Sure enough, the people of the Purple Thunder sect also participated in the matter of the Yi Kingdom's royal family seizing the throne. Since you are from the Purple Thunder sect, you shouldn't be involved in the affairs of my royal family. Yi Lingshuang stared at the powerful person and said calmly. The human emperor is bullying others with his power. He wants to arrest my Purple Thunder sect disciples on trumped-up charges. How can it not be my business? The old man sneered, and his aura became stronger. Thunder stars appeared in the void, as if purple thunder light was shining down. No wonder King Qi avoided it. It turns out that someone from the Purple Thunder sect is here. Duanhan's dark eyes flashed with coldness, and then he looked at Qin Wentian beside him and said, Junior brother Qin, how do you say this matter should be resolved? Everyone then turned their eyes to Qin Wentian, only to see Qin Wentian staring at Yi Kongfen, with a deep contempt in his eyes. Yi Kongfen, you are a genius of the Purple Thunder sect, but you dare not admit your despicable deeds. How pathetic. Qin Wentian's tone was extremely indifferent, revealing deep contempt, which made Yi Kongfen clench his fists tightly, and his killing intent flashed. I heard that Yi Kongfen has the blood of the Tribulation Thunder, the body of the Heavenly Thunder, and you are self-important and are known as the pride of the Purple Thunder sect. Qin Wentian looked forward and slowly said, in the palace, there is a royal battle arena. This battle arena is a place where the royal descendants compete for their talents. It can suppress the cultivation of martial arts cultivators. I invite you, Yi Kongfen, to the royal battle arena for a fight. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Yi Kongfen's expression narrowed, and there was a deep chill in that gap. How could he not know about the royal battle arena? This battle arena can suppress martial cultivators at the same level of cultivation, allowing them to fight under the same conditions. The real test is the combat power of both sides. The descendants of the royal family have different ages and their cultivation levels are strong and weak. This battle arena can show their potential and who is stronger and weaker in combat power. Unexpectedly, Qin Wentian also knew about it and invited Yi Kongfen to fight. That day in the battle arena, he witnessed Qin Wentian's combat power with his own eyes. He could kill the top 6 Xiangang strongmen. Looking at Qin Wentian's eyes, Yi Kongfen actually felt a little dreadful in his heart and did not dare to fight immediately. You, don't dare. Qin Wentian suddenly shouted coldly, with a stronger hint of sarcasm on his lips, the genius of the Purple Thunder sect? The genius of the Prince Qi's mansion? Coward. As soon as these words came out, a crackling sound was heard, and Yi Kongfen clenched his fists, exuding his aura, and was about to accept Qin Wentian's challenge, but the old man of the Purple Thunder sect said, "It's ridiculous. The martial cultivators have strong and weak cultivation. Who will accompany you to suppress the realm and fight?" Qin Wentian looked at the old man and said coldly, "Qin joined the Sword sect not long ago. I heard that the Purple Thunder sect and the Sword sect are equally famous. But in the battle at the Zhuan Palace that day and the battle on the battlefield some time ago, I saw that the disciples of the Purple Thunder sect were all vulnerable, a bunch of trash. Of course, maybe everyone Qin met was the most unbearable disciple of the Purple Thunder sect. I don't know if there are any decent people among these Purple Thunder sect disciples who dare to go on the royal battle stage with Qin. If these people are not good enough, you can go to the Purple Thunder sect to transfer people." When Qin Wentian said this, he was not only provoking and insulting Ye Kongfen, but also insulting the Purple Thunder sect. Upon hearing this, the Purple Thunder sect's strong men were furious, and the thunder in the sky emitted lightning flashes, which actually struck Qin Wentian directly in front of him, which was extremely terrifying. "Senior, there is no need to intimidate me like this. I am just an unknown person who has just joined the Jiutian sect. I will wait in the palace for a month. During this month, Qin will spread the news and I am willing to challenge any Xiangang figure of the Purple Thunder sect, including Ye Kongfen, on the royal platform. Of course, if Ye Kongfen still doesn't have the courage to accept the challenge after a month, there is no need for me to say anything more. The people in the royal Holy Land will know how ridiculous the 9 major sects of the Purple Thunder sect are." Qin Wentian's eyes were full of sarcasm, and he turned around and left. There are many strong people in the Qi Palace. Qin asks himself that he does not have the ability to kill Ye Kongfen, a despicable and incompetent person. If you have a little courage, please accept the challenge within a month. If you are really so incompetent, I will not say anything. I will directly challenge you with my cultivation level after a month, and you don't need to suppress your cultivation level. After he finished speaking, Qin Wentian walked away. The human emperor's injuries had not yet healed. He humiliated the Purple Thunder sect and Ye Kongfen, and set a time of 1 month. He did not want the human emperor and King Qi to go to war at this moment. After a month, the human emperor's injuries would be healed, and then, it would be the end of King Qi. Chapter 542 Retreat. The power of thunder flashed from Ye Kongfen's fists. He was about to accept Qin Wentian's challenge, but the old man from the Purple Thunder sect interrupted him. Could it be that he also thought that Ye Kongfen could not defeat Qin Wentian at the same level? Before, he thought that he was a genius of the Purple Thunder sect, so outstanding that he had never thought about this problem. However, when Qin Wentian came to challenge him and entered the Qi Wang mansion, he discovered another side of himself. Facing Qin Wentian, he was actually afraid of fighting. Looking at Qin Wentian's back as he left, he was free and unrestrained, and threatened to challenge any Xiangang figure of his Purple Thunder sect. This was more than just a provocation to Ye Kongfen. "Coward." Another voice came out. Yi Lingshuang looked at Ye Kongfen with contempt and said, "You claim to be the genius of the Purple Thunder sect and the genius of the Prince Qi's mansion. You are so arrogant, but you dare not even step onto a royal battle stage. You dare not admit your despicable deeds. You have disgraced the face of the Yi Kingdom's royal family. It's a shame." After Yi Lingshuang finished speaking, he waved his hand and turned away with everyone. In his heart, he thought that his father was really smart. The Prince Qi did not want to start a war, otherwise he would not have shown up at this moment. In fact, everyone, including Qin Wentian, saw the situation today and knew it clearly. The Prince Qi did not want to gamble with a human emperor in a life-and-death battle. He would rather endure the humiliation this time and wait. Otherwise, with the order of the Prince Qi, his people would dare to attack the palace, kill the human emperor and seize the throne. But the king of Qi did not. He did not even come out. Seeing Yi Lingshuang and Shi Zhuan leading the strong men to come, everyone would think that the human emperor wanted to force the king of Qi to fight him head-on, and to counterattack before he died. The king of Qi obviously did not want to fight the human emperor, so he chose to endure. On the other hand, the king of Qi saw that the human emperor ordered people to break into the king of Qi's mansion and did not show up. He was also a heroic figure. If it was someone who was not able to endure, he would just start killing. However, Qin Wentian understood in his heart that it seemed that the human emperor was more clever. He ordered Yi Lingshuang and Shi Zhuan to lead people to help him today. Isn't it a means of playing hard to get? He had already expected that the king of Qi would be afraid of his life and death fight and would not fight. At the same time, It could also give everyone a false impression that the human emperor was dying and wanted to fight as soon as possible. Not long after, the crowd retreated like a tide, the stars in the sky disappeared, and the suffocating pressure gradually dissipated. There was silence in Prince Qi's mansion. Ye Kongfan's expression was uncertain and his mood still hadn't calmed down. He seemed to be irritated by the words of Qin Wentian and Ye Lingshuang. Ye Kongfan was self-important, but he didn't dare to accept the challenge of the royal arena. If this matter got out, how could he still have the face to call himself a genius? Kongfan, everyone has their own circumstances in cultivation. You are the pride of my Purple Thunder sect. Why do you question yourself because of his words? This boy challenged you angrily and asked you to suppress your realm just because he is not as good as you. Therefore, he deliberately used this method to provoke you so that you would agree to fight him at the same realm. However, you are clearly sure of victory and it would be easy for you to kill him. You have an absolute advantage. Why did you accept the challenge angrily and let his conspiracy succeed? In the void, the old man of the Purple Thunder sect said lightly, with your strength, in a month, in front of all the kings, you will kill him instantly, take his life, and chop off his head. All doubts will disappear. What is there for a dead man to be proud of? Ye Kongfan's expression was stern. He looked at the old man of the Purple Thunder sect, nodded slightly, and said, in a month, it will be his death date. However, within this month, he challenged all the Xiangang people of my Purple Thunder sect. If no one accepts the challenge, wouldn't it make my Purple Thunder sect lose face? Does the Purple Thunder sect need to care about the provocation of a young man? What qualifications does he have to provoke our Purple Thunder sect? If so, if anyone provokes the Purple Thunder sect, our Purple Thunder sect will respond to the challenge. Isn't that lowering our status? The old man shouted coldly. Ye Kongfan remained silent and didn't say much. Although what the old man said made sense, if such an arrogant challenge could kill him, why wouldn't the Purple Thunder sect kill him directly? I'm afraid that after witnessing Qin Wentian's battle in the battlefield, this Purple Thunder sect's celestial being strongman is not so confident about the Purple Thunder sect disciples, and thinks it is difficult to defeat him at the same level, unless the peerless genius who is famous in the royal extreme Holy Land and the focus of everyone's attention is sent out. That kind of person will be a symbol of the Nura. They will compete for the hegemony of the Nura. If they come to deal with Qin Wentian, it will be a loss of status. 3 days later, the news that the Sword Clan disciple Qin Wentian had challenged Ye Kongfan to a duel spread throughout the ancient country of Heian. Everyone in the country knew about it. This was naturally because someone was fanning the flames. After all, the people of the human emperor lineage were still very powerful, and it was easy for them to spread the news. There were even rumors that the human emperor sent people to protect the Sword Clan disciple Qin Wentian and entered the Qi Wang mansion. Qin Wentian challenged Ye Kongfan to a duel on the royal battle stage, but Ye Kongfan avoided the challenge and did not dare to accept it. After that, Qin Wentian arrogantly invited any Xiangang realm expert from the Purple Thunder clan, but the Purple Thunder clan still did not respond. This news caused an uproar among countless people, and they all wanted to find out who Qin Wentian was. He was so arrogant that he forced the Purple Thunder clan to not dare to accept the challenge and lose face. Many people began to inquire about everything about Qin Wentian, and even the news of Xuanwang City was dug out one after another. It turned out that Qin Wentian first appeared in Xuanwang City of the Great Shang Dynasty. In that battle, he killed many people who were known as geniuses. Later, he was taken away by the Jiutian sect. Now he followed the disciples of the Jiutian sect to enter your country and was adopted as an adopted son by the human emperor. In addition, the saint of Yaohurong Valley and he were actually a couple. Moreover, it was said that the reason why Qin Wentian challenged and humiliated Ye Kongfan was because Ye Kongfan spread rumors and slandered the saint of Yaohurong Valley. Qin Wentian entered the Qi mansion in anger and said that if Ye Kongfan was cowardly and did not dare to fight in the royal battle stage, then he would not suppress Ye Kongfan's realm and challenged him directly. Qin Wentian's cultivation was the 4th level of Xiangang, and he had a strong bloodline power, but Ye Kongfan was the 7th level of Xiangang, and he also had a terrible bloodline power, Jiutian bloodline, and his attack power was boundless. Chasing across 3 realms, isn't this a suicidal behavior? Although everyone admired Qin Wentian's courage, it was too irrational. But in any case, after the news spread, the prestige of the Sword sect became stronger, while the Purple Thunder sect seemed to be a little embarrassed. How could such a big purple thunder sect not have someone in the same realm to kill Qin Wentian on the royal battle stage? Even if Yukongfen did not suppress his cultivation and killed Qin Wentian in the end, it was not something worth boasting about. The Purple Thunder sect had already lost its momentum. Qin Wentian had been practicing in seclusion these days and did not ask about external affairs. Although he had issued a declaration of war, he also knew that Yukongfen was powerful, so he naturally hoped to improve his realm again within this month. The star-gathering platform was the place where the human emperor practiced. Now, Qin Wentian was sitting on this altar to practice. There were 9 huge stone pillars around the star-gathering platform. These stone pillars were actually carved from natural meteorites. The star energy contained in them was terrifying. On the star-gathering platform, there was a formation engraved. The gorgeous pattern could condense the star power on the 9 stone pillars. Qin Wentian sat on the pattern, as if he was in the endless starlight. Qin Wentian practiced quietly, and the 4 star souls bloomed at the same time, releasing dazzling brilliance, madly absorbing the star energy. He opened his hand and threw a pill into his mouth. This pill was the Jiutian pill, which could enhance his affinity with the star energy in a short time and swallow the star power faster. Before this retreat, Mo Qingchang gave him a lot of pills, all of which were auxiliary pills without side effects, such as Jiutian pill, Pifu pill, and blood-burning pill, all of which could help him practice better and further stimulate the potential of his blood. After swallowing the pill, Qin Wentian did not stop. He swallowed the earth fruit and took out the 2 celestial fruits. He gave the 2 celestial fruits that could make the heart tremble to Mo Qingcheng. After digesting the earth fruit, he began to swallow the celestial fruit that contained the power of the earth. Suddenly, many changes occurred in his body, and his perception of the heaviness and pulsation of the earth became stronger. This feeling can also be felt by Emperor Yan, who is far away in the imperial mausoleum of the ancient Great Xia dynasty. They are not different from each other, and they share perception and understanding. In the imperial mausoleum of the Great Xia dynasty, Emperor Yan stood there. At this moment, his temperament was calm and peaceful. He held a Fangyan Huiji in his hand and kept stabbing out the halberd method, trying to make the attack power of the halberd method stronger. Since Qin Wentian stepped into the sword sect to unseal the sword, Emperor Tian began the road of comprehension. Qin Wentian knew that his level was only at the first 7 swords of unseal. Although he could unseal the 8th to 14th swords, he had never reached that level. If he could step into that level, his attack power would definitely be much stronger. Halberd after halberd, without a sound or a trace, but when the halberd fell, the void could tremble, as if a terrible wave was transmitted, trying to shatter the void. This was the void crack, and the attack could contain terrible tearing wave power, which could burst out in an instant and fall on others, tearing the enemy apart instantly. In fact, it was the 2nd level of the void shock wave of the martial arts will of force, which was applied to his magical power to break the void. If the power could be superimposed with the martial arts will of the demon, it could be stronger, but this was the most superficial superposition, and it could not reach the level of the 8th to 14th swords of the sword. Afterwards, Qin Wentian continued to stab with the halberd, which were the mountain opening style, meteorite style, and void breaking style he had created before, but the power was incomparable to the previous one. After trying again and again, evolving again and again, Qin Wentian always wanted to be the best and the strongest. In the blink of an eye, several more days passed. Qin Wentian's body was still practicing on the Juxingte, gathering the power of the stars of heaven and earth, and the body of Emperor Yan continued to comprehend in the imperial mausoleum, and they were all making progress bit by bit. The atmosphere in the Yi Kingdom Palace was becoming increasingly tense, but no one from the Purple Thunder sect responded to the challenge. It seemed that it was just as the Purple Thunder sect elder had said. After Yukongfen forcefully killed Qin Wentian, all the voices would be suppressed. If they responded to the challenge and lost, it would be even more embarrassing. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed. In Qin Wentian's body, the star energy roared crazily, like a huge wave, roaring in his body, and the energy palace seemed to be boiling. In the imperial mausoleum, Jiutian sat on the ground, with a thoughtful look in his handsome eyes. He still couldn't do it. That kind of creative attack was really difficult. Chapter 543, The Strong Men Enter the Palace. In the Yi Kingdom Palace, on the star-gathering platform, the roar in Qin Wentian's body lasted for 3 days. The starlight buried his body, and the star soul brilliance became more and more dazzling. His 4 Wuming Xiangang all bloomed and made a buzzing sound. On this day, a crisp sound came out, as if something broke out of its shell. The 4 Yuanfu in Qin Wentian's body became even larger, and the starlight shone in them. The star essence inside each had its own luster. In the sword Yuanfu, the sword energy roared, as if it was going straight into the sky. A ray of light pierced in an instant, and it was a king's sword. It was the Wuming Xiangang who returned to the Yuanfu and guarded the Yuanfu. Then the starlight tempered the Wuming Xiangang. At the same time, the other 3 Yuanfu were all like this. At this moment, all the starlight outside Qin Wentian's body fell into his body. His pupils opened, and the bright light burst out, which was extremely dazzling, as if it could hurt people's eyes. However, after just a moment, all the sharpness was restrained and dissipated. He smiled, and gave people a feeling of spring breeze, with a faint quiet and elegant temperament. This change of temperament only took him a thought, moving as he wished, sometimes like a sword out of its sheath, sometimes like a lake without waves. His realm was clearly a deeper level, and he had entered the 5th level of Xiangang. Now that he used the power of his bloodline, his aura could directly approach the 6th level of Xiangang, and he had the power to deter Ye Kongfen. However, he also knew that Ye Kongfen was not an ordinary person. He had the name of the Purple Thunder Sex Xianjiao, the bloodline of Ji Li, and the body of Xian Li. He was definitely not a person who had a false reputation, and Qin Wentian did not dare to be careless. He just closed his eyes and continued to consolidate his cultivation. In the Great Xia Imperial Mausoleum, Emperor Yan practiced halberd all day long. Although it seemed extremely boring, Emperor Yan was not impatient at all. Cultivation is not something that can be accomplished overnight. It is boring, especially comprehension. It is not a one-day job. Moreover, he has a strong desire for martial arts and a strong desire for power. Every progress makes him excited and excited. In his understanding, there are 2 kinds of comprehension. One is sudden enlightenment, a flash of inspiration, and enlightenment in an instant, thus transformation. This situation is rare and can only be encountered by chance. The other kind requires one's own efforts and persistence, and finally it can be worn away by water dripping on the stone, resulting in transformation and enlightenment. No matter how good your talent is, the practice of martial arts monks is still inseparable from perseverance. Moreover, Qin Wentian believes that even if it is sudden enlightenment, perhaps you have enough accumulation before you will encounter the opportunity of sudden enlightenment. In a blink of an eye, there were only 3 days left before the 1-month deadline. Jiutian still had not been able to enter another realm, but his halberd skills had improved and became more and more powerful. At this moment, he put down the Fangtian Huoji in his hand, closed his eyes, and fell asleep on the ground. However, in his dream, Jiutian was still practicing halberd, which shows how strong his obsession was. He slept for a whole day. When Jiutian opened his eyes, a smile appeared in his eyes. He couldn't help but think of the heroic figure he met in the dark forest in the past. Who said that dreams are false? Did the ancient peak in the past connect dreams and reality? Standing up, Jiutian practiced halberd again, with a smile on his lips. If someone saw his halberd skills at this moment, they would be shocked. Finally, Jiutian abandoned the halberd and began to practice swordsmanship. I think he understood that it would be difficult for him to make a new breakthrough in halberd skills in a short time. In the palace of Yi State, the situation is tense now. The princes of all parties have gathered in the imperial city. The princes often hold secret meetings. Even some powerful forces from the royal sacred domain have come to Yi State, such as some big clans in some other ancient countries. Ever since the news that the human emperor ordered Ji Lingshuang to lead people to break into the Qi Wang mansion and Qin Wentian challenged Ye Kongfen and the disciples of the Purple Thunder sect came out, everyone knew that in a month, it would not only be a battle between Qin Wentian and Ye Kongfen, but also a decisive battle between the royal family of Yi State. The Qi Wang has strong endurance. If the human emperor does not move, he would rather waste time. If he had not been very patient, he would not have been able to seriously injure the human emperor. This opportunity is rare. The ancient country of Yi, which is thousands of years old, has a deep foundation and strong strength, which is only inferior to the first-level superpower of the 9 major sects. If Yi encounters a dramatic change, all the forces in the entire royal Holy Land will pay attention to it. It is no wonder that the imperial city of Yi is now in turmoil. I don't know how many strong people have set foot here, all wanting to witness this historic scene. In the imperial city, in a manner, a group of young strong men all have extraordinary temperaments, and their angular faces are clearly engraved with pride and confidence. Among them, there is a woman who is particularly dazzling. She is wearing a fire-colored phoenix robe and is extremely beautiful, but the heroic spirit on her body makes people dare not look directly at her. This woman is Li Hanao, the disciple of Jiutian swordmaster of his Hanjian sect. Most of the young people around her are her fellow disciples, all disciples of his Hanjian sect, and of course, her fellow countrymen. Second grandfather, why did the family send people to Yi? Li Hanao looked at a cold middle-aged man in front of him and asked in confusion. How can we miss the dramatic changes in the royal family of Yi Kingdom? Did your sword sect send people here? Even the Jiutian swordmaster sent people here. I think they attach great importance to this. The middle-aged man said with a smile. Although he was 100 years old, he looked energetic, like a man in his 40s. The master did send several elders here, but I am a little confused. I hope second grandpa can help me solve this puzzle. Li Hanao continued. Do you really think that the king of Qi of Yi state dares to rebel alone? Which ancient country didn't have countless corpses when fighting for the throne of the human emperor? One general's success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of bones. Only by stepping on the bones of the geniuses of the same clan can we intimidate the kings and unify the ancient country. How graceful was Yi Qingyan, the human emperor of Yi state. He was not favored at the beginning, but he rose to prominence overnight and became brilliant. Thousands of miles away from the imperial city of Yi state, in the burial sky gorge, Yi Xiangxiang, the peerless genius of the Yi royal family, led the royal children to kill him. In this battle, Yi Qingyan fought his way out and buried more than a dozen geniuses of the same generation of the Yi royal family. He entered the palace carrying Yi Xiangxiang's head. Since then, the previous generation of human emperors named him as the heir to prevent the royal family from continuing to kill each other. After that, no matter whether it was the talented king of Qi or the arrogant and arrogant King Su, they never shook his throne as the crown prince until he ascended the throne. The middle-aged man spoke slowly, his tone was full of respect. How could a human emperor be simple? After listening to this, Li Hanao clenched her fists, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a compelling look. She must have thought of her own identity. Although she is dazzling now, there are several equally dazzling people in the Li clan. The king of Qi has been suppressed by the human emperor Yi Qingyan for many years. Of course, there is a big gap in strength between the two. If they only rely on the kings of Yi Kingdom, they would never dare to rebel. They have all experienced Yi Qingyan's iron-blooded methods in the past. Who dares to be so frivolous to step into the palace carrying the head of his brother, who is the peerless genius of Yi Kingdom? I believe that the king of Qi must have never forgotten this scene, the middle-aged man sneered. However, the human emperor Yi Qingyan himself is arrogant and unparalleled, but his descendants did not inherit his style. Perhaps it is just as rumored that Yi Qingyan must have had a miracle to suddenly rise in the royal family of Yi Kingdom. Therefore, he had mediocre talent, so his descendants were also mediocre. However, Yi Kongfen, the son of the king of Qi, is talented and valued by the Purple Thunder sect, which gave the king of Qi an opportunity. Second grandfather is saying that the Purple Thunder sect is controlling this big change in the royal family of Yi Kingdom. Li Hanao was a little shocked. They, the younger generations, only practiced but rarely came into contact with those secret things. Of course, otherwise how could the human emperor be in such a state now? Besides, isn't yours Hanjian sect also involved in this matter? Do you naively think that this Hanjian sect ordered people to escort your Lingshuang into the Yi Kingdom just to protect your Lingshuang? If I am right, the upheaval in the royal family of the Yi Kingdom this time will affect many major forces. A meaningful smile appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes. Seeing that Li Hanao wanted to ask more, he interrupted and said, Hanao, you don't need to care too much about these. You just need to know that if you are strong, any conspiracy is false. The human emperor has been able to rule the Yi Kingdom for many years, not because he is good at governing the country, but because he is unparalleled in strength. Hanao understands. Li Hanao bowed and nodded. You are in this Hanjian sect, you know Qin Wentian. It is rumored that this person challenged Yi Kongfen at the 4th level of Xiangang. It is quite bold. The middle-aged man suddenly asked. Li Hanao frowned when he thought of the figure who rejected Jiutian swordmaster, and then said, we don't have much interaction, and we have only met once. He is an arrogant person. I'm afraid he will be in danger in this battle, and he will die at the hands of Yi Kongfen. Yet, the middle-aged man surnamed Li nodded casually, without saying anything more. His eyes looked in the direction of the Yi Kingdom Palace, and his pupils seemed to penetrate the space. Not only did the Li family have many strong men, but there were also other powerful forces in the Yi Kingdom Palace, including royal figures from ancient countries other than the Yi Kingdom. As for why they came, everyone knew it, but ordinary people and those younger generations were not very clear. Qin Wentian naturally didn't know those secrets. After coming out of seclusion, he and Mo Qingchang went to visit the human emperor. The human emperor was still lying on the bed as before, but Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang knew that the human emperor's injuries should have almost healed. The reason why he was still lying there was undoubtedly to lure the snake out of the hole, just like when he asked Ling Shuang to lead people to break into the Qi Wang mansion that day. He expected that the Qi Wang would not fight a decisive battle. Finally, the one-month deadline arrived. The morning sun rose into the sky, shining on the ancient palace hall, making the entire palace radiant and full of youthful vigor. Outside the emperor's palace, on the stairs, everyone looked up at the rising sun in the sky, watching the sunlight gradually become hotter and move towards the sky. They knew that the storm was coming. Zhanguo, King Darwu, and the Prince of Zhanguo, come to pay homage to the Emperor of Yiguo. At this moment, a voice vibrated in the sky above the Yiguo palace. The vast palace was like a thunderclap. Countless people looked up, and their hearts suddenly trembled. Zhanguo, like Yiguo, was an ancient country with a history of 10,000 years and was powerful. King Dawu was the most powerful prince of the warring states. Ling Luanguo, Princess Yan Luan, comes to pay homage to the Emperor of Yiguo. Then, another voice shook in the air. The Li clan comes to pay homage to the Emperor of Yiguo. The barbarians come to pay homage to the Emperor of Yiguo. One after another shocking voice rang out, and the voices above the Yiguo palace were endless. Every voice that rang out made people's hearts beat. Chapter 544 The Winner Takes All. The scorching sun was shining in the sky, shining on the palace of Yi State. The ancient palace was covered with the golden light. A terrible majesty was spreading from afar. The emperor was lying on the bed, opened his eyes, and a light flash passed. Then he shouted, "Hold a banquet." As soon as these words fell, outside the palace, one figure after another stepped forward and entered the palace. No one stopped them. These figures were mighty and there was a suffocating pressure wherever they passed. At the same time, outside the emperor's bedroom, on the stairs, and on the ancient white dragon jade road, servants kept coming. They set up tables and chairs, and kept offering precious fruits and fine wines. In just one stick of incense, hundreds of seats were set up on both sides of the ancient white dragon jade road. The middle was like a long corridor. People kept coming from far and near, standing on the corridor, but their eyes were looking at the stairs in front. "I hope you will forgive me for disturbing the emperor." These people spoke loudly. Although they were asking for forgiveness, they did not show much respect. "No problem, everyone, take your seats." The human emperor's voice came out again, and people from all forces sat down on both sides. The soldiers of the human emperor's lineage were all very nervous. They could naturally feel the power of these people. Any one of them could give people a suffocating pressure. Especially the few people in the front. One of them was a middle-aged man with an extremely majestic appearance. He was wearing a golden imperial robe. He just sat there casually, but he made people feel that he was full of fighting spirit, like a god of war. Wherever his eyes passed, few people dared to look at him. This person was the most powerful prince of the warring states period, the great martial king. Beside him, there was a young man with a handsome look. His bright eyes looked around, clear and bright. He was not afraid of the power of the strong at all. This person was the prince of the warring states period. The young man looked at a woman opposite him, his expression paused for a moment, a light flashed in his bright eyes. The woman was so bright, as if she was covered by a halo. People dared not look at her brilliance, she was so beautiful. This woman was the Princess Xianlun of Linglun country. Next to her sat a woman with outstanding appearance, majestic. She was the famous female General Qingxun of Linglun country. Below were the leaders of the Li and barbarian tribes. The barbarians were all burly, giving people a sense of power. The Li people were introverted, not showing it to the outside, giving people a low and calm feeling. Only Li Hanao, her beautiful eyes looked at the outstanding young people around her, with a faint intention of competing, especially the Princess Xianlun, who was more famous than her. Every time she looked over there, Li Hanao's beautiful eyes would rise with fighting spirit. King Qi, King Su, King Yu, King Han, come to pay respects to His Majesty the Emperor." Shocking voices came from afar. In the distance, a large number of figures walked into the palace. In just a moment, many figures were seen walking together. The leaders were all princes of Yi state. They walked in without the emperor's order. Everyone knew why they came today. "Please sit down." A voice came from the emperor's bedroom. In the past, the kings conspired, and most of them were in the dark, except for the leader King Qi. However, now the kings and princes finally stopped hiding and stood up to force the palace. The kings and princes sat down, and many people's eyes fell on a young man next to King Qi, who was Yikongfen, a disciple of the Purple Thunder sect. Figures walked out of the emperor's bedroom one after another. They were the princes and Yi Lingshuang, and then the princess. Then, the people of Yaohuang Valley surrounded Mo Qingcheng and walked out. Next to Mo Qingcheng, there was a young man. He had a peaceful and quiet temperament, but his deep eyes were like the vast starry sky, brilliant and bottomless. It was Qin Wentian. When they saw Mo Qingcheng, many people's eyes lit up. Even the prince of the Warring States period and Princess Xianlong couldn't help but tremble. They thought to themselves, "What a beautiful person, such an extraordinary beauty, worthy of being the saint of Yaohuang Valley." No wonder Yikongfen turned hatred from love and slandered her. These people scattered on both sides, and then a figure walked out of the palace. This figure seemed calm, without any breath, but when he appeared, everyone's eyes fell on him. Yi Guoranhuang, Yi Qingyan, Qi Wang Su Wang and others couldn't help but shrink their pupils, and their eyes flashed with cold light. Yi Qingyan actually got up, and his face was ruddy, full of energy and spirit, without the slightest sign of dejection. However, they thought that the poison they had used was an unsolvable poison, and unless the medicine emperor came in person, it would be impossible for the saint to solve it, so they were so relieved. Now the human emperor was probably preparing to make a final struggle and fight a dying battle. He must have used some secret method to recover his vitality. Thinking of this, they felt relieved again, sitting there motionless, but they were surprised that the human emperor was strong enough to endure such a poison for so long without dying. I saw guards appear, and they brought a dragon throne up the stairs. The human emperor sat on it, looked around at everyone, and said lightly, "What brings you here to visit me?" When these words came out, everyone didn't know how to respond. I saw a cold sneer in the human emperor's eyes, and he looked at the king of Qi and others, and said with a smile, "My brothers, you came to the palace and walked in without my permission. Are you dissatisfied with me, your royal brother?" The king of Qi's expression flickered. He looked at the smiling face of the human emperor, unable to guess what the human emperor was thinking. "Yi Qingyan, you are a cruel person. When you seized the throne, you killed your brothers and sisters and took their heads as a demonstration. You are an unforgivable sin. Now, you have ruled the Yi kingdom for so many years, killing countless people. You also ordered people to break into the Qi Wang mansion and act lawlessly. I think it is time for my brother to step down," the cold prince said coldly. When he finished speaking, the space suddenly stagnated. This was already a great rebellion, but it made the purpose of today's visit clear. It was obvious that he was ready for a decisive battle. The emperor stared at the cold prince, and his smiling eyes made the cold prince feel cold all over. "It's very easy to ask me to give up my throne. You can cut off my head as a protest, and the title of human emperor will be yours. But before that, I am still the human emperor of your country. Some time ago, I heard that your good-for-nothing son, King Qi, slandered the Saint Maiden of Medicine Emperor Valley and instigated Marcus Dongshan to kill my adopted son. It was really eye-opening." The human emperor looked at King Qi and his son again, and said coldly, "A real man is decisive and vicious. It would be fine if he could be evil to the end. However, you are a descendant of the royal family and a genius of the Purple Thunder sect. My adopted son invited you to fight on the royal arena, but you didn't dare to. You brought shame to my royal family. I am ashamed to have such a nephew because of you." Yikongfen stared into the eyes of the human emperor, his body trembling slightly. The human emperor humiliated him in public. Although he was extremely angry, when he saw those eyes, he didn't dare to refute. "Royal brother, bullying a child is beneath your dignity," the king of Qi said calmly. Qin Wentian looked at the king of Qi and saw that he had an ordinary appearance and no aura, but he gave people a dangerous feeling. He must be very good at forbearance. "If you were not a descendant of my royal family, I would not bother to teach him a lesson." "Yikongfen, If you are still considered a man of my royal family, tell everyone whether those things were done by you. The human emperor stared at Yukongfen, causing Yukongfen to grit his teeth, and then said coldly, "It was me, Yukongfen, who did it, so what? Okay, that's like a man." The human emperor responded calmly, and then looked at Qin Wentian beside him. Qin Wentian took a step forward and stared at Yukongfen. The eyes of the two collided in the void, and both were fierce in fighting spirit. Boom! Qin Wentian took a step and his body soared into the air. Seeing this scene, Yukongfen also walked in the void. The aura on his body burst out wildly, and the power of the peak 7th level of Xiangang was not concealed at all. In an instant, a storm raged in the sky, and he shouted angrily, "Qin Wentian, since you want to die, I will grant your wish." As soon as the words fell, Yukongfen's blood burst out, and thunder roared in the void. With his body as the center, there were actually rays of lightning shining down. Behind him, a terrifying thunder giant appeared, like the god of thunder. At this moment, Yukongfen's aura was extremely terrifying, as if he wanted to destroy everything with thunder. A coward who dares to speak wildly and shamelessly. Qin Wentian's eyes were deep, and he saw that his temperament suddenly changed, with boundless monsters, roaring blood, dazzling starlight, like a descendant of the ancient demon king, and a peerless sharp aura. It seems that he has broken through the 5th level of Xiangang. With the increase of blood, his aura has directly entered the 6th level of Xiangang. This kind of blood can break through the shackles of the realm, and there is a demonic aura rising to the sky. I don't know what kind of blood power it is. However, Yukongfen's blood is also strong, the blood of robbery, and his attack power is many times stronger. Everyone looked up at the void, looking at the momentum of the two people. They were a little frightened. I am afraid that at least one person will die in today's battle, but I don't know who will die. The demon god transformation bloomed, and Qin Wentian seemed to be wearing ancient demon armor. His whole body was filled with a thrilling aura. There was a vertical light between his eyebrows, like a demon eye. Is this your confidence? Yukongfen saw the changes in Qin Wentian, and he was still very confident. He saw the terrible killing intent in his pupils and walked out, "Just like this, you will definitely die." The lightning was surging, like a calamity of light, spreading on Yukongfen's fist. His figure was like the wind, and he instantly descended in front of Qin Wentian. He roared and punched out with overwhelming power. The thunder god behind him seemed to be roaring. A terrible ancient demon figure appeared above him, roaring, and all the endless power gathered on the fist light, crushing past, and the void seemed to be destroyed. This punch was like a huge mouth of the thunder abyss of destruction, which could swallow everything. The thunder god destruction of the purple thunder sect. This magical skill is unleashed in Yukongfen's hands. How terrifying it is. Qin Wentian raised his hand in response. The divine essence in his body burst out, and the 4 Yuanfu seemed to be roaring, especially the first Yuanfu. Every grain of divine essence was full of destructive momentum. Bang! The two people's attacks collided, and the airflow of destruction swept through, tearing the clothes of the two people into pieces, making them look miserable. Qin Wentian only felt the power of the destructive thunder rushing into his body, but Yukongfen felt that his arm was about to be torn off by the destructive force, and both of them were in unbearable pain. "Qin Wentian, die!" Yukongfen roared, and there seemed to be a thread of thunder falling from the sky above his head, gathering into a sharp blade, cutting towards Qin Wentian's body. Even though it was painful, he did not retreat at all, and wanted to kill Qin Wentian on the spot. As long as he killed this person with absolute power, who would dare to say that he, Yukongfen, was afraid of fighting? The winner is the king. Chapter 545, Fatal Blow. The falling lightning blade exuded a sense of annihilation. Qin Wentian looked up and roared, and the sword energy rushed into the sky. The sword of Wuming Xiangang guarded the void, and the sword energy was rampant, suppressing the destructive power that was falling. Yukongfen snorted coldly, and his palm trembled. Suddenly, his palm reached out to Qin Wentian. At the same time, on the two fused Wuming Xiangang behind him, a huge thunder god palm print reached out to Qin Wentian. The void trembled. In just a moment, the world trembled. Qin Wentian was covered by thunder. The thunder palm print suddenly grasped, as if grasping the void. A cold sneer flashed in Yukongfen's eyes, and he looked at Qin Wentian as if he was looking at a dead person. The people in the air were shocked when they saw the thunder palm print. It seemed that the difference in strength between the two was not small. If Qin Wentian didn't die, he would be seriously injured. A hint of contempt flashed across Li Han's eyes. If Qin Wentian only had this much strength, it would be too despised and a disgrace to the sword sect. In the past, he even dared to refuse the invitation of her master, the Maishan sword master. He was so arrogant that he didn't know what was good for him. Roar! A thunderous roar roared out. Almost at the same time, Yikongfan's palm trembled violently again. In an instant, the thunder of that space exploded, and the destructive airflow raged in the space, tearing everything apart. However, almost at the same time, everyone saw a demon beast appear in the void. It was the Emperor Demon Wuming Xiangang. After it roared, its huge body immediately protected Qin Wentian, allowing the destructive thunder power to tear its body apart. Its defense was super terrifying, and the destructive power could not destroy it. Qin Wentian saw Yikongfan's frozen smile, and his palm suddenly grabbed the void. The Emperor Demon Star Soul also grabbed forward towards the void like him, which was very similar to the magical power Yikongfan used just now. How is it possible? Yikongfan's expression was sharp, and there seemed to be lightning bursting out from his pupils, but at this moment, this space suddenly trembled, as if it was grabbed by a strong force. It was indeed very similar to his magical power. Qin Wentian actually learned it in the blink of an eye. Is this impossible? It's just that the power of thunder and lightning to destroy has been replaced by the extremely powerful demon power. Boom! Qin Wentian's palm suddenly clenched, and the void trembled. A terrifying pulse broke through everything and hit Yikongfan. Yikongfan's bloodline roared, as if endless divine thunder burst out and destroyed the void power. His long hair flew, and his black hair turned purple. The great perfection of the will of thunder martial arts. A sharp light flashed in everyone's expression. Yikongfan was at the peak of the 7th level of Xiangang, and the 2nd level of the will of thunder martial arts was also perfect. His attainments in thunder were indeed amazing, worthy of being the bloodline of robbery and the body of heavenly thunder. Yikongfan, with his purple hair flying, became even more violent. He stared at Qin Wentian. The power of the wind wrapped around his body. He had amazing attack power, so how could he not cultivate speed? Therefore, he cultivated the will of the martial arts of wind. The first realm was speed, and the second realm was wind cutting. On the basis of increasing speed, the attack power could also be improved. In this way, when he faced his opponent, he would not have to worry about the opponent using the speed advantage to escape. The supreme attack plus sufficient speed was an extremely perfect combination. Some martial artists also like to add defense, but Yikongfan did not. He pursued the strongest attack. You have cultivated the magical power of simulation. Yikongfan stared at Qin Wentian and said, however, you think it is useful. In the face of absolute power, everything is false. After Yikongfan finished speaking, the light shone, and a purple spear slowly appeared. On this spear, there was a monstrous destructive power. It was another of his martial arts Xiangang. Everyone saw the thunder giant behind Yikongfan with the light of thunder falling from his body. The spear was held in his palm. At the same time, the wings of wind appeared. The 4 Wuming Xiangang seemed to be combined and transformed into a real thunder killer god, guarding behind Yikongfan. Ordinary people in the 7th level of Xiangang might not be able to withstand the power of his attack. I'll show you what a perfect Wuming Xiangang combination is. You will be proud of it if you die. Yikongfan said indifferently. The hearts of the people in the lower sky trembled secretly. The thunder killer god formed by the combination of the 4 Wuming Xiangang really made people feel super scary. You talk too much nonsense. Qin Wentian cursed in a low voice, and then his Wuming Xiangang appeared at the same time. The Emperor Demon Wuming Xiangang, holding the Xianchu Wuming Xiangang, roared, and the void shook, filled with endless power. The combination of the Emperor Demon and the Xianchu is a combination of demon and force. How terrible the power is. A Fang Bian Huoji appeared in the hands of the sleeping Bian Gang, located on the left side of Qin Wentian, and the king's sword was suspended in the middle, forming 3 sets of attack lineups. I am a 7th level Bian Gang cultivator. How can your Wuming Bian Gang compare with me? Shatter it! Yikongfan shouted, and the thunder giant composed of Wuming Bian Gang roared out, and the purple spear of destruction burst out. The power of the thunder that fell down was going to destroy everything. The crowd only saw a purple light appearing in front of them, and they killed Qin Wentian in an instant. Roar, roar, roar. The Emperor Demon roared to the sky, holding the sky hammer, stepping on the void, and suddenly swung it out, containing endless power. The Wuming Bian Gang of the Wuming cultivator was completely controlled by the Wu Xiu, and could launch magical attacks like the Wu Xiu. This hammer seemed to shatter the heaven and earth, and collided with a thunder spear that the opponent came to kill. The turbulence of destruction raged across the heaven and earth. The Emperor Demon Star Soul actually retreated. The supreme power was still repelled, but the king's sword roared out and rushed forward. The dreaming heavenly gang brought a Fang Bian Huiji and burst out to encircle and suppress the opponent's Wuming heavenly gang combination. In an instant, a violent battle of Wuming heavenly gang appeared in the void. No one gave in, and they fought evenly. Your Wuming heavenly gang is really weak. If I were at your level, I would probably only need one blow to break your Wuming heavenly gang. Qin Wentian stood in the void, controlling the Wuming heavenly gang to fight, and sarcastically said. Ye Kongfan's expression changed again and again, and he spoke wildly again. He was 2 realms higher, so Wuming heavenly gang was naturally stronger, but he couldn't suppress the opponent. Qin Wentian's 4 Wuming heavenly gangs seemed to be different from others. Each Wuming heavenly gang contained special power, and was extremely condensed, as if the Yuan Fu and Star Yuan Li that gave birth to them were more powerful. It seems that Wentian Star Soul can completely suppress Ye Kongfan. The human emperor smiled faintly. Although King Qi was unwilling to admit it, this was indeed the truth. Otherwise, Qin Wentian's Wuming Xian gang would not have such a strong destructive power to counter Ye Kongfan's Wuming Xian gang. Hanao, this person seems to be stronger than you said. From the direction of the Li clan, Li Hanao's second grandfather slowly spoke, which made Li Hanao look a little unhappy. This Qin Wentian was indeed powerful. If she faced Qin Wentian, she dared not say that she could defeat him. In fact, this was still Li Hanao's own psychological troubles. She was unwilling to admit that she was inferior to others. If the person fighting with Ye Kongfan at this moment was a Xian gang 7th layer strong man, she might frankly think that she could not defeat the other party, but it was precisely because Qin Wentian's realm was the same as hers, and she had opinions in her heart. How could she admit that she was not as good as Qin Wentian? The turbulent airflow in the void was still there, and the Wuming Xian gang was fighting fiercely. Qin Wentian and Ye Kongfan stood there motionless, staring at each other, and murderous aura rose. Qin Wentian, I admit that you are quite strong, but you are courting death by challenging me. Today, you still have no chance to survive. Just now, I was just playing with you. Ye Kongfan said coldly, with arrogance and contempt in his eyes. Of course, he was not playing. He thought that this kind of strength was enough to kill Qin Wentian, but he failed to do so. He could only kill him with a stronger force. In any case, Qin Wentian was doomed to die. If your strength is as good as your mouth, I'm afraid that the Purple Thunder sect will have no rivals. Qin Wentian said sarcastically. Ye Kongfan did not have any advantage, but every word he said seemed to be dead. If so, why is he not dead yet? This is the last time. Next, you will fall into the thunder void. Ye Kongfan spoke slowly. The blood power in his body seemed to burst out again, surging. The thunder submerged his body. From the dazzling lightning, Ye Kongfan stretched out his hand and pulled out a thunderbolt spear. The bloodline of thunder and the body of heavenly thunder, this will be his strongest power. Be prepared to die. Ye Kongfan's voice fell, and his body disappeared like a gust of wind. In just a moment, he passed through the violent Wuming Xian gang fighting airflow and pressed down from the sky. Qin Wentian looked up and saw a purple light flashing by. It was Ye Kongfan's thunder spear stabbing down. Under this purple light, all life will be destroyed. The crowd was all shocked. This attack was enough to kill Qin Wentian. Boom! Starlight burst out, the stars turned, and Ye Kongfan pierced the sky like purple light. He was bathed in purple lightning, his hair was purple, and he was extremely heroic. Looking at the phantoms, he looked at Qin Wentian and said, I want to see how many attacks you can escape. As soon as the voice fell, Ye Kongfan rushed out again and turned into purple light again. However, the starlight shone again, and Qin Wentian turned into a residual image again. Even if Ye Kongfan added the will of the wind, he was still a little slower than the stars turned, but he was not discouraged. Qin Wentian would consume such magical powers very quickly, and he would die sooner or later. Ye Kongfan. At this moment, Qin Wentian's voice came out. Ye Kongfan looked up and looked at Qin Wentian, only to see a ray of killing light in Qin Wentian's eyes. Your death is coming. Qin Wentian said calmly. Although Ye Kongfan's strength was also beyond his expectations, he was still going to die. The blood vessels roared, and it seemed that a ray of blood appeared in Qin Wentian's body. This terrible bloodlight turned into an extremely dangerous blood halberd, which contained the violent power of a demon. Buzz! Qin Wentian's body turned into a residual image, as fast as lightning. He used the speed of Dao's Huanxingyi to launch his halberd method. When the halberd came out, there was a faint roar of a demon beast. A dream demon fantasy rushed into Yikongfan's mind, which made him tremble. He raised his spear and stabbed out, and the robbery light flashed, destroying everything. Bang! The two people's attacks collided, and the destructive airflow was raging, but neither side was injured. Qin Wentian retreated after one attack, but Yikongfan saw another halberd coming from the other side of the residual image, with a roar and a dream demon fantasy. Halberd after halberd, as if endless, the void of the destructive airflow was raging. Yikongfan did not dare to be careless at this moment and took a defensive posture. Qin Wentian could not continue such an attack for long, and the star power would be exhausted. Blood flooded the void. Yikongfan bit his lips, bleeding to keep his mind clear and not be invaded by the dream demon realm. Many shadows of Qin Wentian appeared in the blood, and it was almost impossible to tell who was real. Humph, if this goes on, he will definitely die. King Han looked at the battle in the void and snorted coldly, but at this moment, King Qi's brows suddenly frowned, and then, a puffing sound came out. Boom! King Qi stood up suddenly, and a terrifying power swept across the world. At the moment he frowned, the bloody Fangbian Huaji pierced Yikongfan's head, which was shocking. Yikongfan's eyes were wide open, staring at the front. He didn't even know how he died. There was no attack in this direction. Why did a fatal halberd appear? Chapter 546, Arrogant. The residual image dissipated, and in the end, only the figure of Qin Wentian holding the blood-colored Fangbian Huaji was left standing there proudly. Yikongfan's life had not yet dissipated. He stared at Qin Wentian intently, and still couldn't believe that he would die from Qin Wentian's halberd. He had the 7th level cultivation of Xiangang, and the blood of Ji Li, and the body of Xian Li. His strength was so strong that he pursued the ultimate attack. During the confrontation between the two, his attack was obviously stronger than Qin Wentian's. Qin Wentian was able to hold on, but he temporarily took a defensive posture with his Dao's Huanxingyi body skills. But why did he, Yikongfan, die? His perception was very strong. Every halberd Qin Wentian attacked before was accompanied by the roar of a monster, and at the same time, the dream demon realm eroded his head. Only this last halberd was silent, and he could even be sure that there was no blood halberd in the direction where Qin Wentian came from, until it was inserted into his head. How did you do it? Yikongfan's mouth was bleeding, and he uttered a weak voice. Qin Wentian looked at Yikongfan coldly, without any mercy, and just said coldly, "You are so arrogant, you slandered my wife, and now you died in my hands, do you regret it?" After the voice fell, he did not wait for the other party's answer. The blood halberd shone brightly, the destructive power burst out, the sound of puffing was heard, blood splashed, and Yikongfan was killed on the spot. The people watching the battle below couldn't help but tremble slightly. Of course, they also saw that Yikongfan's attack power was stronger than Qin Wentian's, but sometimes the victory or defeat of a battle is not just about attack. When Qin Wentian used Dao's Huanxingyi to continuously send out the halberd method, he was already making the final layout, which also doomed Yikongfan's death. Yikongfan couldn't see it, but how could those Xiangxiang realm masters not see the power of the last halberd? This halberd was definitely created by Qin Wentian based on his own understanding. It was silent and had absolute speed and destructive power, but the most fatal thing was that this halberd could hide in the void, or in other words, it confused the eyes of others and completely combined illusion with reality. This creative halberd was amazing. Qin Wentian, who was at the 5th level of Xiangang, killed Yikongfan, the son of the king of Qi, who was at the 7th level of Xiangang and had the blood of Ji Li and the body of Xian Li, and the Xianjiao of Zili sect. Many masters stared into the void and looked at the figure of the young man. They secretly thought that if this boy didn't die, he would probably be a dominant figure in the future. The emperor took him as his adopted son, and he must have hoped to have such a son to inherit his mantle. Junior brother Qin is so strong. Li Yuan murmured. Duanha nodded slightly, and said, "I seem to have seen the essence of the power contained in the 8th to 14th swords of Jian Kaolu. Junior brother Qin's attack should have reached that level. No wonder he was able to solve 14 swords at once and broke my record of Xianjian sect." Li Hanao's expression was a little ugly. She didn't expect Qin Wentian to be able to kill Yikongfan. On the day when Qin Wentian broke the record of Jian Kaolu, Maishan Swordmaster personally invited her. She was very unhappy. How could she think that she was not as good as Qin Wentian, whose cultivation was weaker than hers? But now Qin Wentian's realm is the same as hers, entering the 5th level of Xiangang, and killing the genius Yikongfen of Zilai sect. Even if she doesn't want to admit it, she knows that she is not as good as Qin Wentian. This feeling of inferiority makes the proud Li Hanao particularly uncomfortable. She is a genius of the Li family and a direct disciple of Maishan Swordmaster of his Hanjian sect, while Qin Wentian has just entered Hanjian sect. Everyone had their own thoughts, but the most angry person was undoubtedly the King of Qi. Yikongfen had always been his proud son. He came here today to kill Qin Wentian, but he never thought that his son would be killed in front of him. When he realized something was wrong, it was too late. Yikongfen had his own means of saving his life, but the fatal halberd did not give him time to react. Witnessing Yikongfen's death, the King of Qi burst into raging rage, and the light of thunder flashed wildly all over his body. Crackling sounds rolled out. His eyes were red, and his figure flashed, catching the falling body of Yikongfen. The whole person was bathed in thunder, revealing the supreme thunder power. My son. The King of Qi looked at Yikongfen's body with his head exploded, raised his head, and the murderous thoughts were overwhelming. Qin Wentian's figure flashed, and he felt a terrifying pressure descending on him. A wave of overwhelming wills directly bombarded and crushed him. He groaned and spit out a mouthful of blood. The stars shone, the sky turned, and Qin Wentian's body exploded backward. How dare you! The human emperor shouted, and the void trembled. However, the King of Qi ignored him and grabbed the void with his palm. The thunder palm print destroyed everything. Qin Wentian felt that the end of the world was coming. However, at this moment, the light of the sky and the stars shone, and the stars in the sky were bright and boundless, just like the vast starry sky. There was a light shining in this terrifying star, which directly wrapped Qin Wentian's body. The thunder palm print came with terrible destructive power, making a loud bang, but did not hurt Qin Wentian. King Qi, it seems that your son Yikongfen's despicable character was learned from you. He was not as skilled as others and was killed by my adopted son across the border. You actually took revenge directly. Yikongfen deserved to die. The human emperor took a step and walked forward, staring at the empty King of Qi. Suddenly, the people below no longer had the heart to feast, and they all shone. The King of Qi stared at the human emperor with murderous intent. The human emperor even said that his son Yikongfen deserved to die. Human emperor, this boy used despicable means to kill the prince of the royal family, but you insisted on protecting him. It seems that you are no longer suitable to be the human emperor of your country. You should abdicate. The King of Su said coldly. The princes and dukes began to attack. In an instant, the entire palace seemed to be shrouded in overwhelming pressure. The human emperor sneered and stared at the King of Su. It seems that you people are getting more and more despicable. Yikongfen is at the 7th level of Xiangang. He came to kill Wentian, but now he was killed by Wentian. You said such a thing, which is simply ridiculous. Since you want me to abdicate, it's very simple. Cut off my head and the seat of the human emperor will be yours. But you few are not enough. Who else? Get out. This loud shout made the whole palace tremble. How terrifying is the power of the human emperor. The human emperor of the ancient country for thousands of years, the Yi kingdom is invincible. Human emperor, you should abdicate. Another voice came, and in the distance, strong men were seen walking one after another. They were all princes of ancient countries. They had already controlled most of the palace and were extremely powerful. Human emperor, this boy killed my Purple Thunder sect disciples, hand him over to me. At this moment, a Purple Thunder sect strong man walked out and pointed his finger at Qin Wentian. The fight between the younger generation, life and death are not resentful. You, a great celestial being, actually got involved. Are you going to go to war with this sword sect? The human emperor glanced at the other party. I will not participate in the fight between the younger generation, but he killed my Purple Thunder sect Yikongfen, and my Purple Thunder sect disciples will kill him. Human emperor, you protect him, which means you are an enemy of my Purple Thunder sect. The old man was full of momentum, his voice was cold, and it was full of fierce threats. Qin Wentian looked at the figures that stepped out one after another and his heart trembled slightly. It seemed that King Qi and others were extremely well prepared. Even if the human emperor was poisoned, they still set up a net to drag him down and had no intention of letting him live. As for the people from the Purple Thunder sect asking for him, It was just an excuse to attack the human emperor. Upon hearing this, the human emperor laughed wildly, and the void trembled. His eyes swept across the powerful men in the void, and the human emperor said coldly, "It is really ridiculous. The Purple Thunder sect, one of the 9 major sects, actually used such an excuse to deal with me. Don't you think that this emperor doesn't know that among the people who surrounded and suppressed me and forced me to release the poison that day, there were powerful men from your Purple Thunder sect? Since you have done such a despicable thing, why bother to put up an archway? Why should I be afraid of you? Arrogant, since you don't repent, then you will perish here today." The old man of the Purple Thunder sect shouted, and more than a dozen celestial powerhouses burst out with terrible pressure in this vast void. Behind the human emperor, Jiutian and others appeared, guarding the safety of the imperial concubine and the prince. Jiutian stepped out and wanted to join the battle, but saw the human emperor waved his hand and said, "Just help me protect them. If you become a thief, I will kill them all." As soon as the words fell, Qin Wentian only felt that his body was thrown by the human emperor to the direction of Jiutian to prevent him from being affected by the battle. You all see clearly that there is no reason in the world of martial arts. Whoever has the harder fist is the reason. No matter which path you take in the future, don't put your hope on others. The so-called famous X will tear their masks apart in the face of interests. Only when you are strong can you do what you want to do, protect the people you love, and stand tall. After the human emperor said this, the stars in the sky gathered behind him. The Wuming Xiangang seemed to merge into the sky and turned into a star phenomenon. Everyone saw that this star phenomenon was like a peerless figure standing proudly in the sky. His palm was filled with terrible destructive brilliance, and a raging storm was hidden in it. I don't know how terrible it is. In the past, I was able to seize the seat of the human emperor, and there were many corpses. Today, I can also kill you and eliminate the rebellion. After the human emperor said this, he roared, and in an instant his palm burst out, and his arms extended 10,000 meters, grabbing in the direction of King Qi and others. King Qi and others shouted angrily, and all released their strongest power. But this palm print of destruction seemed to be able to destroy everything. Wherever it passed, everything would be annihilated. It was unstoppable. The palm print grabbed the Cold King directly, extremely powerful. No. The Cold King roared, but saw the starry eyes of the human emperor staring at him, and his voice was cold, "Rebels, kill without mercy." As soon as the voice fell, the palm print suddenly grasped, and the power of annihilation swept across. The Cold King's body turned into nothingness, not even a residue was left. This peerless style made Qin Wentian and others tremble in their hearts. A figure like the human emperor swept across an ancient country of 10,000 years. The overlord-level forces of the former Daksha might be vulnerable in front of him. How is it possible? The poison in your body. The face of the Qi King was ashen. At this moment, the power of the human emperor was so powerful that it was definitely the combat power in his heyday. The poison in my body has long been cured by the saint of the Medicine Emperor Valley and my adopted son Qin Wentian. Today is your death day. The human emperor shouted, shocking many people's hearts. The poison of the human emperor was actually cured? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547, Celestial War. This is impossible. King Qi was stunned for a moment and then shouted. The old man from the Purple Thunder sect also frowned, not believing that this was true. How could the poison be cured? Only if the Medicine Emperor of Medicine Valley came in person would there be hope. Although Mo Qingchang was the saint of Medicine Emperor Valley, she had just entered the 5th level alchemist realm after all, and it was impossible for her to cure this blood poison. Although Qin Wentian was gifted, he was just a disciple of the sword sect. How could he cure the poison? However, at this moment, the human emperor was so powerful that he had definitely recovered his peak combat power. He killed the Cold King with great force. His breath was not at all messy, and his face was ruddy without any signs of poisoning. It was clear that he had recovered. They tried every means to wait for the human emperor's injuries to become more serious, and even preferred to wait for him to be poisoned before taking action, but they never thought that they would wait for the human emperor Qingyan in his prime. The powerful men who were still sitting below were all filled with terrible auras, protecting the younger generation. They stared at the Yi Kingdom Emperor in the void, frowning slightly. They thought that the Emperor would die in today's battle, and then they would take the treasures they needed, but they didn't expect that the Emperor would recover. This made it difficult for them. The ancient countries such as Yi Kingdom, Warring States, Linglong Kingdom, and the Li Clan and the Barbarian Clan were the strongest forces in the southern region of the Imperial Holy Land. The only ones stronger than them were the Sword Sect and the Purple Thunder Sect. In fact, everyone knew the purpose of gathering here today. Since the moment they stepped into the Yi Kingdom Palace, many things have been destined. It is too late to retreat now. The arrow is on the string and has to be shot. Looking at the arrogant figure, everyone remembered some secrets of the Emperor. Yi Qingyan, the human emperor of Yi State, was once unknown until his trip to the immortal martial realm 200 years ago. His name was engraved in the most dazzling position on the monument of that immortal martial realm, and he ranked first in the immortal martial realm. Since then, he has been on the rise. He was envied by the Yi State's geniuses at the time, who joined forces to kill him. In one battle, he was completely wiped out. Yi Qingyan entered the Yi State Palace carrying the heads of the Yi State's royal geniuses, and from then on, he established his position as the crown prince. Everyone thought secretly in their hearts that from then on, no one could stop Yi Qingyan's path to the throne, and even though there had been many bloody battles, he was invincible. Many people speculated that when the human emperor Yi Qingyan stepped into the immortal martial realm that year, he must have had some adventure that led to his transformation, thus achieving his current achievements. Until the human emperor was poisoned some time ago, the matter seemed to gradually surface, which was also the purpose of their coming here today. King Qi, who poisoned him? The human emperor stared at the King Qi and shouted coldly. He still suspected who poisoned him. Although this poison was extremely powerful and silent, it was impossible for the poison to invade his body for no reason. There must be something to induce it. The human emperor has been hiding for a while because he suspected that the person who poisoned him might be someone around them. The King Qi showed a ferocious look and said coldly, "You will never know. Humph, my Yi civil war has started. I don't know how long it will take to recover. The relatives are sad and the enemies are happy. King Qi, King Su, you really deserve to die." The human emperor walked out with a surging momentum. Now there is no poison in his body. There is no need to fight like last time. How can King Qi and others not die? Although he understood that this disaster came from outside to inside, the Yi civil war, the kings and princes were destroyed, and the strength must be greatly reduced, but he had no choice. Rebels must be killed. Leaving them behind will also cause endless troubles. Since they have done rebellious things, they must be responsible for it. As soon as the words fell, the human emperor Yi Qingyan stepped out again, and the stars and celestial phenomena behind him were filled with overwhelming power. The bodies of King Qi, King Su and others exploded and retreated, gathering together with the strong men of the Purple Thunder Sect. In the distance, there were several more terrifying powers spreading. They were the hidden strong men of the Purple Thunder Sect. Since they had already torn their faces, why should they hide anymore? Who else? Get out of here, Yi Qingyan, have nothing to fear. The human emperor roared, and the majesty of the emperor burst out from his body. His palm swelled again and grabbed towards King Su. You dare! The princes roared, and suddenly a series of brilliant lights bombarded the swelled arm at the same time, but the human emperor snorted coldly, trampled on the void with his feet, and his body moved forward. The stars in the sky shone even brighter, reflecting on his arm, making it indestructible. Kill! All the attacks that blocked the way were shattered and destroyed. The surging arm could pick off the sun, moon and stars. King Su roared, and his whole body seemed to be burning. But when the arm grabbed, the world seemed to be submerged. He felt extremely small and was enveloped in it. He could not escape the power of this grab. Bang! The arm grabbed down, and with a loud bang, King Su's body was reduced to ashes and turned into dust. The strength of the human emperor Yi Qingyan was so powerful that it was shocking. The princes of the Yi Kingdom were actually vulnerable in front of him. No wonder Yi Qingyan was the human emperor and no one could defeat him. At this moment, the powerful celestial beings had surrounded the human emperor Yi Qingyan in the middle. They all released terrifying celestial phenomena. Various destructive air currents flowed in the void and fell down. If someone below the celestial realm was in it, he would be directly annihilated and died. Join hands and kill him. A strong man from the Purple Thunder Sect shouted coldly. The stars behind him rose into the sky and reflected on the human emperor, turning into a terrifying prison, trying to imprison the human emperor in place. Further, the son of the human emperor and Yi Lingshuang and others in the distance all showed worried expressions. Although they were happy that the human emperor's poison had been removed, and were even more grateful to Mo Qingcheng and Qin Wentian, seeing this situation at the moment, how could they not worry about the life of the human emperor? The Purple Thunder sect had many strong men involved, and many people surrounded the human emperor alone. It's okay, just watch carefully, today has just begun. The human emperor seemed to have heard the voices of Yi Lingshuang and others, and shouted loudly, appearing extremely heroic. The stars and celestial phenomena shone even brighter, turning into an extremely hot axe light, directly cutting off the prison. However, a series of overwhelming pressures rolled down, the thunder of destruction, the giant sword of killing, and the knife light that cut through the void, all rushed towards the human emperor. Any attack was extremely terrifying, and their eyes and perceptions could not even keep up with the speed of the magical attack. The human emperor slapped his palms at the same time, and countless arms appeared around him, covering the sky and the sun, all bursting out, and in an instant the whole world was shaking. The expressions of the powerful men who surrounded him were cold, and they saw that they pressed down at the same time, and they actually wanted to fight the human emperor in close combat. This would be even more dangerous, and they were outnumbered. If they attacked in close combat, it would be faster. The power of destruction came at the same time, and the human emperor would be at a loss even if he was strong. King Qi, why are you hiding? Don't you want the throne of the emperor? The human emperor shouted, and endless attacks came down, bombarding his defenses, but he ignored everything. The rumbling destructive airflow raged wildly, but he seemed not to see it. His body soared into the sky, and his swollen arms stretched out wildly towards King Qi. How dare you? The Purple Thunder sect's strong man roared, and a flash of lightning flashed past. The thunder seemed to have turned into a blade of light, cutting off all power, and collided with his swollen arms, but he was unable to cut it off. Get out of the way. The light of a giant axe seemed to appear on his arm, and he chopped it out. The strong man's body exploded backwards, but he saw another palm print annihilating the void and grabbing King Qi. King Qi's body rushed into the void and kept moving away, but the human emperor's desire to kill him was so strong. How can you not die? The human emperor roared, and many attacks bombarded his body. Those strong men were all furious. They attacked wildly, but the human emperor actually ignored everything and wanted to kill King Qi. Boom. Finally, the star palm seal captured the human emperor. The power of annihilation instantly caused the king of Qi to be severely injured. He kept spitting out blood, looking horrified. When the human emperor was desperate to kill him, the gap between the two was so big. At the level of Xiangxiang, some gaps in realm and comprehension were enough to lead to a huge difference in combat power, which was difficult to overcome. Strong people in the same realm could kill ordinary people in seconds, and there was already a realm gap between him and the human emperor. When the human emperor captured the king of Qi, his perception was fixed on those closest to him. A beautiful woman next to the queen had obviously changed her expression just now. Yunfei, I have treated you well, why do you treat me like this? The human emperor shouted angrily, and the woman's expression changed drastically. The queen looked at her with a cold and murderous look. Kill! The human emperor shouted, and the king of Qi's body disappeared in an instant, and was directly killed. At the same time, the queen attacked Yunfei. Although her strength was not as strong as the human emperor, she was also very powerful, and Yunfei could not resist at all. Qingyan, you are looking for death. A roar came out. Although the human emperor killed the king of Qi with great force, he was also injured continuously at this moment, and his body was stained with blood, which made Yi Lingshuang and others more nervous. Qin Wentian also watched this battle closely, and his heart trembled. This battle was so tragic, and the people of the ancient country clans below were also watching covetously. I am afraid that this matter is not so simple. The human emperor is facing a disaster this time. You are not qualified to kill me. The human emperor roared, and every step he took was shaking the world. The strong men suppressed him tightly and did not let him leave the battle circle. Qingyan, dig out the treasure that has merged into your body. Why do you have to fight to the death? Another Purple Thunder sect strongman shouted coldly. Qingyan roared wildly and pressed forward with both arms, as if the stars were extinguished. The man roared, and a golden light curtain appeared in front of him, but it shattered in an instant. The terrifying power shocked him back, and he vomited blood. His face was extremely ugly. You are a member of the Purple Thunder sect. You really think that a mere treasure can change a person's qualifications? This emperor did get a treasure in the immortal martial realm and merged it into his body, but do you really think that my transformation started from there? You don't understand what the heart of a strong man is. The human emperor shouted and stepped out continuously. A treasure light bloomed on his body, as if a sky-slashing axe appeared. The terrifying beam of light slashed towards all directions of the sky, and blood continued. A weak celestial being was directly killed and destroyed, making the faces of others extremely ugly. They thought that the human emperor Qin Wentian was deeply poisoned, and such a lineup was already cautious, but they didn't expect it to be so tragic. Chapter 548 The Sword Master arrives. The Purple Thunder sect's masters were extremely depressed. As members of the 9 great sects, they were superior to the ancient country. They had 2 reasons for setting up a plan to deal with the human emperor. One was for the treasures on the human emperor's body, which they had given to the peerless genius of the Purple Thunder sect, so that he could enter the immortal martial realm and sweep away the geniuses of the ancient clans and sects, and seize the first place in the immortal martial realm ranking monument. The immortal martial realm opens once every 10 years, and now it is time to open again. Who knows how many geniuses will set foot in it this time? It must be a shock to the imperial sacred realm, with geniuses gathering and competing in the immortal martial realm, and all kinds of treasures will appear. When they walk out of the immortal martial realm, who knows how much storm they will stir in the imperial sacred realm. In the royal sacred domain, the immortal martial realm that opens once every 10 years, almost all of those who can rank first in the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm of all generations, as long as they do not die, will become important figures in the royal sacred domain, or the emperor of an ancient country, or the patriarch of a large clan, or the leader of a large religion. Qin Wentian, the emperor of Yi country, is the person who ranked first in the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm of a certain session. He has long dominated the Yi country and achieved the throne of a generation of emperors. Now his cultivation is even the 7th level of the celestial phenomenon, and his strength is overwhelming. Seeing that many strong men of the Purple Thunder sect and the princes of the Yi kingdom were besieged and suppressed by him, but were killed one after another, we can know the strength of the emperor Qin Wentian. Not to mention the top 3 figures on the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm will have great achievements. Of course, the immortal martial realm has another nickname, the place where the prodigies are buried. In every session of the immortal martial realm, I don't know how many prodigies have perished there and buried their bones in the immortal martial realm. Therefore, the immortal martial realm has always been loved and hated by people, but the geniuses of the imperial Holy Land must enter it. This is an opportunity. How can a genius be inferior to others? If he dares not to move forward because of a crisis, he will still be qualified to compete for the world, become a generation of heroes, and dominate an era. As for the Purple Thunder sect's participation in the murder of the human emperor, it was originally inferior. Of course, it was not only for the treasure, but also for another very important reason. They wanted to control the ancient country of Yi. The 9 major sects in the imperial Holy Land are in fierce competition, and there are many ancient clans and sects that are eyeing them covetously, threatening their status. Even a force like the Purple Thunder sect has to be prepared for danger in times of peace and plan to become stronger. If the Yi kingdom can be controlled and become a subsidiary of his Purple Thunder sect, it will undoubtedly make the Purple Thunder sect stronger. It was because of these 2 reasons that today's battle took place. However, the Purple Thunder sect had never expected that their plan would fail. The poison of the human emperor was solved, and the fighting power was overwhelming. Their many celestial beings were unable to suppress it. At this moment, one of the Purple Thunder sect's masters had a terrible light of thunder in his eyes. He shouted, and in an instant, the light around him shone brightly, covering the sky and the sun, as if the entire world was wrapped in the light of thunder and stars. In this brilliant light of thunder, a thunderbird appeared. It was extremely fierce and violent. Bathed in thunder, it was like an ancient fierce bird, covering everyone in it. With a loud cry, the fierce bird's sharp claws smashed down, and endless thunder bombarded the sky below, destroying everything. Only one person in the Purple Thunder sect has such a star sign. I didn't expect that the 7 great masters of the Purple Thunder sect have all arrived. They really think highly of me. A hearty shout rolled out, and the human emperor stepped on the world and actually used a pair of flesh palms to blast out into the void. The power he blasted out turned into a dazzling star. Under this blow, the 7 great masters of the Purple Thunder sect could not gain any advantage. As expected of the human emperor of your country, his strength is really tyrannical. If one of the 7 great masters of the Purple Thunder sect fights the human emperor alone, it is probably difficult to defeat him. Since the 7 great masters of the Purple Thunder sect have stood up, they no longer hide and fight with a human emperor. The terrifying movement can be said to be earth-shaking. Everyone stared at the void, only to see that the terrible light almost submerged the world. They could only vaguely see the ferocious birds and the stars colliding wildly, and the monstrous arms bursting and grabbing, tearing everything apart. The queen has killed concubine Yun. At this moment, they all stared at the sky closely, revealing a strong look of worry. Shijuan, take your men to kill them. The queen said to Shijuan in front of her. Queen, the human emperor ordered us to protect you. Without the order of the human emperor, I cannot make decisions on my own. Shijuan responded, causing the queen's beautiful eyes to stagnate. She also understood that Shijuan only obeyed the order of the human emperor, and the human emperor asked them to protect him, obviously to prevent those people from making a move. Moreover, the strong men from the warring states in Lingluan Kingdom had not yet taken action, and the human emperor was obviously very wary of them. Since my foster father has arranged this, I believe I can handle it. Qin Wentian comforted her, and the queen could only nod. Although her expression was normal, her palms were actually sweating. Human emperor, we will stop today by digging out the treasures in your body. Do you really want to fight to the death? An angry roar was heard, and the human emperor laughed. It is ridiculous that you still dare to talk such big words at this time. Today, I will make your Purple Thunder sect pay a heavy price. How can I teach you a lesson? Otherwise, I, Yi Qingyan, will be bullied easily. The battle continued amidst the wild laughter, but the people outside could not see the situation of the battle in the void clearly. There was only the violent airflow. Fortunately, the space they fought in was getting higher and higher, so it did not affect the ground, but there were still occasional destructive airflows sweeping down, lifting the earth and tearing the ancient temple apart. Below, the eyes of the Li clan strongmen flickered. Li Hanao beside him stared at the void, frowning slightly, thinking in his heart, we are both in the southern region. The sword sect knows about the affairs of the Yi Kingdom. Master sent people to the Yi Kingdom. She must have intended to interfere in the affairs of the Yi Kingdom. But why haven't Master's people appeared yet? I'm afraid that the warring states in Lingluan Kingdom have never expected such a tragic situation. Li Hanao glanced at everyone and saw that the prince of the warring states was smiling and nodding to her. Seeing that the prince smiled warmly, Li Hanao nodded in return. After all, the other party was the prince of the warring states, with outstanding talent and status. After another stick of incense, the roar in the void finally stopped, and endless starlight fell down. The stars dissipated, and they were finally able to see the figure in the void clearly. At this time, only 3 people were still standing there. All the others were destroyed, and nothing was left. Under such a violent attack, people were wiped out. The emperor was covered in blood, but behind him stood a peerless phantom. He stood there proudly, as if he was eternally invincible. The remaining 2 powerful men on the opposite side were one of the Purple Thunder sect's lord, and the other was also a very powerful figure in the Purple Thunder sect. Their auras were floating at this moment, and their bodies were stained with blood. The arm of the Purple Thunder sect's strong man was even broken, which was shocking. The brutality of this battle was enough to shock the entire southern region. Yi Qingyan. The lord's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were full of murderous thoughts. In today's battle, the Purple Thunder sect lost face and suffered heavy casualties. It's a pity that my Yi country is caught in a struggle for the throne. The princes and nobles are plotting to murder me. Most of the other princes and nobles are also neutral and do not participate in the struggle for the throne, or they are afraid of the power of your Purple Thunder sect. However, I, Yi Qingyan, use this battle to tell them that the affairs of the Yi country should be solved by my Yi country, and it is not your turn to interfere. Even if the Purple Thunder sect covets my Yi country, it will still cost a heavy price. The emperor said proudly. Okay. At this time, a voice was heard, and several terrifying auras spread out. Although not as strong as the human emperor Yi Qingyan, they also had the power of the kings and princes of Yi Kingdom. A voice was heard from afar. After the human emperor was poisoned and injured, we thought that Yi Kingdom had lost its momentum and decline was inevitable. We didn't expect you, Qingyan, to be so courageous. It's us who are useless and let your kingdom suffer the damage today. Haha, Uncle Wang, there's no need to worry. The king of Qi and other princes have wolfish ambitions. This is doomed to make the royal family restless. It is necessary to clean up the house, and damage is inevitable. But those who dare to interfere with the Yi kingdom will also pay the price. Yi Qingyan said heartily. Although he was seriously injured, his voice was still heroic. In fact, everyone knew in their hearts that there was no cure for the poisoning of the human emperor, and with the alliance between King Qi and the Purple Thunder sect, the Yi kingdom was doomed. Apart from the human emperor Yi Qingyan, who else could resist the alliance between King Qi and the Purple Thunder sect? The kings remained neutral, which was actually a helpless move. However, after the outbreak of the battle today, it was indeed beyond expectations. The human emperor Yi Qingyan was extremely powerful and killed all the celestial beings in the Yi kingdom's palace. Human emperor, why are you doing this? Now that the immortal martial realm is about to open again, I, the prince of the warring states, am gifted. I want to borrow the treasure in your body. Is that possible? The great martial king of the warring states stood up and stared at the human emperor in the void. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura swept through the void, which was extremely powerful. The warring states and the Yi kingdom were both ancient countries with a history of 10,000 years. As the strongest prince of the warring states, the great martial king was undoubtedly very powerful. Although the human emperor now stood proudly in the air, he was actually seriously injured and had no power to fight against them. Princess Xianlun is also gifted. She also wants to borrow the treasure. The King Xuan, general of the Linglong kingdom, looked into the void and spoke lightly. The strong men of the barbarians and the Li clan all stood up. Although they did not speak, they had already revealed their attitude. It seems that you are determined to win. The human emperor swept down to the sky and spoke indifferently. Since we have already stepped into the Yi kingdom palace, everything is predetermined and we must get it. King Dao added, we only want treasures. Ha ha ha. The human emperor laughed wildly, looking at the sky below. The immortal martial realm is opening, and the Huangji Holy Land is rising again. I know that you are all paving the way for the best disciples in the clan, wanting them to start from the immortal martial realm, embark on the road of rebellion, sweeping across all the geniuses, and suppressing the era. But the funny thing is that you covet a mere treasure, which is already inferior. The geniuses who suppressed the era did not come out this way. Anyway, that is our business. There is no need for the human emperor to worry. I hope that the human emperor will consider the Yi kingdom. The strong man of the Li clan spoke lightly, with a hint of threat. Now that the Yi kingdom is seriously injured, if the human emperor dies, it will be the end of the Yi kingdom. Haha, the daughter of the emperor, Yi Lingshuang, is at least a disciple of my sword sect. It's not your turn to run wild here. A proud voice came from the void in the distance. Outside the Yi kingdom palace, a terrifying atmosphere permeated. The emperor looked into the distance with a sneer in his eyes, but that smile was a bit desolate. The Maishan swordmaster has come in person. The Li clan's strong man's expression changed slightly and looked at Li Hanao. If the Maishan swordmaster also asked for the treasure, it was definitely not for Li Hanao. Although Li Hanao was a disciple of the Maishan swordmaster, there was another more outstanding person among the disciples of the Maishan swordmaster, who was highly valued by the Maishan swordmaster. Today, the emperor is destined to suffer a bitter defeat. Chapter 549 Tragic. The person who came was Maishan swordmaster, one of the 9 swordmasters of Jiutian sect. She was also Li Hanao's master. When she appeared, everyone's eyes fell on her. They saw that Maishan swordmaster was still young and beautiful. She looked only in her 30s, but her expression was solemn and dignified. Her arrogant eyes showed the vicissitudes of life. It can be seen that she is not young anymore. She only looks young because of her strong strength. Everyone remembered the rumors about Maishan swordmaster. This woman was eccentric and willful. She did whatever she wanted and never listened to others' opinions. She was aloof and arrogant and pretentious. It was difficult for the leader of Jiutian sect to persuade her to do something she had determined. This was the uniqueness of Maishan swordmaster. The disciples of his Jiutian sect all had their own personalities, and Maishan swordmaster was a model. However, although she had a reputation for being ruthless, she was very protective of her shortcomings. She was very caring towards the disciples under Maishan and had harsh and strict requirements. This was the first time Qin Wentian met the Maishan swordmaster. As expected, she looked like her voice. At first glance, she gave people the impression of being aloof and arrogant, like a plum blossom standing proudly in winter under the cold snow. Master. Li Hanao called out. The Maishan swordmaster glanced at her and nodded gently.
Old witch, are you also here to ask for the treasure in my body? Human Emperor Qin laughed heartily. The Maishan Swordmaster frowned when she heard Qin address her, but she was not really angry. Human Emperor Qin and she were from the same era. When they were young, they had known each other and had many disputes and even fought many times. As time passed, their cultivation realms became stronger and stronger, but the Maishan Swordmaster's appearance remained the same, so Qin called her an old witch. Yi Lingshuang was a little worried. Although the Maishan Swordmaster was also a disciple of the Sword Sect, she was of noble status and would not care about her, an ordinary disciple. Moreover, with the character of the Maishan Swordmaster, who could stop her from doing what she wanted? If she really came for the treasure of the human emperor, she would not give up. This thing has some effect on me. Maishan Swordmaster said. The human emperor snorted coldly and looked at Maishan Swordmaster, so you are such a vulgar person. Can a mere treasure really dominate the immortal martial world? You, the old witch, are the only one from the sword sect here. If you want it, I will give it to you. Father. Yi Lingshuang's expression froze and shouted. The disciples of the sword sect took a step forward, and Duanhan looked into the void and shouted, Uncle Master, why force others? Besides, do you really think that junior sister Lu needs treasures to compete in the immortal martial world? Duanhan understood Maishan Swordmaster's intention after hearing what the human emperor said. Maishan Swordmaster sat down. Her favorite disciple was her personal disciple Lu Bingaiyu. Lu Bingaiyu was outstanding in talent. Among the disciples of the Nine Mountains Xiangang realm of the Sword Sect, she was considered an extremely outstanding figure. Maishan Swordmaster obviously had high hopes for her. Duanhan, this is my business. You will also enter the immortal martial world this time. Remember not to weaken the reputation of my sword sect. Maishan Swordmaster said indifferently. Duanhan was a disciple of Lingshan Swordmaster, so she naturally knew him. As for the others, she was not very familiar with them. In the blink of an eye, it became Maishan Swordmaster who taught Duanhan, leaving the sword sect disciples speechless. They also knew that they had no ability to change what Maishan Swordmaster had determined. At this time, the Maishan Swordmaster looked at the people of the Li clan below and said, Hanao is my disciple. Can the people of the Li clan give me a favor and not interfere in this matter? Li Hanao's beautiful eyes condensed, and she looked at her second grandfather beside her. She saw that her second grandfather's eyes were flickering. The human emperor had tremendous combat power. Although he was seriously injured, the strength of the Maishan Swordmaster should be close to that of the human emperor. If they turned against each other and fought, they might no longer be able to gain any benefits. Thinking of this, he laughed heartily and said, Since the Maishan Swordmaster has spoken, I will no longer interfere in this matter. He was able to let it go. He was not absolutely sure about today's matter. With the appearance of the Maishan Swordmaster, his certainty was naturally even smaller. He simply gave up. If the Maishan Swordmaster treated Li Hanao better in the future and taught her carefully, it would be a good ending. Thank you. Maishan Swordmaster nodded slightly, then looked at the Purple Thunder sect and said coldly, Why don't you get out? How long are you going to embarrass yourself? You. The Purple Thunder sect's master was of the same status as Maishan Swordmaster in the Sword sect, but he was shocked by Maishan Swordmaster's retort. However, he saw that Maishan Swordmaster's expression was sharp, and a cold state of mind spread out, covering the world. At the same time, there were several figures guarding behind Maishan Swordmaster, as if they were going to fight if they disagreed. He understood that Maishan Swordmaster, this woman, definitely had such courage. See you later. The Purple Thunder sect's master snorted coldly, then his figure flashed and flew away. Today, the civil war in the Yi Kingdom's palace has greatly reduced the strength of this ancient country, but the real shame is the Purple Thunder sect, which has suffered heavy losses and now even returned in defeat. If this matter is reported, it will be a stain on the Purple Thunder sect. You all, remember this. In the distance, a roaring voice came, like thunder, shaking the sky, revealing a raging anger. How could the Maishan Swordmaster care about the threat? He looked down again. Now there were only 3 major forces left. He only heard the Maishan Swordmaster speak lightly, Do you want to compete with me? The great martial king of the warring states raised his eyebrows, thinking that this woman was really powerful. With just a few words, the Li clan gave up and drove away the people of the Purple Thunder sect. In this way, she seemed to be in a dominant position. The strong men of the Linglong Kingdom and the Barbarian clan all stared at her,
And then the female general of the Linglong Kingdom said, I have always admired the Maishan Swordmaster as a female hero. Today, if I see that the human emperor of Yi is willing to give the treasure to the Maishan Swordmaster, I will not take it away from others. This woman is also smart. If the human emperor really takes the initiative to give the treasure to the Maishan Swordmaster, they will not be able to take it away from the Maishan Swordmaster. If that's the case, then I'm the same. A strong man from the barbarian tribe also nodded. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the great martial king, and then he said, if that's the case, I have nothing to say. Maishan Swordmaster was satisfied, and his eyes looked at the human emperor again, and slowly said, I heard that this treasure has merged with you. It is a rare treasure. To make up for you, if your daughter Yi Lingshuang is willing to worship under my tutelage, I am willing to accept her as a disciple. The human emperor looked normal, turned around and looked at Yi Lingshuang, and asked, Lingshuang, what do you think? Yi Lingshuang stared at Maishan Swordmaster with a cold face, and responded, today, various forces oppressed my father. My father fought against all the strong men alone and killed more than 10 celestial strong men. What a style, but someone took advantage of the danger. Even if I, Yi Lingshuang, am not good enough, I don't want to be her disciple. HMPH. The Maishan Swordmaster snorted coldly, a sharp and cold light flashed in his eyes. Yi Lingshuang looked at her without showing any weakness and said coldly, although you are my elder, I should respect you. But if you behave like this, I will not salute you even if we meet in the sect in the future. You must know that when all the powerful people came here today, if my father had not been ambushed from all sides, you would not have gotten into trouble. I won't bother with you about what happened today. If you dare to be so disrespectful again in the future, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson on behalf of the human emperor. The Maishan Swordmaster looked indifferent and a little cold, but Yi Lingshuang's eyes were still stubborn, staring at her. Good. The human emperor laughed and said, you are worthy of being my daughter, Yi Qin. I already knew the outcome of today's incident. I just wanted you to see the whole thing clearly and feel the style of a great sect. The winners are kings and the losers are bandits. The strong are respected. It will never change. How could I, Yi Qin, care about a mere treasure? After saying that, he suddenly grabbed his chest with his palm. With a light sound of puff, blood spurted out in an instant. The human emperor, Yi Qin, actually put his palm into his body, and flesh and blood appeared. Human emperor. Father. A series of exclamations were heard, and all the people in the royal family were shocked. Yi Lingshuang was even more pale. Even the bystanders from the Sword Sect and the Medicine Emperor Valley felt a deep sense of tragedy. The human emperor of Yi country was so graceful. He was not afraid of fighting against the strong men. He still stood proudly in the sky after killing many strong men, but in the end he could not withstand the oppression of the strong and suffered such humiliation. Duan Han and other disciples of the Sword Sect showed respect on their faces. The human emperor of Yi country was worthy of being a great man of his generation. This spirit was admirable. The matter of the Maishan Swordmaster made them feel quite uncomfortable. It's okay. Seeing that everyone wanted to step forward, the human emperor waved his hand, and then his palm trembled, and he actually dug out a shining small axe from his body. The axe light was blazing, and it was filled with a terrible power. This thing, can my rise really depend on it? It's ridiculous. Take it. The human emperor swung his hand, and the small axe went towards Maishan Swordmaster. Blood kept flowing out of his body, and it seemed that flesh and bones could be seen. This treasure could indeed blend with flesh and bones, and had long been integrated with him, so it was necessary to dig it out bloodily in such a way. Maishan Swordmaster waved his hand and took it immediately. The human emperor said coldly, I want to see how your disciple Lu Bingyu can win the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm this time. You don't need to worry. Maishan Swordmaster put away the treasure. Since she came here in person, she naturally had high hopes for Lu Bingyu. This treasure was obtained by the human emperor Yi Qin from the immortal martial realm. If it was integrated into Lu Bingyu's body, it might be able to guide Lu Bingyu in the immortal martial realm. What's more, the immortal martial realm rejects foreign magic weapons. Lu Bingyu got this treasure, and naturally she had more control. I hope she will not live up to her expectations. At this moment, there was a whistling sound in the distance. Everyone's expression froze, and they looked up into the void in the distance. They saw three figures walking over there. These three people had extraordinary temperaments, wearing white robes, spotless, like immortals. Seeing these three people, everyone's expression changed at the same time. What was the envoy of the immortal martial realm doing here? These three people descended into the void, their expressions were calm. He glanced down and saw a hand waving, and suddenly an ancient order flew out, actually heading towards the direction of Yi Lingshuang and the others. Qin Wentian's eyes were fixed. This ancient order actually flew towards him, and it landed in front of him in a moment. Suddenly, everyone's expression was shocked, and they all glanced at Qin Wentian, their eyes showing sharpness. The envoy of the immortal martial realm personally delivered the immortal martial realm order. Chapter 550, Immortal Martial Realm. Meishan Swordmaster's eyes also shot out sharp intent, staring at Qin Wentian. This boy was the young man who broke the record of sword unlocking and refused to become her disciple. Now, she came to ask for treasures for her disciple Lu Bingyu and forced the human emperor, but she met the envoy of the immortal martial realm who came to give the immortal martial realm order to this boy. Qin Wentian held the immortal martial realm order in his hand, then raised his eyes and looked at the white-clothed envoy in the void. The immortal martial realm opens every 10 years. I hope you can enter the immortal martial realm. There may be an opportunity, so don't miss it. The envoy of the immortal martial realm nodded slightly to Qin Wentian, and then they flashed and left directly without looking at others. They soon disappeared in the Yi Kingdom Palace and went away. In the air below, the Prince of the Warring States, the Princess of the Linglong Kingdom, and Li Hanaiawal showed strange light, and their expressions were slightly ugly. Even the disciples of the sword sect looked at Qin Wentian with some envy. This guy was actually valued by the envoy of the immortal martial realm and personally sent the immortal martial realm order to invite him. Brother Qin, although this order is useless, it shows that the envoy of the immortal martial realm values you, so he came to personally send the order to invite you. I hope you don't miss this trip to the immortal martial realm. In the past, only 99 and 81 people in the vast Huangji Holy Land have been able to obtain this order. I didn't get it, and neither did the Prince of the Warring States and Princess Xian Luan. You can't miss this trip to the immortal martial realm. Duan Han, who was beside him, said to Qin Wentian in a voice transmission, generally speaking, those who are valued by the envoys of the immortal martial realm will have outstanding performance in the immortal martial realm and be listed on the list of ancient monuments in the immortal martial realm. Qin Wentian nodded secretly. Although he was confused, he would ask about the immortal martial realm later. At this moment, he looked up at the void. His adoptive father was a generation of human emperors, with heroic spirit, but was forced to dig out bones to get treasures. How tragic. Holding the order of the immortal martial realm, Qin Wentian looked at the Meishan Swordmaster, who seemed to be staring at him. Master of Meishan Sword, you took advantage of someone's misfortune and asked the emperor to dig out his bones to take the treasure and give it to your disciple. However, you should also remember that you better keep this treasure well. Qin Wentian stared into the void and spoke slowly. A sharp sword light flashed across the face of the master of Meishan Sword, and he stabbed Qin Wentian straight away, saying coldly, "Are you threatening me? You are the master of a mountain in this Hanjian sect, and you act arbitrarily and no one can restrain you, but you have brought a stigma to this Hanjian sect. Even if you steal the treasure, there is nothing to say about it in a fair fight, but for your behavior today, as a junior, we look down on you." Qin Wentian spoke coldly, causing the master of Meishan Sword to sneer, "If I don't take this thing today, your Kingayan can't keep it either. What's more, when is it your turn to interfere in my actions? Today, I won't bully you. If you go to the Xianwu realm, my disciples will teach you a lesson." After the Meishan Swordmaster finished speaking, he waved his sleeves and immediately led his people to fly away, saying, "Yi Kingayan, goodbye. Old witch, I have also remembered what happened today. I hope you can practice well." The human emperor looked at the figure of the Meishan Swordmaster going away and said heroically. Then he looked at the people in the air below and said loudly, "Please forgive me for not seeing you off." After the matter was settled, your Kingayan directly issued an order to expel them. These people were all powerful forces in the southern region. Today, they thought that the human emperor your Kingayan would definitely die in the hands of the king of Qi. Their original intention was to make the Yi kingdom never recover from this, but they did not expect that things would change unexpectedly. Now that the human emperor is still there, the other princes of the Yi kingdom seem to be willing to obey Yi Kingayan's orders. The royal family of the Yi kingdom is united again. If they want to destroy the Yi kingdom, they will pay a heavy price. Naturally, they will not do such a thing. In this case, we will say goodbye. Everyone stood up and said to Yi Qingyan with a smile, as if they were good friends. Yi Qingyan just watched calmly. After a moment, he saw them flashing away one after another, and in the blink of an eye, they left the Yi Kingdom palace. After everyone left, Yi Qingyan groaned, spit out a mouthful of blood from the corner of his mouth, and his face turned pale. Father. Human Emperor. Everyone was shocked, obviously underestimating the injuries Yi Qingyan had suffered. How tragic was the battle today. The 7 great masters of the Purple Thunder sect all appeared and participated in the siege of the Human Emperor, but the Purple Thunder sect still suffered heavy casualties and finally returned in defeat. How could the Human Emperor escape unscathed? He was already seriously injured and was forced to dig out his bones to take treasures, which made his injuries even worse. If not for this, with the personality of the Human Emperor, even if the Maishan Sword Master came, he would probably fight hard, but he really knew that if he fought again, he would definitely not be able to hold on. Moreover, he was the Human Emperor of Yi country. He not only represented himself, but if he fell, the entire Yi country would suffer a catastrophe. As long as he was here, he would be the pillar of the Yi kingdom. Those ancient clans would not dare to disturb the foundation of the Yi kingdom, even if the Yi kingdom suffered heavy losses in this battle. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang flashed and came in front of the Human Emperor. Mo Qingchang took out a bottle of elixir and handed it to the Human Emperor. The Human Emperor smiled and took it directly. Then he crushed the elixir bottle, took out the elixir and poured it directly into his mouth. He was not polite to Mo Qingchang. Qin Wentian was his adopted son. Mo Qingchang would be Qin Wentian's wife sooner or later, just like his daughter. After taking the elixir, a medicinal fragrance flowed through the Human Emperor's body, and his wounds healed rapidly. He closed his eyes and rested. No one disturbed him. After a while, the Human Emperor's body was shining, and the stars roared. His injuries recovered a lot, and he opened his eyes again, shining brightly, as if he had regained his spirit. The Emperor turned around and looked at the princes and Shijuan who had arrived, and said, "Pass my order. The princes who participated in the rebellion today will have their residences sealed off. Those who were involved in the rebellion will be killed without mercy. Those who are not involved, as well as children, women and children, will be spared and allowed to leave your country. Emperor, now that things have come to this, we should cut the grass and root it out." An old man said, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. "It doesn't matter. Since ancient times, the winners have been kings and the losers have been bandits. I, Yi Qingyan, have ascended the throne by stepping on countless corpses. How could I care about the revenge of later generations? If someone of my royal blood can kill me and seize the throne of the emperor in the future, I have nothing to say. I just hope that in the future, when the royal family of my Yi country fights for power, they will not kill them all." The emperor said calmly. Although he was decisive in killing, he was unwilling to kill all the children. Besides, who could guarantee that Yi Qingyan would stay alive? Isn't this leaving a way out for his descendants? Follow the order of the Human Emperor. Shijuan and others bowed, and then their figures flashed away to carry out the order of the Human Emperor. The Human Emperor looked at the princes again and said, "You have all seen what happened today, and you must have been touched. Although you have ordinary talents, if you are determined, it doesn't matter if you practice slower than others." The princes nodded. Today's battle really touched their hearts. They all knew that if the Human Emperor was defeated and died in this battle, the entire Yi kingdom would collapse, and they and their wives and children would not be able to escape the disaster. Now they are protected by the Human Emperor. If the Human Emperor is not there, who can protect them? The ancient country of the Royal Holy Land is full of great families, and there are countless sects and great schools. However, the rise and fall are also very fast. It is difficult to rise, but it is only a matter of time before it perishes. Our Yi kingdom is an ancient country with a history of 10,000 years. As long as one generation is weak and inferior to others, it will be doomed to collapse. The Human Emperor murmured, and he felt a little sad when he thought of this. The ancient country's Human Emperor has no successor. Qin Wentian sighed in his heart. How could a country with thousands of years of history not attract people's covetousness? Without the Human Emperor, the pillar that supports the sky, it would collapse at any time. This is the importance of top-level power. The reason why the 9 major sects are called the 9 major sects is because they have many top-level powers. The Sword sect has 9 mountain sword masters, the Purple Thunder sect has 7 masters, and there are even other powers. If the Yi kingdom has 2 human emperors, or more, how dare the warring state's Lingluan kingdom set foot in it? Wentian, today's battle was the most amazing. You killed the Purple Thunder Sect's genius who was at the 7th level of the Heavenly Gang. In addition to the subsequent battles, it is hard for the Purple Thunder Sect not to have a bad reputation. Moreover, the Maishan Sword Master came in person, but the envoy of the Immortal Martial Realm sent the Immortal Martial Realm order. You should know that the old witch's direct disciple Li Hanaya was also present at the time, but did not receive the Immortal Martial Realm order. The old witch had a blank expression on her face, and I am afraid she was not happy in her heart. The human emperor laughed heartily when he thought of this. Qin Wentian was probably the only thing that could comfort him. Foster father, how could the Immortal Martial Realm have an envoy to send the Immortal Martial Realm order? Qin Wentian asked in confusion. The Immortal Martial Realm is a magical place. The envoys of the Immortal Martial Realm are known to know everything. You unleashed 14 swords in the Sword Sect, breaking the Sword Sect record, and now you have killed Yi Kongfen. How many people in the Royal Holy Land can do this? Why is it so strange to receive the Immortal Martial Realm order? You don't need to think too much about these. Instead, you should prepare for the trip to the Immortal Martial Realm. The Immortal Martial Realm opening, which happens once every 10 years, is one of the grandest events in the Royal Holy Land. The human emperor responded. Can anyone set foot in the Immortal Martial Realm? Qin Wentian asked. Anyone can set foot below the Xiangxiang realm, but the Xianwu realm is known as the place where the geniuses are buried. Although there are opportunities inside, unless you are a true genius, you will die if you enter. Therefore, anyone who enters the Xianwu realm has some background, and most of them have a cultivation above the 3rd level of Xiangang realm. After all, no magic weapons can be used inside, and if the cultivation is too low, it is easy to fall. In this case, the people at the top of the Xiangang realm are obviously more advantageous. Qin Wentian whispered. Although he is now at the 5th level of Xiangang realm and can kill the 7th level of Xiangang, if he encounters a person at the top of the Xiangang realm, it is difficult to compete. You are wrong. The Xianwu realm is a magical place. Many times, talent is more valued. You will understand when you step into it. On the ranking list of the ancient monument of the Xianwu realm, the people who have been ranked at the top in the past are not the ones with the strongest cultivation, but the ones with the best talent. The human emperor explained. Duan Han stepped forward and said, Junior brother Qin, all of our disciples from the Zhanjian sect are going to enter the realm this time. It's a good opportunity for us not to return to the sect, but to go directly to the Xianwu realm. I'm sure there must be a lot of turmoil outside the Xianwu realm right now, and I don't know how many geniuses there are from the major sects. It would be a pity to miss such a grand event. There was a sharpness in Qin Wentian's eyes. The Huangji Holy Land was so vast that there were countless geniuses from the ancient countries, major sects, and ancient families and hidden sects. The opening of the Xianwu realm was a grand event in the Huangji Holy Land. How could he miss it? He must see how elegant the geniuses of the Huangji Holy Land were. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.